President Trump says the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran is over, how violence from both sides may lead to the reigniting of the months-long fight.
Your already high energy bills could get even higher if Duke Energy leaders get their way. Why they argue rates should increase and how elected officials are questioning that push.
The fact that they know and understand what we do, we hope that helps us lower crime rates. We hope it helps them grow up to be good, productive citizens.
A different kind of summer school is in session in Iredell County, while law enforcement leaders say it will give dozens of teens the push they need to be responsible adults.
Queen City News starts now.
Good Wednesday morning. Happy Hump Day, everyone. It is 6 o'clock. Welcome into Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
And I'm Taylor Young. Welcome in. Annie Zatowski is out and Julian Sador is on special assignment. We will be seeing him later on in the show, so that does count as him showing up to work.
Yeah, he worked a long day yesterday. We had him yesterday covering the World Cup Argentina game yesterday, and then he went well into the night. So we'll get him a little sleepy-eyed in a couple of hours, but let's bring in meteorologist Ted Phaeton, whether you're in Atlanta, anywhere in the South. So much of the country, Ted.
Yeah.
First of all, I got to pause. Mother Nature showing off. Nice little sunrise over the Silhouette skyline right there, but man, it is hot everywhere, Ted.
Yeah, it certainly is. We'll feel the heat as temperatures ramp up into the 90s yet again. We're talking near triple digits for parts of the deep south. We can feel like triple digits when you factor in the humidity here close to home. A little haze in the atmosphere. Can't really see the Queen City in the distance from our tower camera. That's mainly due to the dew points just being 1 degree off those temperatures. Winds are calm this morning, sitting anywhere from just 4 to maybe 3 degrees off of where we were yesterday. Slightly warmer, low to mid 70s around the Queen City, low 70s through the I-40 corridor. Lincolnton just jumping out of the 60s this morning as we still stay in the mid 60s for Boone and Jefferson. Sunshine will dominate from this morning into this afternoon. We'll hit 90 degrees through lunchtime, mid 90s on tap for the peak heating hours of the day. Hot and sunny yet again. Winds out of the west-southwest 3 to 8 miles per hour. Low end rain chance today, which I'll detail for you here coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Taylor?
Well, breaking news this morning, President Trump says the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran is, quote, over after both countries exchanged new strikes. The president, who is speaking at NATO summit in Turkey, was asked where negotiations stand this morning. Here's what he had to say.
And of course, they're dirty players, so they go after everyone, probably including me. I've been number one on their list for years. And they're a bunch of scum, you want to know the truth. They're scum. And so we don't like them. I don't like them. And they're evil people, and it's the denuclearization of Iran. And we're going to denuke it.
Trump also saying negotiators on both sides of the aisle can continue to talk, but he thinks it's, quote, a waste of time. It comes as the U.S. fired at more than 80 Iranian targets after attacks on 3 oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran hasn't claimed responsibility for those attacks. Trump says he plans to hold a press conference this afternoon to give the latest on the developments. We'll, of course, continue to follow both on air and online at QCnews.com.
We are waiting to learn what a major water main break in Anson County impacting thousands of residents will be repaired. The incident happened yesterday morning on Highway 74. That's just east of Wadesboro. The county manager says contractors believe too much water pressure built up in the 24-inch pipes causing that break. Those pipes are at least 50 years old. Anson County's manager says repairs could be done as soon as this morning. But even when service is restored, everyone on the water system will have to boil water before using it. Queen City News will provide updates when we learn more.
And it's official. North Carolina has a signed, sealed, and delivered budget. Governor Josh Stein put his name on the $34 billion spending package Tuesday, but he says he's not a fan of everything in the bill. He's applauding its teacher pay raises and Medicaid funding. But as chief political correspondent Andy Weber tells us, the governor is taking issue with the dispute over transportation money here in the Queen City.
Senate Bill 257, our state budget, is now law.
North Carolina Governor Josh Stein signed a long-awaited state budget into law Tuesday morning. In it, raises for teachers, law enforcement, and funding for Medicaid and Helene relief. But Stein also took issue with other sections, including a part requiring Charlotte to pay back money spent on the design and planning of a now canceled widening of I-77 South.
It makes real the General Assembly's wrong-headed threats of retribution against Charlotte. Charlotte needs to enhance road safety and minimize community impact, and that balancing process should be collaborative.
This in no way is I am against Charlotte, or the General Assembly doesn't like Charlotte.
In an interview with WBT Radio, Davidson Republican State Senator Vicky Sawyer defended the potential $60 million clawback, arguing GOP leaders are trying to protect taxpayers.
This is basically saying this project had been there for a long time. There's been local support for over 10 years. And after we've invested your tax dollars to build this project and at the last minute in the political whim remove support, then you just have to pay the toll.
The clawback has spurred mixed reaction from cities that voted to stop the I-77 project, while Charlotte Mayor Rob Harrington has said the city is assessing next steps.
I think we look forward to diving into the details, finding out what actually ended up in there, and then responding.
Cities that rescinded support for the project have 90 days to restore their support. Otherwise, they'll be required to pay up. For Charlotte, that will be around $30 million. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Duke Energy executives are presenting arguments to North Carolina regulators for their requested increase in electric rates. Their initial request was for 18% increase for residential users, but the company reduced it down to 11.6% after pushback from Attorney General Jeff Jackson and customers. It breaks down to a 7.5% hike at the start of 2027, with the remaining increase beginning in 2028. On top of that, the utility's customer assistance pilot program, offering monthly credits for low-income customers, will expire at the end of this year if it's not extended. State officials questioned the changes and their impact.
Rate year one, if a person was previously a part of the CAP program and they were getting that $42 bill credit each month, and that bill credit was gone. And if you added on the $10 from rate year one, would they now be experiencing effectively a $52 a month additional expense that they would have to incur and pay each month?
For the specific CAP recipients, that would be the effective change. But what we would want to make sure is that we can help communicate to customers and help them plan for that change.
Members of the North Carolina Utilities Commission will make a decision on the 11.6% rate increase request later this year. If approved, the higher costs would hit customers starting in January. Charlotte-Mecklenburg police are identifying the person killed in an early morning University City shooting. This happened around 1 o'clock Tuesday morning on University City Boulevard. 20-year-old Jalen McCormick died at the hospital. Investigators say that there was some type of dispute during an event taking place at the S&D banquet hall that led up to the shooting. No word on the identity of any suspects.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg police say a Crime Stoppers tip led to the arrest of 2 people now facing drug trafficking and animal abuse charges. It happened late last month at the home of Kingston Avenue near West Boulevard. Officers who witnessed a suspected drug deal got a search warrant for the house. They discovered cocaine, meth, and guns. Police also found 6 malnourished dogs at the home. They eventually arrested Angela Chin and Leishawn Adams, who are facing drug charges. Chin is also charged with animal cruelty. Time is 6:08 in Iredell County. Sheriff's deputies are working to keep the youth crime rate low in their area and steer kids down the right path. Late last night marked the first session of the Sheriff's annual multi-week Teen Academy program. Queen City News anchor Caroline Boyer tells us what it entails.
What started 8 years ago with 15 people has now grown into about 80 kids coming together twice per week for the next month. The goal is simple: help these kids build relationships with law enforcement officers while teaching them how to handle issues they may encounter on a daily basis.
There's a million other places on beautiful summer evenings that you guys could be. but y'all chose to come hang out with us for a little while.
Session 1 started inside the county courthouse with an overview of what the next several weeks will look like. Then kids went across the street to the crime scene investigations lab.
These little rubber balls are strong enough when they're squished together to stop a bullet all the way up to a .44 Magnum.
It's a really fun experience. Like, we get to do hands-on stuff all the time.
This is year 2 participating in the Teen Academy for Olivia Granger and year 3 for her friend Hadessa Bullard.
It gives me something to do and I learn a lot from it.
The girls tell me one thing in particular sticks out to each of them from years past.
I've learned a lot about the drugs, like don't pick up random things in the streets, like it could be laced with fentanyl.
We got to talk to some inmates last year and it was really interesting. And they told us don't get in trouble, do the right thing, and it was really inspiring to me.
Practical lessons about avoiding drugs, staying safe on social media, and resisting peer pressure are mixed in with demonstrations from deputies.
I'll come over here, take the gun, okay, put it in the hole.
The fact that they know and understand what we do, we hope that helps us lower crime rates. We hope it helps them grow up to be good, productive citizens.
Teen Academy is free for the participants. The sessions include things like a jail visit, an active shooter demonstration, and a night with the Lake Patrol. The program ends on August 6th with a graduation. In Iredell County, Caroline Boyer, Queen City News.
Coming up on 610 here on your Wednesday as we head into midweek, still having that stationary front over the Carolinas, providing partly cloudy skies as high pressure builds out of the Midwest and that heat builds out of the Southeast, still continuing to give us some of those hot and humid conditions through the afternoon. Tropics are quiet as of right now, not seeing any developments over the Atlantic, the Caribbean, or the Gulf. Right now, looking at water vapor satellite imagery, keeping us under the bullseye from some of that limited moisture, most of which is off the North Carolina coast, but just playing into the low-end rain and storm chance today into your Thursday. We need the rainfall. Drought conditions continue, level 3 and 4 out of 5. Severe risk for your afternoon settles at level 1 out of 5. Marginal risk for severe weather in the green shading. Radar clear, not seeing too much activity as of right now with, again, your rain chances staying limited before we head into an active weekend. I'll break down that overall setup for the remainder of the work week with another look at your forecast coming up in 10 minutes. But for now, let's get you out there on the roadways here at 6:11. Jason.
All right, Ted, thank you, sir. Let's get out there, like Ted said. It's all quiet out here as well. Traffic's moving well early in our 6 o'clock hour. Rush hour didn't kick off till about 7 o'clock. Right now, we're looking at I-77, north and southbound traffic passing under LaSalle Street. Sun coming up over the Queen City skyline, just a gorgeous shot there, but southbound traffic's on the right. Going up around the curve and toll lanes, everyone moving good at about 65 miles an hour. Let's go up to Iredell County. Looks like glass. That is Lake Norman up there between Mooresville and Davidson. I-77 southbound traffic is on the left-hand side coming at us. That stretch looking really good. Overall, not seeing any incidents. Look at this, an A-plus start to this hump day morning. Let's hope it stays that way. 485 inner and outer loop. If you're coming up from the south, from Waxhaw, from Union County, up Independence, through the Ballantine area, up 521, Indian Land, you guys are all in good shape this morning. Let's take you out to Gaston County. If you're coming up 85 through Hickory Grove, northbound traffic's on the left. That's coming up from Gaston County into Mecklenburg County. Further up, outside our studios, a lot of construction happening outside at 85 and Sam Wilson. This is what we're looking at here. That whole interchange there that's being widened over the next few years is looking good. Up in Cabarrus County, look at this beautiful sunrise. 85 near Poplar Tent. That's up in Concord. Man, that is just a gorgeous start to this Wednesday. Independence Boulevard looking good as well. If you are headed out to Charlotte Douglas International Airport, now is a good time to head on out there. No delays as far as flights that we're hearing, and same can be said for getting there, 30 minutes or less. So just don't be distracted this morning with your phone. We'll give you another update coming up around 6:30. Taylor.
Still ahead, crews are back inside of a building that was at risk for collapsing yesterday. What they're doing to ensure a high rise in New York City does not fall into the street. You are watching Queen City News. This is a live look over the Charlotte Motor Speedway, the sun peeking through those clouds. The most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. There's growing speculation about the health of Kentucky Republican Senator Mitch McConnell.
The 84-year-old lawmaker went into the hospital last month, but his aides aren't saying why. Gabrielle Caracciolo takes a look at the potential impact of McConnell's absence.
In Washington, there are mounting questions about the health of Kentucky Senator Mitch McConnell. His office says the 84-year-old's been hospitalized since June 14th, but they haven't said why. Audio from the D.C. EMS call to his home says he was found unconscious. More than 3 weeks later, a spokesperson tells News Nation Senate Majority Leader John Thune spoke with McConnell over the phone Monday about a variety of topics, including national security. McConnell's office has repeatedly said he's working closely with his staff while he continues his recovery, but they aren't answering when he could return. And it's not the first of the senator's health problems. In 2023, he froze while talking with reporters twice. Earlier this year, he was hospitalized for a week with flu-like symptoms. But now, his absence could impact the Senate's ability to pass a budget by the September 30th deadline. The former majority leader sits on the Appropriations Committee, where Republicans only have a one-vote majority.
You have potential for complete deadlock.
George Washington University professor Dr. Todd Belt says his absence could cause problems.
It looks like we could be having a government shutdown because of an inability to move a bill out of committee.
He says leadership could remove McConnell from the committee and appoint another Republican, but he thinks that's unlikely to happen.
He's a lion of the Senate, and you just don't poke the lion.
In February 2025, Senator McConnell announced he would not be seeking re-election. His time in office is set to end in early January. I'm Gabrielle Caracciolo, News Nation, Washington.
One of the first acts of President Trump's second term is now a thing of the past. The Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, has shut down. The move became official on July 4th. Now, there's criticism over how the department's impact will be documented. DOGE officials touted saving $214 billion as of October, but that number has been disputed. White House Budget Director Russell Vought says there won't be an after-action report.
Noticed for the recent budget that DOGE was pretty much eliminated. Is there something that you're going to present, or is there somewhere we can find what exactly DOGE accomplished as far as reductions in dollars spent, people at agencies or whatever? Is there going to be some documentation of what took place?
I mean, we have no plans to do kind of a closing DOGE report.
The federal government has cut more than 270,000 employees since January of 2025.
Construction workers in New York have stabilized a high-rise under construction that was at the risk of collapse. Video shows a crew starting repairs Tuesday on a 1970s Midtown Manhattan high-rise building currently under construction. The New York City Fire Department said the stabilization efforts started when workers spotted structural support beams beginning to buckle. Police say there were no reported injuries and all construction workers were safely evacuated. Several nearby buildings also received evacuation orders. Officials with the Department of Buildings say the high-rise is currently undergoing renovations to be converted into a residential building. It is 6:19 on this Wednesday morning. We hit, let's see, yesterday, what, low 90s, now mid 90s today, Ted?
Yeah, we hit 94 degrees yesterday. Today, aiming for 95, 96. Winds are calm and temperatures are warm as we get your day started. Right now, the traffic moving at a speed limit pace. Sun comes up over the horizon. Dew points in the mid 70s, feeling muggy for the start of your day. Low to mid 70s around Charlotte. I'm looking at low 70s I-40 corridor, 60s in our mountain counties. That foundation gives us a nice warm start. Hot finish as those temperatures ramp up into the mid 90s. Heat index, or your feels like temperature, will approach triple digits heading into this afternoon. So your high heat risk, major heat risk rather, will stick around for Charlotte and surrounding areas. Take lots of breaks inside. Stay weather aware with the heat playing into the heat sickness. So keep that in mind as we have high pressure building off of the southeast coast. That's going to continue to provide that high heat stress and the extreme and dangerous heat stress across the southeast. We're still talking triple digits in the desert and through the deep south, 100 degrees Oklahoma City, 109 for Las Vegas, 113 Phoenix, 99 degrees Albuquerque, New Mexico, upper 90s in Texas. So Clouds and radar shows a stationary front over the Carolinas pushing south. We'll hold on to partly cloudy skies before some of those showers develop over our mountain counties, I-40 corridor and north. You're going to be looking at the main impacts as we stay dry over our South Carolina counties and for uptown. Heading into Thursday, we'll have more of those impacts stretch further south along the I-85 corridor and up through I-77. Afternoon and evening on Thursday could see those pop-up showers and storms with a marginal risk for severe weather today. That's going to be level 1 out of 5, mainly delivering those damaging winds. Rainfall forecast in terms of your totals will be 1/10 of an inch to maybe 1/4 of an inch when everything is said and done. Overnight lows settle into the 70s, rebounding into what will be those 90s Thursday and Friday. We'll have those 80s settle in as we head into the second half of the weekend and into early next week. Taylor.
Time is 6:21. You are looking live at New York City. A look at Wall Street futures just around the corner. We'll check in with business correspondent Jane King in just 3 minutes. TripAdvisor's AI is being accused of downplaying negative hotel reviews, and stock futures are lower as President Trump says the Iran ceasefire is over. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Good morning, Jane.
Hi, Taylor. Good morning. Yeah, in fact, the Dow pointing down to 600 points or so. So pretty significant sell-off in oil, up by 4%. This is President Trump in Turkey for the NATO meeting said the ceasefire is pretty much over as he sees it. And also the U.S. Treasury Department has blocked Iran's ability to sell oil legally. So that is another thing driving the markets this morning. Middle East tensions weighed on things yesterday as this kind of started to build and we saw a down day. Well, U.S. Airlines spent $6.7 billion on jet fuel in May, the second straight month that fuel costs topped $6 billion. Now, the May spend was 84% more than a year ago. Airlines worldwide have responded to the jump in fuel prices by raising fares and fees and trimming flight schedules. Typically, fuel is the second largest cost for the airlines after labor. And TripAdvisor's artificial intelligence review summaries are under fire after an investigation found that the chatbot appeared to gloss over some alarming guest complaints. Now, this included reports of food poisoning, poor hygiene, and even alleged sexual harassment, well, painting an overly sunny picture of some vacation spots. Now, the actual customer reviews are still posted on the review site, but the AI, at least according to this investigation, isn't a real indication of what the actual experience was from some of these customers. Taylor, back to you.
You know, Jane, reviews are so important. I always read the reviews. You'd like to think that they would be accurate, so everyone should do their research out there.
Right. Yeah, you got to, I guess, read the customer reviews and ignore the AI, at least according to this investigation.
All right, Jane, thank you. We'll see you at 8 o'clock.
Thanks.
You are watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Yet another day where temperatures will be aiming for the mid-90s this afternoon. Sunshine dominates, a little bit lower on the rain and storm chances, but there is some relief from the heat. Now, on the way, I'll detail your forecast coming up.
When you come out after just a couple days after that, the first thought, you kind of look around to make sure that he's not looking around the corner somewhere.
This week after another black bear sighting, what wildlife experts are saying to keep the community's fears at bay.
And the president is in Turkey for a high-stakes NATO summit this week. How he started his trip expressing disappointment with U.S. allies and his threats if changes aren't made. Well, good morning and welcome into our 6:30 half hour. We appreciate you being here with us. I'm Taylor Young.
I'm Jason Harper. Yeah, happy hump day, everyone. Annie Satowski is off today. Joins Sidor on special assignment in Atlanta. We'll join him coming up a little bit later on this morning. But listen, no need to go anywhere. Just stay here till 10. You're in the AC. It's really the best place to be, right, Ted?
Yeah, best place to be. That's why I always say this is the time of year the malls, maybe going to the indoor gyms, the gymnasium.
Yeah.
The kids were there playing basketball because they're not in school.
Oh, yeah.
I almost got out there on the court and broke some ankles. But
No,
realized
don't do it.
My ankles would have been the one.
Don't do it.
So I chose not to do it. It just warned me not to. Taking a look over our tower camera, we have those mid-70s. Winds are calm. Definitely want to have an indoor pickup basketball game, not an outdoor one because we get hot and humid heading into the peak heating hours of the day. Slightly warmer to start than where we were yesterday. Gastonia, Monroe, Lancaster, 2 degrees warmer. We're 4 degrees warmer in Charlotte, giving us those low to mid 70s to kick off the morning. Mid 60s, Boone and Jefferson, and your daytime highs ramp up into the upper 90s south of Uptown towards Monroe into parts of Sherrod, McBee, and into Rockingham. We even have those mid 90s on tap for Charlotte and surrounding areas. Mint Hill in the mid 90s, Pineville, Mount Holly hitting 97 today, 94 up towards Statesville. Your foothills are going to be in the low to mid 90s while we sit in the 80s towards our mountain counties. Blowing Rock could even be in the upper 70s as we head into this afternoon. So after another hot and humid afternoon, we will be looking at those 70s overnight heading into your early morning hours on Thursday. Still keeping those 90s on tap for the rest of the work week. Heading into your weekend and early next week, we cool down with those mid to upper 80s heading into your Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Another check on your forecast coming up here in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, Ted, thank you very much. Rush hour officially kicks off in about 30 minutes. Right now, we're just enjoying the sunrise. A lot of these NCDOT camera shots, they're just beautiful this morning. This one here, I-77 going under LaSalle Street, that sun shining off the buildings there, the Queen City skyline, just really nice. Traffic moving at a speed limit pace at about 60, 65 miles an hour. Even prettier up in Iredell County. We've got Lake Norman up there looking like a mirror, just perfectly still this morning. Traffic is not still. It's moving the way it's designed to on I-77. Looking good coming down from Mooresville on its way to Davidson. Overall, looking good. One little issue right in the middle of the map. That's just some ramp traffic from 85 trying to get onto I-77. No accidents yet this morning. Seeing a little volume out west on 85 north. Build through Gastonia, Lowell, and McAdenville is what we're looking at here. Christmastown, USA. Everyone coming kind of to a halt once you get up around that curve there. Some brake lights working your way into Mecklenburg County, but not too bad. Hopefully you got some sunglasses. It is bright coming in from the west side. The closer you get to Charlotte, here's 85 at Sam Wilson Road at the 485 split. Looking good. Even further up 85. Sun is shining up in Cabarrus County, coming down from Concord, right there near Poplar Tent and 85. Inbound Independence also looking good this morning as the sun's starting to come up there. We'll give you another update on your pinpoint traffic at 7 o'clock. Taylor.
Breaking overnight, President Donald Trump says the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran is over. The two countries traded strikes overnight. News Nation Washington correspondent Renee Simlot tells us what we know so far.
Both the U.S. and Iran have accused the other side of violating the ceasefire. President Donald Trump says he's done. Overnight, the U.S. struck targets in Iran. Iran fired at U.S. military installations in Bahrain and Kuwait.
Is the ceasefire done? Is the MOU dead?
I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people.
Overnight, the U.S. and Iran exchanged new airstrikes. President Donald Trump posted this video, he says, of an explosion in Iran. Central Command says U.S. forces struck over 80 targets, including air defenses and small boats. U.S. officials say it's because Iran attacked 3 commercial ships trying to get through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran fired back in Kuwait, where the U.S. Army has a major presence. Sirens sounded as air defenses intercepted incoming missile fire. In June, the U.S. and Iran agreed to a memorandum of understanding to end the war and create a framework to negotiate over Iran's nuclear program. Those negotiations were supposed to begin after Iran finishes the funeral for the late Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei, who died in U.S. and Israeli airstrikes in February. As part of that temporary deal, Iran agreed to free passage through the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump says the Iranians have violated that agreement.
They're a bunch of lying guys. I do my whole life, that's all I do is deals. I'll let our wonderful negotiators keep talking if they want, but I don't see it. I don't like these people, you know that?
And as part of that memorandum of understanding, the U.S. gave Iran a license to sell oil on the global market. U.S. officials say they have revoked that.
A section of South Boulevard will be closed for a month starting next week. Here's a live look at the area where the work is going to take place. The drainage improvements will be near the Blue Line, crossing just south of Scaly Bark Station. This will also impact Blue Line schedules. The project is set to begin Monday and expected to last 4 weeks. A southbound detour will route travelers from Clanton Road to Tryon Street to Woodlawn Avenue and then back to South Boulevard. Regarding schedule changes, the Blue Line trains will single track between Archdale, Tyvola, Woodlawn, and Scaly Bark from July 13th to August 9th. During this time, riders are encouraged to use the CATS Pass app for real-time service updates and trip planning. Updated train schedules will be posted to the app starting tomorrow.
We're waiting to learn what a major water main break in Anson County impacting thousands of residents will be repaired. The incident happened yesterday morning on Highway 74 just east of Wadesboro. The county manager says contractors believe too much water pressure built up in the 24-inch pipes, causing it to break. Those pipes are at least 50 years old. Anson County's manager says repairs could be done as soon as this morning. But even when service is restored, everyone on the water system will have to boil their water before using it. Queen City News will provide updates when we learn more. Well, bear with us. Sightings of these animals are becoming harder to ignore. A black bear was spotted in Troutman over the holiday weekend. Look at this. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone explains why more of them are venturing into our neighborhoods.
Gary Rogers is busy mowing his lawn, but there's one thing still clawing in his mind.
Never this close, for sure. So, very unusual.
A positively surprising visitor made its way to his Barium Springs neighborhood this weekend. He says it's hard to believe this black bear is for real.
When you come out after just a couple days after that, the first thought, you kind of look around to make sure that he's not looking around the corner somewhere.
Turns out bear sightings are getting more common. This bear was seen in a Highland Creek backyard in May, another in Kings Mountain in June, and this one in Troutman 4th of July weekend.
Make sure that a bear doesn't come close and doesn't want to stay in your area because there is easy source of food for them.
Black bear biologist Jenna Malzahn works with the North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission. She says bear sightings tend to pick up in late spring and early summer when young bears leave their mothers and start exploring on their own.
Younger bears are very curious and inquisitive, so they kind of tend to pop up in different places that you don't necessarily expect them to.
Neighbors say the bear wasn't here very long. After it cut between two properties, it made its way down Winterflake Drive and wasn't seen again. Troutman police say they've not had any reports since Sunday.
You're just gonna naturally have an increased chance of seeing a bear.
Malzahn says, like the human population, North Carolina's bear population is growing, but they steer clear of people.
They don't necessarily want to be close to people, so they usually will see themselves out, which is what we like to see.
Or you could take Rogers' advice.
Bear left, as they say. That's the only thing I can come up with.
Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Well, if you haven't seen a bear in your backyard, you could always go to the zoo. The North Carolina Zoo is celebrating the signing of the new state budget because they are now begin the process of opening their new exhibit. The budget gives the zoo $6.2 million. The North Carolina Zoo expanded its property by adding a new Asia exhibit. The zoo says that exhibit could not open to the public until the budget was passed. Now that money will be used to hire 54 new staff members and move to open the new exhibit to visitors.
These include horticulturists. Of course, the zoo is a botanical garden now, so those are ever more critical for us. We have marketing staff, we have event staff, we have educators, a veterinary position.
North Carolina Zoo spokesperson says there's no opening date yet for that Asia exhibit. The 54 job postings will be posted online.
2 Texas deputies are lucky to be alive after nearly being hit during a traffic stop. This happened when a passing vehicle crashed into their patrol car. Body cam video there. One of those officers shows the vehicle slam into the cruiser, sending debris towards both of them and a woman standing right next to them. The Kaufman County Sheriff's Office did not share any details about the call or confirm any serious injuries after the crash. Man, officials, though, say the crash is a reminder of the move over or slow down law when you see a traffic stop or emergency response.
Well, he's a Hornet for the long run, and now he's putting his stamp on the community, how Kobe White wants to help children in the area. You are watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
It is coming up on 8:44. Well, sorry about that, 6:44. Wow, I really jumped ahead. He's got a new contract, and now the Hornets guard Kobe White says he wants to inspire kids in our community. He spent time in West Charlotte with something bigger than writing a check or making a video.
Queen City News anchor Will Lewis shows us how White is bringing organizations together to make a more peaceful Charlotte.
It's always been a place of peace because it's been a place of community.
It's also a place Charlotte Hornets guard Kobe White says he wants to establish a footprint. White met with community youth Tuesday to customize shoes in partnership with my brother's keeper of Charlotte Mecklenburg.
When anybody wants to do an event or like trying to figure out the right way, there's only one answer for me, and it's the West Side. So I think, seeing him on the corridor is special.
The event is a partnership with the Kobe White Foundation. The message, a peaceful Charlotte.
There's probably more positive engagements happening in our city than we think, but the algorithm doesn't always show that. So the best thing we can do to create that environment is to do more of these kinds of things.
And protect your mental health. White says he grew up in an area where some only thought sports was the only way out. He wants to pass along the message there is so much more out there.
I think God placed me here for a reason, and I think it's my job to do my part as well.
White just signed a new contract with the Hornets, and the Charlotte Hornets Foundation also awarded the Kobe White Foundation with money to keep his mission going. He says this is just the first step, and hopefully more collaborations are to come.
Like one kid said, you kind of the reason I got back into basketball, just the way you play and stuff like that. So you never know who lives you impacting, especially like on the court, and then to be in person and actually, hear from them direct, face-to-face, it means a lot.
Will Lewis, Queen City News.
Speaking of the Hornets, Buzz City is preparing to travel to Vegas in hopes of defending the team's first ever Summer League title later this week. Both Hornets first-round draft picks, Hans Steinbach and Christian Anderson Jr., will suit up in the summer for the squad. Both players talked about the learning curve and the jump from college to the pros as they gear up for Thursday's opening game.
They were saying it's like once in a lifetime experience, like you're not going to play with these group of guys ever again. And you just want to go out and beat everybody, and it's super fun just winning and bonding with everybody, even if you're not going to be there next year. Just knowing that everybody wants the same goal as you, and you practice for a little bit and then you go out there and get to compete. So no, they all said it was a super fun experience.
All the action starts Thursday. The first game is a primetime matchup with a team that booted the big club out of the play-in tournament, the Orlando Magic. 2 days later, they'll play the New Orleans Pelicans at 4 p.m. The Celtics will challenge the champs on Sunday at 5 p.m. Season rounds out on the 15th at 7:30 p.m. against the Milwaukee Bucks.
The U.S. men's national team's run might be over, but not without setting yet another record. Ratings show Monday's game against Belgium was the most watched soccer telecast in U.S. history. Fox says 30 million people watched the game, with the audience peaking at nearly 37 million. That topped the previous mark, the U.S.-Bosnia game last week, watched by over 26 million. It was, of course, not the performance that the U.S. wanted to put on with so many people watching. They fell 4-1 to Belgium. The U.S. was the last host team remaining after both Mexico and Canada saw a similar fate.
Well, the summer of sports never ends on Queen City News. We're now a week away from the Midsummer Classic. The Major League Baseball All-Star Game is live from the birthplace of America, Philadelphia, on July 14th. The rosters are set. A few former Charlotte Knights are in. 5 different Atlanta Braves are in. The All-Star Game next Tuesday here on Queen City News.
Oh, man, it is dog days of summer. All the sporting events going on. You kind of just have to pick your poison. Like at some point, you got to get outside and enjoy things, Ted.
Yeah, take the deep breath.
Yep.
Then go out and face it. You got this. Listen, it's just a little hot, a little muggy. Just plan accordingly. Depends on the time of day. Doesn't feel too bad in the evenings. A little warm and muggy in the mornings. Winds are calm. Temperatures in the mid-70s. Dew point's just 1 degree off of that. Still humid as you get your morning started. I'm looking at your temperatures sitting in the low to mid-70s. Low 70s I-40 corridor. 60s on tap for Boone and Jefferson in our higher elevations. Now your temperatures will ramp up into the mid-90s. Our heat index will feel like triple digits as we head into the afternoon. So we certainly bring in the heat with the major heat risk for today. That is going to be for our counties highlighted in that red, where you want to take lots of breaks inside, drink lots of water, and maybe just plan any strenuous activity around the peak heating hours of the day. Early morning, late afternoon, early evening is where you want to make sure you set those plans up. High pressure develops off of the southeast coast, playing into the extreme and the high heat stress for the southeast. We have the 90s, upper 90s near 100 degrees for Dallas, Oklahoma City hitting the 100-degree mark, as well as Las Vegas and Phoenix, 99 degrees. Albuquerque, New Mexico. Clouds and radar will be nice and quiet, not seeing too much activity going on over the eastern United States. Pop-up showers, isolated storms tracking along that I-40 corridor. Quiet for the most part. Storms will be spotty by nature and then bringing in more of those partly cloudy skies overnight heading into your Thursday. I expect to see storm activity return a little bit more widespread in terms of those impacts. When you head into Thursday afternoon and evening, could see an isolated downpour briefly with our marginal risk for severe weather north and east of Charlotte. The green on your map from Statesville, Concord, Albemarle, and Salisbury is level 1 out of 5 with damaging winds being the main threat. I'm looking at anywhere from 1/10 of an inch to maybe 1/4 of an inch of rain when everything is said and done. Low to mid 70s, Charlotte into Monroe, 60s for our mountain counties, and our 7-day forecast will show those 90s finishing out the work week. Overnight lows in the 70s. Will cool down through the weekend with an unsettled pattern ramping up, looking at more of those 80s as we head into early next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Wildlife experts say they have seen the first recorded sea turtle hatchlings of 2026 in South Carolina's Low Country. Thousands more are expected in the future. I mean, come on, look at those little guys. Experts ask beachgoers to help set the turtles up for success. They say keeping beaches clean, filling any holes in the sand, will help get the hatchlings to the sea where they belong.
Prefer for you to use red lens flashlights if you're on the beach at night. Hatchlings want to go where the brightest light is. So if you have a flashlight, that's where they're going to want to go, and we do not want that to happen.
There you go. Don't lead them astray. Use the red lens. Wildlife officers say people who find the little hatchlings should call them to report the nests instead of helping them out to the water. The College of Charleston's space mission completed its second and final launch yesterday morning. Students sent cameras into orbit bound for the International Space Station. The mission involves an ultraviolet camera monitoring the activity of young stars. The second camera will also function as a space telescope in low Earth orbit. The people behind the project say this could help identify planets that could host life.
It's a huge achievement for me, my colleagues, my research team, College of Charleston as well, and South Carolina in general.
The students will use the cameras to monitor radiation levels on planets to figure out how habitable they really are. You're watching Queen City News, back here on Earth where it is habitable and it's hot. There's a live look at Monroe this morning. Happy Wednesday, guys. We'll be right back. Time is 6:57. Blueberries sold in several states, including both North and South Carolina, are being recalled. People who bought freeze-dried Greenwise organic blueberries are being told not to eat the fruit over concerns of E. coli contamination. The recalled blueberries were distributed to public stores. Several reports of illnesses have been reported. Well, North Carolina is ranked as one of the best states for sports lovers. The Old North State comes in at number 9 in the rankings released by Smile Hub. Ohio takes the top spot, followed by New York, Pennsylvania, and California. The U.S. Postal Service is increasing the price of Forever stamps. The service says they will implement a 4-cent increase on stamps, raising the price from 78 cents a piece to 82 cents. The new rate will go into effect this Sunday and will take effect when post offices open the next day. This comes after the USPS filed notice earlier this year with the Postal Regulatory Commission, said it could run out of money within a year. Well, the time is 6:59. The sun is coming up across the Queen City. Stay with us as we head into our 7 o'clock hour.
Breaking news this morning, President Trump says the ceasefire is over as the United States and Iran continue to exchange strikes, the potential for escalation, and how oil markets are reacting this morning.
Water main breaks leaving thousands of people in the Charlotte area without water this morning. The warnings from local utility leaders and the challenges they face with those repairs.
Incredible new video of an intense fire response at a Charlotte home. What Charlotte fire crews say sparked it.
Queen City News starts now.
It is 7 o'clock. Good Wednesday morning, everyone. We welcome you into Queen City News. Thank you for joining us. I'm Jason Harper.
And I'm Taylor Young, and you guys say this all the time. It is officially Hump Day.
Hump Day!
We're halfway there.
Yes, we are. That is some good news. Julian Sador on special assignment down in Atlanta today, covering the World Cup. We'll join him in about an hour or so. Annie Satowski is off. We got meteorologist Ted Phaeton here. You know, just watching some of that fire video, we're going to have that story in a second. I can't help but think, you know, we complain all the time. It's hot. I don't want to go to the pool. I don't want, whatever it is. There are people out there that are saving lives. Law enforcement, fire department, I mean, jobs, you know, HVAC.
Yeah.
Laying asphalt where you don't have a choice but to be out in the thick of it.
Roofers.
The respect is at an all-time high. I'm just saying, thank you for what you do.
Yeah, for folks
Roofers,
that have to work out and about, dealing with the heat. You see them wear the long sleeve, light colored clothes. That's to reflect the UV rays. You might be thinking, long sleeves in the summer? Trust me, there is a method to it, and it's just to also protect the skin. If you're going to be out in the heat all day long, this is a perfect time to remind you to apply that sunscreen. Do it frequently and do it generously as we look around the crowd and notice all that sun that's shining down on Independence Boulevard, Bank of America Stadium, Monroe, and into our tower camera. We see the Queen City in the distance. Just a little hazy out there as those temperatures sit in the mid-70s. Winds are calm, dew points at about 74 degrees. We are sitting anywhere from 1 to 2 degrees off of where we were yesterday. So not a major difference, very similar as we start with those low to mid 70s, 60s in our mountain counties, low 70s I-40 corridor. And I expect our highs to ramp up into what will be the 90s by lunchtime, mid 90s on tap, peak heating hours of the day. Winds stay light out of the west-southwest, anywhere between that 5 to 10 mile per hour mark. I'll detail more of your forecast coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Taylor?
Breaking this morning, President Trump says the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran is, quote, over after both countries exchange new strikes. The president, who is speaking at a NATO summit in Turkey, was asked where negotiations stand this morning. Here's what he had to say.
And of course, they're dirty players, so they go after everyone, probably including me. I've been number one on their list for years. And they're a bunch of scum, you want to know the truth. They're scum. And so we don't like them. I don't like them. And they're evil people, and it's the denuclearization of Iran. And we're going to denuke it.
Trump also saying negotiators on both sides can continue to talk, but he thinks it's a waste of time. It comes as the U.S. fired at more than 80 Iranian targets after attacks on 3 oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has not claimed responsibility. Trump says he plans to hold a press conference this afternoon to give the latest on the developments. We'll, of course, continue following this both on air and online at QCnews.com.
We're waiting to learn what a major water main break in Anson County impacting thousands of residents will be repaired. County leaders say that even when the water main is fixed, neighbors will need to follow strict guidelines before using the water. Anson County's manager says repairs could be done as soon as this morning, but even when that service is restored, everyone on the water system will have to boil the water before using it. The water main break was on Highway 74 just east of Wadesboro. Queen City News reporter Shakira Speaks gives us a look at the impact.
Anson County drivers passed public works crews as they labored to restore service after a Tuesday morning water main break on U.S. Highway 74 in Wadesboro. County Manager Lynn Sossaman says contractors believe too much water pressure built up in 24-inch pipes, causing the break. He tells me the pipes are at least 50 years old. Crews dug 2 large holes around the highway to reach the lines, with officials at one point warning of service outages lasting up to 1 day. Mid-afternoon, Peachland Mayor Clinton Davis told residents the city had, quote, approximately 12 hours of water usage remaining in our tank. Lowesville had about 6 hours left. Officials across the county urged people to conserve as much water as possible.
Kind of worried.
Lisa Korn was one of several people rushing into Food Lion to grab water. She grabbed 3 cases in case the repair took longer than projected.
They need to fix it and fix it now.
Wadesboro neighbor Tasha Coleman says the repair isn't too much of an inconvenience. It's just a slight change to her breakfast or dinner menu.
For a day, it's just a matter of eating canned goods and not using anything that consists of water. You know, can't make any rice, can't make any grits. But hopefully it'll come back on soon, prayerfully.
Officials expect the repairs to be complete by early Wednesday morning. Once service is restored, they're asking customers to boil their water for at least 1 minute before using it for drinking or cooking. Officials say periods of low or no pressure increases the potential for bacteria to enter the water system. In Wadesboro, Shakira Speaks, Queen City News.
State officials held a 7-hour hearing with Duke Energy executives Tuesday as they consider the company's request to raise their base rate.
The energy provider originally aimed to raise residential costs by nearly 18%, but lowered it to an 11.5% increase after the state attorney general and thousands of customers pushed back.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell's live just north of Uptown with the latest. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Jason and Taylor. We know that Duke Energy officials say that due to North Carolina's rapid population growth, they need to increase their rates or they could risk having more power outages. They say that North Carolina Utilities Commission, though, is going to be the ones who have the final say over that. They were listening with experts for several hours yesterday, and they were remarking, as they were talking with experts and company officials, that all of this is coming up during one of the hottest weeks of the year, where the demand for energy is a bit higher and the need for it is especially important. So Duke Energy officials say they are experiencing some unprecedented demand, partially due to that population growth, also partially due to some larger customers such as data centers coming in. They say that the surge puts the infrastructure at risk of power outages more often and makes the use unreliable. State officials, though, like Attorney General Jeff Jackson and the Governor's Energy Policy Council, they're pressuring the company to find other solutions which burden customers less. So if approved, this 11.5% rate hike wouldn't happen all at once. It would start with just 7.5% bump at the beginning of January. The remaining 4%, that would come into bills in 2028. Experts estimate that this translates to an average about an increase of $10 per month extra. Now, in addition to rate hikes, Duke Energy also has one of their assistance programs set to expire at the end of this year. The Customer Assistance Pilot Program, it essentially offers credits to low-income customers up to $42 a month. Now, if that's not extended, that ends at the end of the year. So when commissioners asked some Duke Energy officials what would happen and if they are prepared to help customers who may suddenly have an increase of more than $50 a month to their bills, they said that they have other assistance programs that they would be happy to help customers find. Reporting live in Charlotte, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you so much. Members of the Metropolitan Public Transit Authority Board will be meeting today to consider upcoming CATS service changes. It's part of the transit agency's Better Bus program. Officials will decide whether to go forward with route improvements, expansions, and new services starting this October. The authority's meeting begins at 6 o'clock tonight at the Government Center in Uptown.
Well, it's official. North Carolina has a budget. Governor Josh Stein signed the $34 billion spending package into law Tuesday during a ceremony in Raleigh. He's praising its teachers' pay raises and Medicaid funding, but admitted he's not happy with much of the rest of the plan.
It makes real the General Assembly's wrong-headed threats of retribution against Charlotte. Charlotte needs to enhance road safety and minimize community impact, and that balancing process should be collaborative.
Now that's Stein taking issue with a portion requiring Charlotte to pay back money spent to the design, the planning, and now canceling widening of I-77 South. GOP leaders are looking to claw back some $60 million spent on planning and design after several local municipalities voted to rescind support. In an interview with WBT Radio, Davidson Republican State Senator Vicky Sawyer defended the clawback, arguing GOP leaders are trying to protect taxpayers. The clawback has spurred mixed reaction from cities that voted to stop the I-77 project. Charlotte Mayor Rob Harrington says the city is assessing next steps. According to the legislation, cities who are part of the Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization that rescinded support for the project now have 90 days to restore their support. Otherwise, they could be required to pay up. Time is 7:09. Charlotte Douglas leaders will hold a forum tonight to get input on ways to reduce aircraft noise over neighborhoods. They will discuss flight path changes and long-term planning efforts. The Noise Advisory Forum begins at 6 p.m. at the Charlotte Center on Wilkinson Boulevard. Ted, another hot one with not much relief on the horizon.
Yeah, not too much relief on the horizon. We are having to wait until at least this weekend to get out of the 90s. Right now, that stubborn stationary front is parked over the Carolinas, extending back towards our Gulf states as high pressure builds out of the Midwest. Our tropics are quiet. High pressure over the Atlantic, not giving us any areas of development to watch out for. Same goes for the Caribbean and the Gulf. Looking at your water vapor satellite imagery, dry for the most part, with some of the moisture still developing off the North Carolina coast. Our drought conditions sit at level 3 and 4 out of 5 in the orange and red shading. Heading out the door, we just look to the north and east towards our marginal risk for severe weather in that green shading. This level 1 out of 5 comes into play this afternoon as radar is dry for your morning commute, holding on to an unsettled pattern as we approach the weekend. Saturday and Sunday ushers in some storm activity. I'll detail the rest of the work week here with another check of your forecast in 10 minutes. For now, just after 7 o'clock, let's get you out there on the roadways. Jason.
Let's get out there. Hopefully your AC is pumping and working this morning. You're going to need it the next couple of days from what Ted says. Right now, traffic zooming along I-77 north and south under LaSalle Street. Gorgeous shot courtesy of NCDOT camera networks here. Look at the sun shining on the Queen City skyline. Love it. At about 60, 65 miles an hour, looking good up around the bend. Let's take you up to Lake Norman this morning as, there we go, they just flipped the camera around. We were looking at the lake earlier. Now we're looking at southbound traffic on the right-hand side, working its way down into the Queen City. As we look overall, things aren't too bad. A little bit of volume right at the interchange of 77 and 85. That's to be expected during rush hour. But just north, near Huntersville, we've got a disabled vehicle in the right lane if you're headed northbound. So if you're headed from Charlotte, going up to Huntersville, going up to the Lake Norman area, we've got a broken down vehicle. So it's slowing things down headed northbound. We don't see that. We do have a camera here at 77 in Sanford. That's southbound traffic on the right. So that's traffic coming down. If you're in the toll lanes, you're good to go. Everyone else, you know the drill, coming down from Iredell County every single day. Out in Gaston County, coming up 85 near Hickory Grove. Traffic on the left, that's northbound, coming into Charlotte, looking good. Further up 85, here's Sam Wilson, right at the 85-485 split, all 10 lanes across, moving and grooving. Further up in Concord, this is up near Cabarrus County, 85 at Poplar Tent Road, also looking good. Now the sun is shining on the east side of the city. Here is inbound Independence Boulevard, going under Sharon Amity Road. If you are headed to the airport this morning, drive times looking good. Hopefully no delays or cancellations with your airline. Check with your app there. But as far as getting there, the longest stretch is coming up from Rock Hill, South Carolina. You're looking at 37 minutes, 33 minutes coming down from Cornelius, 17 from Uptown. All good to go. Another update coming your way around 7:30. You're watching Queen City News. 75 degrees in the Queen City. It is 7:15. Welcome back, everyone. Prosecutors are working to convince a judge they have enough evidence against 23-year-old Tyler Robinson to proceed to a trial. Robinson is charged with aggravated murder in the assassination of Charlie Kirk on the Utah Valley University campus last September. News Nation's Nancy Liu shows us the new video presented to the court.
Day one of this hearing was emotional and raw, and that is likely the case again for day two. Widow Erica Kirk is expected to return along with her family and Charlie Kirk's parents. Donald Trump Jr. and his wife sat with the family in court yesterday. This is the first time Erica Kirk has been present in the courtroom facing her husband's alleged killer. This week, prosecutors are hoping to prove to the judge they have enough evidence to warrant a trial. So far, the state has presented 2 witnesses and nearly a dozen new pieces of evidence. Prosecutors began by laying out Robinson's movements before and after the shooting. The state claims this video shows Robinson parking his gray Dodge Challenger in a neighborhood just a few blocks off campus at around 12:30 the morning after the shooting. A Ring doorbell camera caught Robinson parking his car across the street, getting out, and eventually coming back and driving away. An investigator for the Utah Department of Public Safety says they were able to identify the car as Robinson's because of the unique wheels. Prosecutors also called a former campus police officer who was working the event. He testified about finding an empty holster on the ground and then coming to a key realization about the shooting.
I looked down and saw an empty pistol holder that was sitting just on top of the grass. And at that moment, things had died down just a split second. I realized that the shot I heard was more of a rifle shot and not a pistol shot.
Because of the sensitivity of this case, many of the videos and photos shown in court can't be viewed by media or the public. Judge Tony Graff visibly flinched while watching some of that footage. A former state investigator is back on the stand today, and there's a lot of anticipation over the state's likely introduction of a recorded statement by Tyler Robinson's former roommate and romantic partner, Lance Twiggs. Reporting from Provo, Utah, Nancy Liu, News Nation.
The family of an 18-year-old found dead over the 4th of July weekend will be represented by retained civil rights attorney Ben Crump. 18-year-old Nolan Xavier Wells was found dead on Horn Island in Mississippi. The Jackson County Sheriff's Office says Wells was last seen July 4th after traveling to the island by boat with friends. His body was found 2 days later, and the cause of death has not been determined. Crump says the family is calling for a thorough and transparent investigation, including the release of records, witness accounts, and autopsy findings. Time is 7:18. Charlotte fire officials say lightning strikes caused 3 overnight house fires. This is their video of crews working on the roof of a home on Tremaine Court early Tuesday morning. All 3 fires happened within less than an hour of each other, with the first call coming in just after midnight Tuesday morning. It broke out along Sugar Hollow Drive, and the second on Abandago Road. Fortunately, nobody was hurt at any of the homes. The Red Cross is helping the impacted residents.
And it is 7:19. We're bringing in meteorologist Ted Phaeton. Thankfully, last night wasn't as rocky as the night before, but a lot of spots of lightning. We think it might have hit near our studios on Monday night into Tuesday. So it's been a lot the last few days.
Yeah, it certainly has. Luckily, the rain and storm chances come down just a little bit, but that heat and humidity, that's not going anywhere. That's still going to stick around as we start off warm and muggy. Temperatures in the mid-70s. Our dew points 1 degree off of that. Temperatures are going to be ramping up here as winds stay calm first half of the day. Low 70s I-40 corridor, mid-60s for our mountain counties. Your humidity factor, as we ramp up into the mid-90s, your heat index will make it feel like close to 100 degrees through this afternoon. So we have that major heat risk for Charlotte, areas south and east, Monroe, Wadesboro, Rockingham, Charlotte, Lancaster. Maybe wanting to take breaks inside and plan accordingly, maybe making sure your strenuous activity is scheduled around the peak heating hours of the day, not during. High pressure develops and builds out of the southeast. That's going to keep us under the extreme and the dangerous heat stress across the southeast as well. Upper 90s, Dallas, triple digits, Oklahoma City, 99 degrees for Albuquerque, New Mexico, triple digits, Las Vegas and Phoenix, while we hold on to that heat here close to home. High pressure building, keeping most of the cloud cover at bay, mostly sunny skies with a few isolated showers developing in the early to mid-afternoon as we continue to see what will be the summer-like pattern late this evening into your overnight hours. We'll dry out heading into Thursday morning. Thursday afternoon brings another batch of scattered showers. More folks are going to see the downpours and the rain from this on Thursday. A marginal risk for severe weather this afternoon for our areas north towards Iredell County into Cabarrus County, parts of Stanley County for Albemarle, getting those impacts from what could be damaging winds from those pop-up storms. Totals will land anywhere from 1/10 of an inch to maybe 1/4 of an inch of rain at best. That's going to focus up towards the I-40 corridor with overnight lows settling into the 70s tonight, rebounding into the 90s Thursday and Friday. Overnight lows in the low to mid 70s. 7-day forecast showing those 80s return, giving us some relief from the heat heading into early next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
All right, it is time to show you a beautiful shot here out of New York City. The last couple of days, it has been cloudy and rainy up there. We're letting them borrow some Carolina blue skies as of right now. We're keeping an eye on the markets this morning. Wall Street is definitely, the futures are tanking right now. The Dow's down 570 points, S&P, NASDAQ. A lot of this is over Trump declaring the ceasefire with Iran over. We'll check in with Jane in just a little bit. Now, as far as yesterday goes, markets ended on a low note as well. All three down. The Dow is down 130, NASDAQ, S&P in the red. We will check in with Jane coming up a little bit later on in the show. She'll be live from the New York Stock Exchange at 8:25. You may not need to rely on your senses in the future if you want to ensure food safety.
Yeah, get this. So researchers at UC Berkeley have developed an electronic noise that could one day prevent food poisoning. Researchers say the device has 16 tiny sensors that can detect scents associated with spoiled food. It can also detect the scents of raw chicken, milk, and eggs when they are fresh and when they have been left out at room temperature for 24 hours. In addition to harmful bacteria, the electronic noise can also sniff out common food allergies like walnuts and peanuts. The goal is to one day include the technology in smart fridges that can be controlled with an app. And I will say, as someone who eats a lot of chicken, and you were just saying that you go to the Waxhaw Farmers Market a lot.
Yeah.
I buy my eggs from a local farmer's market too, and they don't always come with an expiration date. So a lot of time you're just like,
Sometimes when they're that fresh, they may not last as long because they don't have as many preservatives to stay on the shelf or to stick around. You know, they're meant to be bought and consumed within like the same week. That kind of thing. So an electronic nose, that is fascinating to me. You know, if you were to put one of those in each one of your fridges, like you wouldn't have to check all the time. What's that fur growing on my blackberries or whatever? You know, or is the chicken? You know, you smell like how long has the bacon been in there?
Yeah.
Do what?
If there's fur on your blackberries, that's like
is that a pretty good indication?
I don't think we need technology for that.
Maybe not. But I'm all for bring all the smart technology, especially again. I want the fridge. I don't have it. I know they're already out there where you can be at the grocery store, check in with your fridge to find out what you have and what you don't. The inside camera.
We need milk.
That's it. The future's here, you guys. All right, we're going to take a break. It's also here. We'll be back in about 3 minutes.
President Trump says the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran is over, how violence from both sides may lead to the reigniting of months-long fight.
Your already high energy bills could get even higher if Duke Energy leaders get their way. Why they argue rates should increase and how elected officials are questioning that push.
The fact that they know and understand what we do, we hope that helps us lower crime rates. We hope it helps them grow up to be good, productive citizens.
A different kind of summer school is in session in Iredell County, while law enforcement leaders say it will give dozens of teens the push they need to be responsible adults. Well, good morning and welcome into our 7:30 half hour. I'm Taylor Young.
I'm Jason Harper. Happy Hump Day, everyone. Joining Sador on assignment in Atlanta covering the World Cup. We will join him coming up in an hour or so. Annie Satowski has the day off. Meteorologist Ted Payton across the studio in the Weather Center looking at a gorgeous start to this Wednesday.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be hot and it's perfect. You know, we have these random national days all year. There's a day for everything. Perfect day for National Video Game Day, since you probably should be inside. National Ice Cream Sundae Day and National Freezer Pop Day.
I like
do
them
all three.
All three.
Ice cream sundae, eat it fast so it doesn't melt. Grab the ice cream pop, finish that up, and then go ahead, sit down, and play some video games.
I like it.
Sounds like a good day, as long as you're in the AC. That's what I'm looking forward to, because it's going to be hot this afternoon. Taking a look over our Arlington camera, Carolina, blue skies, and lots of sunshine out there over the Queen City as we get your morning started, holding on to the warm start to your day. Already in the 70s, aiming for the 80s, and our dew points aren't doing us any favors, sitting in the mid-70s this morning. Winds are calm, so a little hazy from our tower camera. Our temperatures are sitting just about 1 to 2 degrees warmer than where we were yesterday, so not a major difference. Low to mid-70s around Charlotte. Low 70s I-40 corridor with those mid-60s in our mountain counties. Day planner ramps up into what will be the mid-80s to near 90 degrees approaching lunchtime. We'll be back into the upper 80s as we approach your 8 o'clock hour, but 90s stick around through the 5 o'clock hour this evening. 96 degrees, your afternoon highs. West-southwest winds will be between 3 to 8 miles per hour. A 20% chance of those scattered showers and storms, so just be on the lookout for that heading into the peak heating hours of the day. Overnight lows settle into the 70s heading into your early morning hours on Thursday. Average highs this time of year typically land near 90 degrees. We're going to be above that for the remainder of the week. Start the weekend with those low 90s. 80s take hold as we approach Sunday into Monday and Tuesday. Those cooler temperatures comes at the expense of some increased rain and storm chances. We will have your humidity and that moisture stick around. Again, when dew points hit that 60 to 65 degree range, that's where we get sticky and then even humid as we head into Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Second half of the work week will be just hot and humid as well. I'll break down more of your forecast and what to expect heading into the weekend with another look coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, Ted, thank you, sir. Rush hour started about 32 minutes ago, and we're seeing volume kind of increase all around town. You can see it right here, courtesy of NCDOT. This is I-77 southbound traffic on the right, working its way under LaSalle Street. Unless you're in the toll lanes, you are slow going at about 20, 30 miles an hour up around the bend, trying to work your way into the heart of Uptown. That is typical, honestly, for this time of day. No major accidents reported around the Queen City. That's the best news so far, but we're seeing 485 inner and outer, whether you're over between Mint Hill and Matthews, coming up from Rock Hill up 77, out west in Gaston County, a little bit slow out there. Here are some of those drive times, 22 minutes there to get to 485, a little bit longer coming down from the Lake Norman area, and again, not too bad coming up from South Carolina. Here's what it looks like in Gaston County this morning. This is 85 north and south near Hickory Grove, northbound on the left-hand side, moving well as it should be. Further up 85 near our studios. This is near Sam Wilson in the 485 split. Looking good in all directions. Further up near Concord, this is 85 at Poplar Tent. We've been watching a beautiful sunrise up in Cabarrus County this morning. And then let's take a look, I believe at Independence Boulevard. We'll see how things are moving around that part of town. Let's see, there it goes. There it is right there. Looking good as well. We'll give you another look at traffic, drive times to the airport coming up at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. We've got some breaking news this morning. A major water main break at Anson County has been repaired and the water's being turned back on. The water main break Tuesday on Highway 74 just east of Wadesboro cut service to thousands of people in Anson County. The county manager says contractors believe too much water pressure built up in the 24-inch pipes, causing it to break. Those pipes are at least 50 years old. Neighbors are still advised, though, to boil all water used for drinking until further notice.
Also breaking this morning overseas, President Trump says the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran is, quote, over after both countries exchanged new strikes. The president, who is speaking at a NATO summit in Turkey, was asked where negotiations stand this morning. Here's what he had to say.
And of course, they're dirty players, so they go after everyone, probably including me. I've been number one on their list for years, and they're a bunch of scum. You want to know the truth? They're scum. And so we don't like them. I don't like them. And they're evil people, and it's the denuclearization of Iran, and we're going to denuke it.
Trump also saying negotiators on both sides can continue to talk, but he thinks it's a waste of time. It comes as the U.S. fired at more than 80 Iranian targets after attacks on 3 oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has not claimed responsibility for those attacks. Trump says he plans to hold a press conference this afternoon to give the latest on the developments. We'll, of course, continue following this both on air and online at QC News. Time is 7:36. It's official. North Carolina has signed, sealed, and delivered a budget. Governor Josh Stein put his name on the $34 billion spending package Tuesday, but he says he's not a fan of everything in the bill. He's applauding its teacher pay raises and Medicaid funding, but as chief political correspondent Andy Weber tells us, the governor is taking issue with the dispute over transportation money here in the Queen City.
Senate Bill 257, our state budget, is now law.
North Carolina Governor Josh Stein signed a long-awaited state budget into law Tuesday morning. In it, raises for teachers, law enforcement, and funding for Medicaid and Helene relief. But Stein also took issue with other sections, including a part requiring Charlotte to pay back money spent on the design and planning of a now canceled widening of I-77 South.
It makes real the General Assembly's wrong-headed threats of retribution against Charlotte. Charlotte needs to enhance road safety and minimize community impact, and that balancing process should be collaborative.
This in no way is I am against Charlotte, or the General Assembly doesn't like Charlotte.
In an interview with WBT Radio, Davidson Republican State Senator Vicky Sawyer defended the potential $60 million clawback, arguing GOP leaders are trying to protect taxpayers.
This is basically saying this project had been there for a long time. There's been local support for over 10 years. And after we've invested your tax dollars to build this project and at the last minute in the political whim remove support, then you just have to pay the toll.
The clawback has spurred mixed reaction from cities that voted to stop the I-77 project, while Charlotte Mayor Rob Harrington has said the city is assessing next steps.
I think we look forward to diving into the details, finding out what actually ended up in there, and then responding.
Cities that rescinded support for the project have 90 days to restore their support. Otherwise, they'll be required to pay up. For Charlotte, that will be around $30 million. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg police are identifying the person killed in an early morning University City shooting. This happened around 1 a.m. Tuesday morning on University City Boulevard. 20-year-old Jaylen McCormick died at the hospital. Investigators say that there was some type of dispute during an event taking place at the S&D banquet hall that led up to the shooting. No word on the identity of any suspects.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg police say a Crime Stoppers tip led to the arrest of 2 people now facing drug trafficking and animal abuse charges. It happened late last month at a home on Kingston Avenue near West Boulevard. Officers who witnessed a suspected drug deal got a search warrant for the house. That's where they discovered cocaine, meth, and guns, according to police. Police also found 6 malnourished dogs at the home. They arrested Angela Chin and Leishawn Adams, who are facing drug charges. Chin is also charged with animal cruelty. Iredell County Sheriff's deputies are working to keep the youth crime rate low in their area and steer kids down the right path. Last night marked the first session of the Sheriff's annual multi-week Teen Academy program. Queen City News anchor Caroline Boyer tells us what it entails.
What started 8 years ago with 15 people has now grown into about 80 kids coming together twice per week for the next month. The goal is simple: help these kids build relationships with law enforcement officers while teaching them how to handle issues they may encounter on a daily basis.
There's a million other places on beautiful summer evenings that you guys could be, but y'all chose to come hang out with us for a little while.
Session 1 started inside the county courthouse with an overview of what the next several weeks will look like. Then kids went across the street to the crime scene investigations lab.
these little rubber balls are strong enough when they're squished together to stop a bullet all the way up to a .44 Magnum.
It's a really fun experience. Like, we get to do hands-on stuff all the time.
This is year 2 participating in the Teen Academy for Olivia Granger and year 3 for her friend Hadassah Bullard.
It gives me something to do and I learn a lot from it.
The girls tell me one thing in particular sticks out to each of them from years past.
I've learned a lot about the drugs, like don't pick up random things on the streets, like it could be laced with fentanyl.
We got to talk to some inmates last year and it was really interesting. And they told us don't get in trouble, do the right thing, and it was really inspiring to me.
Practical lessons about avoiding drugs, staying safe on social media, and resisting peer pressure are mixed in with demonstrations from deputies.
I'll come over here, take the gun, okay, put it in the hole.
The fact that they know and understand what we do, we hope that helps us lower crime rates. We hope it helps them grow up to be good, productive citizens.
Teen Academy is free for the participants. The sessions include things like a jail visit, an active shooter demonstration, and a night with the Lake Patrol. The program ends on August 6th with a graduation. In Iredell County, Caroline Boyer, Queen City News.
Still ahead, a woman is taking her doctor to court saying she had a painful and accidental injection before a procedure. Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes is joining us to discuss the case and what punishments the doctor could be facing. Time is 7:41. You are watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
A doctor in Oregon is being accused of injecting a woman with rubbing alcohol instead of a local anesthetic, and how she's now looking to sue. Sarah Blackman says she was having a small procedure on her foot. The doctor reportedly didn't check to see if the area was numb before the procedure began, and when she asked for him to stop, he told her to, quote, just get it over with. Blackman claims that he was in a rush to leave the clinic and didn't want to wait. She later went to the hospital with complications and believes they injected rubbing alcohol, that it left her permanently injured.
Joining us now is our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes. Khalif, first of all, this sounds like a nightmare. But if these allegations are true, Is this considered ordinary medical malpractice, or does this cross the line into something potentially more serious?
In terms of something criminal, it potentially could. But I mean, looking at the route for malpractice, it's just like any other tort that we talk about: duty, breach, causation, and damage. The only difference between these medical malpractice type of claims and a typical tort is it's specific to what the duty is. What is the standard of care? What a typical negligence claim: you're driving a car, you have a duty not to run into someone. Wow, you hit me, you've breached that duty. Well, this is a little bit different. If you're talking about medical malpractice, you have to figure out, well, it's the standard of care that I performed on you similar to what the standard of care within the normal practice would be. And if it isn't, then now I will be able to, as a person, the plaintiff, to be able to bring a claim against you specifically for breaching that duty. And now I have to point to, but for you doing that, I've now been caused some damage, some permanent damage. This woman is seeking $13 million for the damage to her foot. Multiple days later, when we go to the doctor, she alleges that they contacted her, Kaiser Permanente, and said, yes, we accidentally injected you, the doctor did, with rubbing alcohol, and we'll send you some information about it after. She never received that, and then that's why she brought the lawsuit. So I think this case is going to be extremely problematic. On the criminal side, I mean, you'll have to show some type of intent, some type of some malice. It's going to have to be more than accidental. I mean, and even if this was an accident, that which would clearly fall under the duty, breach, causation, negligence aspect, it's how do we get past that to breach that line of criminal? I think it's going to be a long stretch. But some of the same information that you would point to for this civil case, you could potentially use in the criminal case.
If you're the defense team, how do you try to show that this wasn't reckless, that it was a mistake, when you've got her basically screaming, in front of the jury? Like, how do you defend that?
Well, you'll say, I mean, again, because it's knew or should have known that this could have occurred. So are you keeping these two items in very similar location? Like, is the anesthesia and the rubbing alcohol, are they sitting right next to each other? The same color bottle? Are they labeled? Have you had these type of things happen in the past? When it happened, what occurred? I mean, I want to see all the emails if I'm defending or if I'm the plaintiff. This could, unlock the case and let us know exactly which direction, how strong it is, how quick we settle. A lot of that will come from the internal communications that were done in the immediate aftermath of this, in recognizing the process and the procedure. I mean, what is the standard of care for a person that complains about, pain? Is the standard to go back and check? Is the standard to give more? And obviously an expert will be able to talk about what and how you handle those type of situations.
I think a lot of people go into a doctor's office and essentially trust that they're being taken care of. What are the legal steps or a patient can do to protect themselves if they think something is going wrong?
Well, I mean, obviously, the first thing that, as this woman did, is you want to bring it to the doctor's attention, right? Because if you're not informing them that there is something off, then they're obviously going to keep going. Now, this doctor, even after being informed, continued because there was some time constraint issues that he had to get out of the building. I think all of that is bad for the doctor, all bad for the hospital, and you're now going to try to pivot and try to figure out what you can do to remedy that. I mean, if these procedures are recorded, that would be helpful for both sides as well. Discovery is going to play a crucial role in this case. I can't overemphasize that. While right now on this face, it seems like the complaint is extremely strong, but on the other side, if they have a mountain of evidence to prove or disprove what she's saying, then it could instantly turn. But right now, this is looking like settlement for Kaiser Permanente quickly.
All right, we'll continue to follow the case. Thank you, Khalif. More topics with Khalif coming up here next hour. In the meantime, let's get across over to Ted. Mid-90s, is that what we're aiming for today, Ted?
Oh, yeah, we're going for those mid-90s later on today. Nice look over Lake Norman. A little early, so I don't see folks out there getting their boat cleaned and ready to go. I think Khalif's boat's right over here somewhere. I'm going to go take it out on the lake as those temperatures ramp up later on this afternoon. Mid to upper 70s, Boone and Jefferson. We are in our mountain counties, we're in the 60s. We're in the mid to upper 70s, uptown into Monroe, Lancaster, low 70s, I-40 corridor. Now we'll ramp up. Those temperatures make a run for what will be the mid 90s, peak heating hours of the day. Wanting to feel like 100 degrees when you factor in that humidity. So the heat index is really what makes it unbearable through your noon to about 5, 6 o'clock. Heat risk will be major anywhere from Mecklenburg County south into Lancaster, Sherrod, Wadesboro, and Monroe. So I'm expecting us to take lots of breaks inside, stay hydrated. as we continue to usher in that dangerous and extreme heat stress for the southeast. 90s stretch back through our Gulf states into the deep south. I'm looking at our central plains and even towards the desert in triple digits, Phoenix and Las Vegas, upper 90s, Texas into New Mexico. Still holding on to that heat close to home, feeling like 100 degrees as high pressure builds out of the Midwest. As I put the clock into motion, low end rain chance for your Wednesday peak heating hours of the day along the I-40 corridor, pop-up shower concord. That cold front pushes north, or the stationary front rather pushes north as the storms taper off overnight heading into your Thursday. Now Thursday morning is dry with a little bit of the rain and the downpours moving in through your I-77 corridor heading into Thursday afternoon and evening. I'm looking at what will be a impact of the storms and the downpours with a marginal risk for severe weather to our north and east for today. Now, overall, I expect maybe 1/10 of an inch to at best 1/4 of an inch of rain. Overnight lows drop down into the 70s, low 60s in our mountain counties. 7-day forecast will keep those 90s coming with overnight lows in the 70s and 80s on tap heading into early next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning, everyone. Queen City News brings you 6 hours of news each and every weekday morning. Coming up at our 8 and 9 o'clock hours, here is what we're covering. In the end, it was disappointment for the U.S. men's national team. Coming up at our 8 o'clock hour, though, this is going to be fun. We got a live interview with U.S. soccer legend Tony Meola about how far he thinks the sport has come and what we need to do to become World Cup champions one day. Plus, we'll talk about the MLS All-Star Game coming to Charlotte. Plus, the U.S. has launched new attacks on Iran, and this morning, President Trump announced the ceasefire is over. We got a live report from Washington, D.C. coming up on these breaking developments. And how much more will you have to pay for your electricity? Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell breaking down the latest proposed rate hike increase from Duke Energy and what it means for your monthly bill. You're watching Queen City News on this Wednesday. We thank you for that. It is warm, already in the mid-70s. We'll be back. Meta could be forced to pay up a child safety trial, but the company says the claims are false. Attorneys general in California, Colorado, Kentucky, and New Jersey filed the lawsuit, accusing Meta of designing its platforms to hook young users. In a statement, Meta argues the proposed damages have no factual basis, saying, quote, "We'll continue to defend ourselves against headline-seeking demands that are untethered from reality." Last month, a judge rejected the company's bid to dismiss the case, saying there are still key claims that need to be addressed. There's also a battle on Capitol Hill. Just last week, the House overwhelmingly passed a bipartisan online safety package. It includes new safeguards for AI chatbots, disappearing messages, online gaming, and children's privacy. Some lawmakers argue it doesn't go as far as the Senate's version.
If you're big tech, you're off the hook. We want to hold them accountable.
It narrows the list of harms that platforms have to address, completely ignoring major problems like eating, social disorders, suicide behavior, addiction.
More than a dozen other states, including North Carolina, have brought a separate claims against Meta. They will be heard in a separate trial coming up next February. It is 7:59, a hazy start to this hump day. Don't go anywhere as we are ready to kick off our 8 o'clock hour.
Queen City News starts now.
We are just seconds away from 8 o'clock. Good morning, everyone. Happy Wednesday. Thanks for joining us on Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
And I'm Taylor Young. It is a hot hump day.
Oh, man.
Annie Zatowski is off today. Julian Sador is on special assignment, but he will be joining us from Atlanta in the next hour.
Hot Atlanta. Speaking of hot, yeah, he's down there dealing with the heat and fan reaction from Team USA dropping out and Argentina continuing on. We'll join him coming up next hour. In the meantime, Ted, yeah, whether you're playing a sport, watering your garden, walking your dog, we're all affected. Cutting your grass, we're all affected by the heat.
Yeah, you want to plan all those activities around the peak heating hours of the day. So right now or maybe later this evening after 5 o'clock where things start to cool down. Of course, still seeing that sun shining and taking hold across the Carolinas as we look around the crown. Monroe, mostly sunny, Carolina blue skies over Independence Boulevard. And of course, our Arlington camera showing the Queen City with our tower camera having a little bit of haze out there, making it a little hard to see the Queen City in the distance. Temperatures are warming up. We're in the upper 70s now. West winds at 5 miles per hour. Dew points still locked into the mid 70s. We're outpacing yesterday's temperatures. 2 to 4 degrees warmer. I do expect today to land a couple degrees warmer as our mid 70s turn to upper 70s uptown. We're already at 80 degrees for Wadesboro. Low to mid 70s. I-40 corridor. We're slowly climbing into the upper 60s in our mountain counties. Mostly clear skies today. Highs will land in the upper 80s, near 90 degrees for this afternoon. We'll continue to hold on to what will be a very hot day. Mid 90s west-southwest winds, 3 to 8 miles per hour. 20% chance of those pop-up showers, isolated storms, sun breaking through the clouds, making way for mostly sunny skies. A mild and warm evening, dropping down into the 70s, mountain counties in the 60s. And again, we'll do it all over as we head into Thursday with mid-90s on the way. Mid-90s for Friday. Average highs this time of year will be near 90 degrees with, again, that cool down coming into play Sunday into early next week. Those mid to upper 80s will be what we watch out for in terms of a welcomed sight and feel to give us a little bit of relief from the heat. That just comes at the expense of some rain and storm chances. Sticky and humid as we head into Wednesday and Thursday, finishing off the work week. Feeling hotter than the temperatures actually read on your thermometer. I'll break down your overall setup here coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, Ted, appreciate that. Let's kick off our 8 o'clock hour. Traffic continuing to build around the Queen City. No major incidents. There's the good news. But as we look here, courtesy of NCDOT cameras here, this is I-77 southbound traffic on the right-hand side going under LaSalle Street. Slowing down once you get up around the curve. We've got folks merging from the right-hand side, so causing a little bit of traffic jam there. Unless you're in the toll lanes, you're zooming along. But that's a good-looking shot there of the Queen City skyline. As we pull out and look overall, no major incidents. Like I said, a couple of small just merging issues from one interstate to another, 485 to 85, 77 to 85, some of the major ones there. But 485 loop in general, looking good. Independence, 85, 77, we like it. Here are some drive times all around, excuse me, 30 minutes or less. Coming in from Gastonia, Mooresville, up from Rock Hill. We had a little bit of a slowdown on Samford Road. This is right near Huntersville. That's I-77 southbound traffic on the left-hand side. Again, unless you're in the toll lanes, it's a little bit 30, 40 miles an hour. Out in Gaston County, here's 85 near Hickory Grove, all 6 lanes across. Sam Wilson Road and 85 in West Charlotte. Up in Cabarrus County, here's 85 near Concord. This is Poplar Tent Road and 85, looking good there, Independence Boulevard. Let's give you a quick drive time. If you're headed out to the airport, check with your airlines, the app, make sure no delays, cancellations. As far as getting to the airport, a little bit slow. We're in the red. If you're coming up from South Carolina, you're getting close to 50 minutes, 40 minutes coming down from Cornelius. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll give you another snapshot of your traffic coming up around 8:30. Taylor?
Breaking news this morning, a major water main break in Anson County has been repaired and the water is being turned back on. The water main break Tuesday on US 74 east of Wadesboro cut service to thousands of people in Anson County. The county manager there says contractors believe too much water pressure built up in the 24-inch pipes causing the break. The pipes are at least 50 years old. Neighbors are still advised to boil all water used for drinking until further notice.
As air conditioning units are on full blast all across the region this week, North Carolina officials are considering Duke Energy's request to raise rates.
The utility company says they need to invest in critical infrastructure upgrades to keep up with the state's growing population without the risk of frequent power outages.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisill live just north of Uptown as authorities try to balance affordability and reliability. That's a tough one, Savannah. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. We know that the state's Utilities Commission held a 7-hour hearing to discuss that very tough balance with Duke Energy officials as well as industry experts. They were discussing if the 11.6% rate increase would be reasonable. Now, this is something that is relatively new. About 2 weeks ago, they lowered that rate increase. It was originally 18%, but Duke Energy say they voluntarily lowered that request after getting pushback from the state attorney general and thousands of customers. Their request initially sparked very emotional responses from customers all across the spring, like you're seeing here. They had several public hearings as well as many protests broke out over it. Many people saying they'd be forced to make some difficult choices around other household expenses like groceries and transportation if their bills increased by more than $10 a month. Duke Energy officials say they understand household financial constraints and have payment assistance programs for low-income customers. They say they must strengthen the grid in order to stay resilient against extreme weather and unprecedented levels of demand.
We hear a lot about affordability and challenges in paying bills, but we also hear a lot about reliability. Customers want to have power, particularly when you're having a hot weather event like we're having right now. They want those fans and that air conditioning running. So reliability is very important to customers in addition to affordability.
Members of the North Carolina Utilities Commission plan to hear more testimony before making a decision about whether they'll allow this rate increase to go through later this year. If they do decide to approve it, there wouldn't be an increase all at once. It would be split up over 2 years. The 7.5% increase would take effect come January of 2027. The remaining 4% would take effect in 2028. Reporting live just north of Uptown, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Breaking news overnight, President Donald Trump says the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran is officially over. The two countries traded strikes overnight.
News Nation Washington correspondent Vinay Simlot joins us live with what we know so far. Vinay, good morning.
Taylor, Jason, good morning to both of you. The president had strong words for Iranian leadership this morning. Both the U.S. and Iran have accused the other side of violating the ceasefire. They've exchanged strikes. Iranian strikes have targeted U.S. military installations in Bahrain and Kuwait.
Is the ceasefire done? Is the MOU dead?
I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people.
Overnight, the U.S. and Iran exchanged new airstrikes. President Donald Trump posted this video, he says, of an explosion in Iran. Central Command says U.S. forces struck over 80 targets, including air defenses and small boats. U.S. officials say it's because Iran attacked 3 commercial ships trying to get through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran fired back in Kuwait, where the U.S. Army has a major presence. Sirens sounded as air defenses intercepted incoming missile fire. In June, the U.S. and Iran agreed to a memorandum of understanding to end the war and create a framework to negotiate over Iran's nuclear program. Those negotiations were supposed to begin after Iran finishes the funeral for the late Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei, who died in U.S. and Israeli airstrikes in February. As part of that temporary deal, Iran agreed to free passage through the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump says the Iranians have violated that agreement.
They're a bunch of lying guys. I do my whole life. That's all I do is deals. I'll let our wonderful negotiators keep talking if they want, but I don't see it. I don't like these people. You know that?
And Iran was allowed to sell oil on the open market during this memorandum of understanding. The U.S. has revoked that. Taylor, Jason?
Vinay, thank you. Time is 8:09. A section of South Boulevard will be closed for a month starting next month. Here's a live look at the area where the work is going to take place. The drainage improvements will be near the Blue Line crossing just south of Scaly Bark Station. This will also impact Blue Line schedules. You can see some of the construction work going on. In the back top right corner, the project is set to begin Monday and expected to last 4 weeks. A southbound detour will route travelers from Clanton Road to Tryon Street to Woodlawn Avenue and then back to South Boulevard. Regarding schedule changes to the Blue Line, trains will single track between Archdale, Tyvola, Woodlawn, and Scaly Bark from July 13th to August 9th. During this time, riders are encouraged to use the CATS Pass app for real-time service updates and trip planning. Updated train schedules will be posted to the app starting tomorrow.
The North Carolina Zoo is celebrating the signing of the new state budget because they now begin the process of opening their new exhibit. The budget gives the zoo $6.2 million. The North Carolina Zoo expanded its property by adding a new Asia exhibit. The zoo says that exhibit could not open to the public until the budget was passed. Now that money will be used to hire 54 new staff members and move to open the new exhibit to visitors.
These include horticulturists. Of course, the zoo is a botanical garden now, so those are ever more critical for us. We have marketing staff, we have event staff, we have educators, a veterinary position.
A lot going on there. A North Carolina Zoo spokesperson says there's no opening date just yet for the Asia exhibit. The 54 job positions will be posted online. Always love going to the zoo. It's kind of a hit or miss during the summer, Ted. You got to go early.
Yeah, you have to go early. We have that water vapor satellite imagery showing some of that moisture in the atmosphere. Muggy conditions as drought conditions continue. Low-end rain and storm chances heading into the afternoon. I'll break down what our rain chances look like, how hot temperatures get, and also an update in terms of what's on tap for this weekend. Coming up with a look at that forecast. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
U.S. men's soccer team fans still feeling a little bitter, a little disappointed from the other night, but some MLS fans already turning their eyes away from international play and towards the upcoming All-Star match.
Former U.S. goalkeeper Tony Meola is joining us to talk about the upcoming All-Star game coming to Charlotte, as well as what happened to the U.S. men's team on Monday. Tony, thank you so much for joining us.
Nice to have you.
Let's start on the disappointing note. I know a lot
Let's
of
get it out of the way.
Yeah, a lot of fans are disappointed with the defeat on Monday. Kind of what is your biggest takeaway?
You guys do the bad news first.
Yeah,
right?
that's right. Let's get it out of the way so we can talk good stuff.
Yeah, look, disheartening for sure. What we saw over 4 games didn't lead us to believe that what happened on Monday was how it was going to turn out, right? It was a team that was enthusiastic. They were good with the ball. They attacked quite a bit. And we got none of that against Belgium, right? And what is the biggest moment of this competition for them, right? So from that standpoint, everyone's a little bit sad about the national team, but I think over the course of the World Cup, we have proven a lot of things in this sport. One, that it's a meaningful sport in our country, right? We do have fans here. I think when you look at the Tartan Army and the Norwegian rowers and the Argentinian fans, you go around, it was just amazing. And it's going to continue to be amazing for a couple of weeks here as we start to now ramp up to the Major League Soccer restart, right? And I look at it from 1994. After that World Cup, we launched an entire league. Right, yeah. We had nothing, no owners, no players, nothing. And now we have this established league that we can now use it again as another springboard.
Yeah, MLS didn't even start till 1996. Your last World Cup, as you were the captain in 1994, and you were in the World Cup before that in 1990. Put us inside a goalkeeper's mentality. When you look at Matt Freese, from the game just 2 days ago, what is that stress like when you're at in a game, especially when you've got like a penalty kick and it's one-on-one? What is that like?
Yeah, I think it's what you train for, right? Everyone looks at it and says, oh, it's such a stressful job. Well, they're all stressful, right?
Sure.
You guys have a stressful job. That's just a different type of stress where the world's watching you, right? And you hope, and look, Matt Freese made a mistake in the end, right? I mean, he'll be the first guy to say it. I look at my performance in 1994. I made a big mistake against Romania, but I always say that was my best game because I bounced back from it. And well, those are young pictures.
We saw a ponytail at one point there. Yeah, Tony.
And you've got to now bounce back, and Matt Freese will do that. But again, it was one of those things where everything just the worst of everything came together on one night, and the U.S. gets knocked out.
Let's start to talk about the more positive
Yeah.
So of course, Charlotte is hosting the MLS All-Star Game. For fans that have never really been to this, I know Charlotte is hosting for the first time. What is that like?
It's incredible. I've been part of the All-Star Game since '96 in some way, shape, or form, right? And I've seen this thing grow, and I love the fact that I loved it when they went to the MLS All-Stars playing against Liga MX All-Stars. And we know what that rivalry is between the U.S. and Mexico, right? It's not necessarily on an international stage, but there is a little bragging rights in there, right? And what it's done, the All-Star Game, as you know, used to be like a vacation, right? Guys go for a couple days, they take some pictures, you kick the ball around for a little bit, but your family comes. But it's added some meaning. And here in Charlotte, I cover it from a broadcasting standpoint, right? And I'm always amazed every time I come to this place, the fan support that they have. I go back to the playoff game, what was that, 2 years ago, and the end of that game was just one of the most wild scenes we've seen in Major League Soccer. So obviously the Tepper Group has done such a great job of building this thing here. They clearly know sports in this city, right? The stadium is incredible. Dean Smith, a guy that's come over. I thought Dean Smith would be a guy that would come here for a year or two and say, you know what, I've done my job in America, I'm going to go. Every time I talk to him, I feel like he's more in love with the league, with the city, and with his group. And it's so neat to see in a city like this that, we've got 30 cities now like this in Major League Soccer. And to see it come from 1996 to this is a little bit surreal.
Well, we are proud of our own Charlotte FC team. We're proud of the fans that have turned up over the last couple of years. We're still hoping that Tepper can pull some strings, maybe get the women's U.S. the World Cup here, down the road. But I want to talk about a couple Charlotte names. I know later today the All-Star roster is going to be announced. We've got some Charlotte names on that list. Are we allowed to go ahead and mention those?
You can do them. Go ahead.
Are we allowed to mention them is what I'm asking. Okay,
we'll give you the three Charlotte
I'm getting the nod. We got three. We got Pep Biel, Ashley Westwood, and of course Tim Ream coming off the recent World Cup. That's huge.
It's incredible. Yeah, 3 players, and obviously Dean Smith will coach that team as well, right? And his staff as well. So a lot of Charlotte representation in the MLS All-Star Game. Yeah, Ashley Westwood's been a great captain for this group, right? Tim Ream, obviously we know coming towards the end of his career, but just again another World Cup that he gets to play in. And Pep Biel, one of the more exciting attacking players in all of Major League Soccer. So really good representation from this club in the All-Star Game.
And what does it say about Charlotte that we were chosen to really host this year's?
It's incredible. Yeah, it's a huge honor, right? And I think it shows that this soccer community is growing. It's growing every week by week. Every time you turn on the TV, I mean, the atmosphere, you can feel it when you're watching games, and that's a credit to everybody involved. The fans, no doubt, because they're the ones that have to show up, but there's an awful lot of people behind the scenes, right, that do a lot of work to get those fans out, get it organized, get everything coordinated. As we know, you don't just snap your fingers and this stuff happens.
Quickly, we want to mention July 29th, Bank of America Stadium. Plenty of tickets, a lot of events happening in Uptown, a few out in Matthews as well. So it's going to be a great time for you and your family. Hop on board. We're out of time, but I got to get your prediction for World Cup. Who's taking home the trophy?
It'll be France, Argentina in the finals.
Ooh.
And France wins it.
Oh, Mbappe taking it home over Messi. All right, we'll have to say, hey, it's a pleasure having you here.
Tony, thank you so much.
Cannot wait for July 29th, that All-Star game. All right, Ted, let's talk about All-Star forecast. Is it going to be a win? Is it going to be a loss? What do you think against Mother Nature today?
Mother Nature is going to get us in the first half. It's going to get us in the first half, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
But come dinner time, maybe out backyard grilling, we're going to have some of that heat that's going to dissipate, give us the clear conditions, and even looking at some folks taking the boat out on the lake here this evening, I think we're going to win out as we head into the end of the afternoon. Right now, looking at a muggy and warm start to your morning. Temperatures holding on to those 70s as you get your morning started, knocking on the door of 80 degrees. We'll continue to warm up with what will be the hot conditions later this afternoon, going for those mid-90s. Right now, looking at mid to upper 70s, Charlotte, Concord into Monroe. We're looking at mid-70s, I-40 corridor, upper 60s, low 70s, heading into our mountain counties. Your humidity factor, while temperatures ramp up into the mid-90s, will feel like triple digits heading into the peak heating hours of the day. That is where we will settle into the major heat risk. Notice that red extending a little bit farther north and further east and west. That's going to play into what will be the dangerous hot conditions that we'll have not just for the Carolinas, but really across the southeast. I'm looking at your dangers to extreme heat stress for Florida up through southeast Georgia and eastern Carolinas. Now, our temperatures across the Carolinas will be in the 90s. We're looking at triple digits as we approach Oklahoma City, upper 90s, Dallas, triple digits, Las Vegas and Phoenix. It's that stationary front stubbornly parked over the Carolinas, North and South Carolina, mostly dry with just pop-up showers and isolated storms developing for the peak heating hours of the day. I'm thinking I-40 corridor will be the spot to watch out for. Areas north of Uptown will be the areas to watch while we stay mostly dry around Charlotte. Partly cloudy skies heading into your Thursday before we usher in more of those widespread impacts. This time I think it reaches Uptown and even our South Carolina counties. York County can see some storms heading into your evening before we dry out overnight. Today, the green on your map is indicating a level 1 out of 5 risk for severe weather. That's a marginal risk, with the main threat being damaging winds for Statesville into Concord, Salisbury. Not an abundant amount of rain with this, maybe 1/10 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch of rain at best, but where those storms set up, those isolated areas could see a little bit more with those downpours. Overnight lows drop down to the 70s, 90s return Thursday and Friday. We'll have a brief cool down this weekend, going from the low 90s to 80s with those storm chances ramping up Saturday and Sunday. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
It is 8:25. Welcome back. The average new car payment hits a record high, and President Trump says the Iran deal was a waste of time and the ceasefire is now over. Jane King's live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, big news. I'm sure that put shockwaves through the stock market.
It sure did. That broke about 4:30 this morning, and we immediately saw futures fall. They've come back a little bit, but still looking down. The Dow's pointing down about 400 points. Oil is up 4%. But the president's saying that at the NATO summit in Turkey. And American and Iranian forces had been kind of launching attacks both against each other on commercial vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. And that's certainly been disrupting the market so far here this morning. And in fact, Middle East tensions weighed on stocks yesterday. So we really kind of started seeing this bubble up to the surface yesterday. Now, the average new car payment rose to an all-time high in the first quarter. This report from LendingTree found that the average monthly payment for a new vehicle was up about 3% compared to a year ago to a record $770. And lease payments on new vehicles also up about 3% to an average of $619. And Americans want shorter films. The ideal movie length is 88 minutes. That's according to a survey by Talker Research, which just indicates Americans want less time in movie theaters overall. While the average ideal movie length came in at just under an hour and a half, only 10% of Americans voted for 2 hours or longer, and just 3% say movies should run over 2.5 hours. Jason, back to you.
Oh man, we just live in such an instantaneous society. We want everything microwaved and ready in 5 seconds. Now we want a 2-hour movie in 30 minutes. We gotta have our
delivery day of,
I know.
Yeah,
well, the older I get and the earlier my shift gets, I can't even make it 80 minutes. So we'll have to see how long these movies get.
Me too.
All right, Jane, thank you. Markets open at 9:30. We'll join you right after the opening bell. Appreciate it.
Okay.
You're watching Queen City News on this Wednesday. We thank you for that. Traffic moving well. Upper 70s already. We'll be back.
Welcome into our 8:30 hour. Thank you for being here with us. I'm Taylor Young.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you on this Wednesday hump day. We're almost there, getting as close to the weekend as we can. Julian Sidor is on assignment down in Atlanta covering the World Cup. Talked with fans all day yesterday. We'll join him from Hot Atlanta coming up in a bit. Andy Satowski is off. Ted, you are not.
Nah, I'm here. I'm here delivering the news everybody needs to know in terms of the hot and humid conditions that continue.
Yeah.
But wait!
Oh.
There's some relief on the way, y'all.
Is there really?
There are 80s on that 7-day forecast.
Stop it. In mid-July?
Who would have thought we'd be so excited?
Right? I know. We'll take it.
88 degrees.
Right.
On that. It's better than 95. It's better than the heat indexes of 99 that we could see today. And of course, still having to put up with a little bit of the heat and humidity. But now that you know what's coming, okay, we can be a little excited for what's on the way. Taking a look here from our tower camera, West Charlotte, showing the Queen City in the distance. We are looking at a relatively warm and muggy start to your morning with a little bit of that haze in the atmosphere from our tower camera into the Queen City. 77 degrees, winds out of the west at 5 miles per hour. Dew points still holding on to those mid-70s. Your temperature change, we're anywhere from 2 to 4 degrees warmer than where we were this time yesterday. Only a 1 to 4 degree difference in our mountain counties. I'm looking at mid to upper 70s around the Queen City. Upper 60s, near 70 degrees in our mountain counties. Today's highs ramp up into the 90s. I'm talking upper 90s. Jefferson into Wadesboro, Rockingham, Rock Hill at 97 degrees. Likely going to land at 96 degrees uptown, 94 degrees Statesville. Could see 96 degrees Lincolnton with those mid 90s to low 90s through the foothills, Morganton, Lenoir, more in the way of the low 90s, while we have those 80s and even upper 70s on tap for our mountain counties. Higher elevations holding on to slightly cooler conditions, but still warm by any stretch. We drop down into the 70s overnight, heading into your early morning hours on Thursday. We're looking at 90s finishing off the work week. Temperatures typically peak near 90 degrees. Will finally dip below normal heading into Sunday, Monday, and of course the beginning of next week. Our muggy meter keeps us sticky and humid as we head into your Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So second half of the work week, we'll continue this trend before we cool down for the weekend. I'll break down more here with another look at your forecast coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, Ted. Thank you, sir. 8:30 half hour. Let's go. Pinpoint traffic update. 77 southbound. Trying to work its way into the heart of Uptown. A little bit slow coming from the north end of town, working its way under LaSalle Street. Good looking shot, though, of Uptown and the Queen City skyline there. Let's pull out and show you here on a map. Couple of incidents that are scattered on here, none causing major delays this morning. So we'll keep an eye on what's going on. Hearing there might be a new accident on the west side of the 485 loop. 485 outer near Mount Holly before 85. There could be an accident there. We're seeing some slowdowns on 485, so I'm going to keep an eye on that and take a closer look here in the next couple of minutes. But drive times, Gastonia, surprisingly, is the best. 14 minutes trying to get 485. Almost 30 minutes coming out from the Lake Norman area, 17 minutes coming up from Rock Hill. As you come down 77 and get to Huntersville at the Sanford Road exit, it's a little better than stop and go, I should say. You're not stopping, but you are slowing down to about 10, 15 miles an hour trying to get into the Queen City. Out in Gaston County, here's 85 near Hickory Grove, north and south traffic zooming along at about 65 miles an hour. Closer to town, here's 85 and Sam Wilson Road right near the 485 split. A lot of construction happening there, but looking good. Up in Cabarrus County near Concord, here's 85 at Poplar Tent Road. All 8 to 10 lanes across, looking good. Inbound Independence, also looking good. We like it. So there you go. If you got to get to the airport, drive time's looking good this morning. We will wrap up your pinpoint traffic coming up at the top of the 9 o'clock hour.
Breaking this morning, President Trump says the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran is, quote, over after both countries exchanged new strikes. The president, who is speaking at a NATO summit in Turkey, was asked where negotiations stand this morning. Here's what he had to say.
And of course, they're dirty players, so they go after everyone, probably including me. I've been number one on their list for years, and they're a bunch of scum. You want to know the truth? They're scum. And so we don't like them. I don't like them. And they're evil people, and it's the denuclearization of Iran. And we're going to denuke it.
Trump also says negotiators on both sides can continue to talk, but he thinks it's, quote, a waste of time. It comes as the U.S. fired at more than 80 Iranian targets after attacks on 3 oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran hasn't claimed responsibility. Trump says he plans to hold a press conference this afternoon to give the latest on the developments. We'll continue following this both on air and online at QCNews.com.
Breaking news this morning, a major water main break in Anson County has been repaired and the water's being turned back on. The water main break on Tuesday on Highway 74, just east of Wadesboro, cut service to thousands of people in Anson County. But neighbors are still being advised to boil all the water used for drinking until further notice. Queen City News reporter Shakira Speaks gives us a closer look at the impact.
Anson County drivers passed public works crews as they labored to restore service after a Tuesday morning water main break on U.S. Highway 74 in Wadesboro. County Manager Lynn Sossaman says contractors believe too much water pressure built up in 24-inch pipes, causing the break. He tells me the pipes are at least 50 years old. Crews dug 2 large holes around the highway to reach the lines, with officials at one point warning of service outages lasting up to 1 day. Mid-afternoon, Peachland Mayor Clinton Davis told residents the city had, quote, approximately 12 hours of water usage remaining in our tank. Lowesville had about 6 hours left. Officials across the county urged people to conserve as much water as possible.
Kind of worried.
Lisa Korn was one of several people rushing into Food Lion to grab water. She grabbed 3 cases in case the repair took longer than projected.
They need to fix it and fix it now.
Wadesboro neighbor Tasha Coleman says the repair isn't too much of an inconvenience. It's just a slight change to her breakfast or dinner menu.
For a day, it's just a matter of eating canned goods and not using anything that consists of water. You know, can't make any rice, can't make any grits. But hopefully it'll come back on soon, prayerfully.
And that was our Shakira Speaks reporting. Once again, now that repairs are complete, customers still being asked to boil all of their water for at least 1 minute before using it for drinking or cooking. Officials say periods of low or no pressure increases the potential for bacteria to enter the water system. Lyesville Fire Department says that water bottles are available for those who need it. Members of the Metropolitan Public Transit Authority Board will be meeting today to consider upcoming CATS service changes. It's all part of the transit agency's Better Bus program. Officials will decide whether to go forward with route improvements, expansions, and new services that are starting this October. The authority's meeting begins at 6 tonight at the Government Center in Uptown.
Well, it's official. North Carolina has a budget. Governor Josh Stein signed the $34 billion spending package into law Tuesday during a ceremony in Raleigh. He's praising its teacher pay raises and Medicaid funding, but admitted he's not happy with much of the rest of the plan.
It makes real the General Assembly's wrong-headed threats of retribution against Charlotte. Charlotte needs to enhance road safety and minimize community impact, and that balancing process should be collaborative.
Now that's Stein taking issue with a portion requiring Charlotte to pay back money spent on the design and planning of the now canceled widening of I-77 South. GOP leaders are looking to claw back some $60 million spent on planning and design after several local municipalities voted to rescind support. In an interview with WBT Radio, Davidson Republican State Senator Vicky Sawyer defended the clawback, arguing GOP leaders are trying to protect taxpayers. The clawback has spurred mixed reaction from cities that voted to stop the I-77 project. Charlotte Mayor Rob Harrington says the city is assessing the next steps. According to the legislation, cities who are part of the Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization that rescinded support for the project now have 90 days to restore their support. Otherwise, they could be required to pay up.
A Lincoln County man is headed to prison for more than 4 years after pleading guilty to embezzling hundreds of thousands of dollars from a nonprofit group. A judge last week sentenced 51-year-old Kevin Turner after he admitted to taking the money from L-Town Charities. Prosecutors say that he used the organization's bank card to make more than $400,000 in online gambling bets and other unauthorized purchases. The nonprofit supported children interested in sports and other extracurricular activities.
Workers with a Charlotte Service Center for People in Homelessness are scrambling after overnight storms damaged their facility near Uptown. Queen City News reporter David Schuman shows us how staffers at Roof Above are still managing to be there for the community even with a caved-in roof.
The main service building at Roof Above in Charlotte is closed indefinitely.
I think you'll understand why when you see some of the damage.
Jeremy Hall guided us inside to see the result of early Tuesday morning's strong storms, when thankfully no one was here. A destroyed roof is forcing workers at the Day Services Center to press pause on some of the resources they provide to neighbors most in need.
The roof is obviously unstable, as you can see, and so the fear is that, we're going to see more damage.
Roof Above supplies food, medical care, laundry, or sometimes just a place to get out of the heat to hundreds of people a day, 7 days a week. The staff managed to pull together lunch service Tuesday, something they haven't missed a single day of doing for 30 years running.
We really value and encourage people to help their neighbor where they need it. And so I think it feels like a duty for us to take care of the people who can't take care of themselves. It's really not an option for us to not be operating.
The damage is severe, but the thank you painted on the rooftop was untouched, perhaps an indication to the community that the roof above still stands. In Charlotte, David Schuman, Queen City News.
Charlotte fire officials say lightning strikes caused 3 overnight house fires. This is their video of crews working on the roof of a home on Tremaine Court early Tuesday morning. That video is absolutely insane. All 3 fires happened within less than an hour of each other, with the first call coming in just after midnight Tuesday morning. It broke out along Sugar Hollow Drive and the second on Abandago Road. Fortunately, nobody was hurt at any of the homes. The Red Cross is helping the impacted residents.
It is 8:42. New claims that pop star icon Taylor Swift illegally stole song ideas is now being thrown out. We're speaking with our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes, about the case coming up. You're watching Queen City News on this Wednesday. Traffic on I-85, moving and grooving. We'll be back.
A federal judge is dismissing a lawsuit against singer-songwriter Taylor Swift over claims she stole her ideas from her songs from poems. Self-published poet Kimberly Marasco alleged Swift infringed on her rights in various poems and had written between 2017 and 2021. In Tuesday's ruling, the judge wrote that these are common themes, concepts, and isolated words that copyright law does not protect.
Joining us now, our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes. Listen, we're not here to say whether or not Taylor Swift is, whether you're a fan of Taylor Swift or not. This is legal. We're going on the legal line here, right? All right, so let's talk about this for a second. Khalif, we just heard, as Taylor mentioned, the judge said the things that aren't protected. Let's just start there. What when it comes to songwriting original works, what is copyright protected?
You're all over it with this breakdown, and I'm glad I don't have to defend if I'm a Swiftie or not, because I'm not prepared for that, Your Honor.
Right.
But I
plead the fifth.
It's a couple things. 17 U.S.C. 102, that's where copyright law hinges. You're talking about ideas, concepts, and themes. They're not copyrightable, and that's what she said in this complaint, that these were my ideas, my themes, my metaphors, hinge on metaphors, big one, short phrases and isolated words. That's why the judge, Eileen Cannon, that name might sound familiar. Why? Because that's the same judge that dismissed famously Trump's cases, President Trump's cases in Florida. And so she has a history of dismissing cases if they don't meet the legal standard. And this case is an example of why she did that. Metaphors, they can be used and protected if they specifically expressive ways to develop a story, but the metaphor itself can. I'll give you the example. In Animal Farm, the idea, the metaphor that these animals are political creatures, right? They're politicians in some aspect, that can't be protected. But the names, you know, the characters, the setting, the dialogue, that can be protected. But you use those metaphors to create that whole story. So Orwell's work can be protected, but not the metaphors themselves. So that's what this writer, the poet, was attempting to do, and the judge said, no, you can't do that.
And I think copyright cases can be confusing because you'd like to think that a lot of artists take inspiration from each other, right? But does someone have to prove that an artist had access to their work, or can it just be similar enough of a concept where's the line? Yeah, well, there is a line for sure. And so, yeah, you can take inspiration, but if taking that inspiration goes further, where now you're doing what's called a derivative work. Now you've used my original, because that's what we're attempting to protect, the original concept, and for rightfully so, we want to protect that. Because if we didn't create these protections, and anyone could take and borrow and steal someone else's original idea, it would stun, it would chill, it would stop, you know, and it would allow creativity to kind of cease, because obviously you're not going to be able to monetize it in the manner that you could if now someone else could just take it tomorrow. And so you have these protections in place for a reason, but there can be some type of fair use, obviously, if you're not attempting to monetize it. But for inspiration purposes, there is a thin line, specifically if you're talking about lyric for lyric, line for line, that she wasn't able to do that. She was doing more generalization, more trying to attempt to say this metaphors that I was creating. I think it was a close call when you look at that desire as fuel, because that's probably the only one example where I can say, all right, there is some similarities to the idea, but again, didn't use the specific words, just using more the metaphor of the words for fuel. Taylor Swift's camp obviously grateful for this ruling, but let's flip it. Had this gone the other way, what are the consequences that comes along to a songwriter or an artist if they're found to have plagiarized or copyrighted? Do you just have to delete it? Do you pull it down? Well, I mean, it's already out there. The only thing that matters, Jason. Money. Show me the money. Money talks. Show me the money. That's it. The only reason I'm bringing a complaint against someone is that, hey, you have taken now something out of my hands that I could have done. Yeah, she's not on the Taylor Swift level. She wouldn't be able to monetize it like that. But if she would have been successful, she could say every dollar that you generated from this idea, that this copyrighted material that you got or borrowed from me now belongs to me. And the court in the past has done that with other instances, but they are just not ideas or metaphors. They would be specifically copyrighted works that were taken, that were protected, and now someone else has tried to monetize it. So yeah, I think that there is a bright line, as you asked, and the bright line is, this is something that can be protected. This is baseline copyright protection, and she didn't meet the baseline minimum to have a claim.
All right,
All right,
Khalif,
Khalif,
thank
thank
you.
you.
Yeah, another topic with Khalif coming up next hour. In the meantime, let's get over to Ted. Ted, if I knew some of these Taylor Swift songs, I'm sure there's a perfect segue.
I got one.
Yeah. All right, Taylor, what is it?
It's hot outside, everyone. It's humid, but as Taylor Swift would say, shake it off.
Oh
shake it
my
off.
gosh.
Shake it off.
Shake
I don't
it
want,
off. Shake it
I
off.
don't want any bad blood with Mother Nature today. I want all the good blood because we are going to have the hot and humid conditions, and we need Mother Nature to turn things around as we head into this weekend for Saturday and Sunday. So right now, lots of sunshine over Lake Norman, continuing to hold on to the warmth as we ramp up into the upper 70s, low 80s, Charlotte into Monroe. Mid to upper 70s, I-40 corridor, we're going to be in the low 70s, Boone and Jefferson. So hot, humid conditions, making it feel hotter than your thermometer reads today. A high of in the mid 90s, and we'll feel like upper 90s, even triple digits, with the major heat risk indicated by the red on your map. Wherever the red is, Mecklenburg County areas south and east, that's where you want to take breaks inside, drink lots of water, stay hydrated, and of course, make sure you avoid any strenuous activity during the peak heating hours of the day. Dangerous to extreme heat stress across the southeast as those 90s and humidity take hold, making it feel hotter than the thermometers. Don't need any help with those upper 90s through Texas, Albuquerque, New Mexico, in the upper 90s as well. Arizona, Phoenix, and of course Las Vegas looking at those triple digits. Clouds and radar bringing in that stationary front. That's going to continue to park itself over the Carolinas, tracking north now. That's going to keep the storm activity along the I-40 corridor and areas north dry for uptown. And again, looking at just partly cloudy skies rolling through. Now Thursday, a different story. We could see those pop-up showers, isolated storms heading into your afternoon and evening, giving us a marginal risk for severe weather today north and east of uptown. I'm looking at 90s finishing off the weekend, the work week, before we head into the weekend with more in the way of what will be those 90s heading into early next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
College of Charleston space mission completed its second and final launch yesterday morning. Students sent cameras into orbit bound for the International Space Station. The mission involves an ultraviolet camera monitoring the activity of young stars. The second camera will also function as a space telescope in low Earth orbit. The people behind the project say this could help identify planets that could host life.
A huge achievement for me, my colleagues, my research team, College of Charleston as well, and South Carolina in general.
Students will use the cameras to monitor radiation levels on planets to figure out how habitable they really are. How cool. You are watching Queen City News. Time is 8:55. The most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Blueberries sold at several, wow, excuse me, my apologies. Let's start over. Blueberries sold in several states, including both North and South Carolina, are being recalled now. People who bought freeze-dried GreenWise organic blueberries are being told not to eat the fruit over concerns of E. coli contamination. The recalled blueberries were distributed to Publix stores. Several reports of illnesses have been reported. That's not why I was coughing. North Carolina's ranking as one of the best states for sports lovers. The Old North State comes in at number 9 in the rankings, released by Smile Hub. Ohio takes the top spot, followed by New York, Pennsylvania, and California. Just an honor to be on the list, right? Our final hour of Queen City News starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
Good Wednesday morning. Happy hump day, everyone. Welcome into our 9 o'clock and final hour of Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
And I am Taylor Young. In for Andy Zatowski, Julian Sador is also on special assignment in Atlanta, which I think we're going to be seeing him this hour, hopefully.
Say what?
As Ted always says, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Julian's
I'm not gonna believe
covering
it till I see it.
Julian's covering the World Cup down there with a bunch of Argentine fans, and others down there will join him, here in the next half hour or so. In the meantime, what is not alleged is the actual literal heat that Mother Nature's bringing on today and every day.
We can verify that the moment you step
That's easy.
outside.
That's it.
Exhibit A.
That's
Open
it.
the door. That's
Your
all
Honor.
you have to do.
Yeah.
And I rest my case. Taking a look right now over Gaston County, Dallas camera. Above the clouds, we have some of those cumulus clouds stretching across the sky. Not going to do much to block the sunshine later on today. Actually burning off pretty quickly. Light winds west-northwest coming in at about 5 miles per hour. Temperatures in the low 80s. Your dew points locked in the mid-70s. Our 2 to 4 degree difference from yesterday. We're much warmer. Gastonia looking at a 7-degree warmer start. That lands us in the low 80s, upper 70s, still warming up effectively. We're out of the 60s in our mountain counties. Boone and Jefferson now in the low 70s with 90s on tap by lunchtime. Sunshine dominates. We get to near 90 degrees lunchtime. Highs today will land in the mid-90s for the peak heating hours of the day. Be on the lookout for some spotty showers, isolated storms, mainly north of uptown towards that I-40 corridor. I'm thinking we'll stay hot and sunny. West-southwest winds anywhere from 3 to 8 miles per hour, a high of 96 degrees with those low-end rain chances heading into this afternoon. I'll break down more of your forecast with another check coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, Ted, thank you very much. Let's go to wrap up pinpoint traffic for this Wednesday. Overall, not terrible. We're still seeing a little bit of volume pour into I-77 South, trying to work its way into Uptown. This is just north of the city. You can see the skyline there, passing underneath LaSalle Street. No accidents, just a lot of volume going in the same place at the same time. Let's take you to overall. Let's look at the map. Couple of issues that are going on that just added to the map in the last 15 minutes. In the southeast part of the city, 485 area between Mint Hill and Matthews. Two separate incidents. One, 485 inner, one of the lanes blocked not too far from Lawyers Road. So 485 near Lawyers Road between Mint Hill and Matthews. So that's going to slow you down around the bend. Once you get up to Independence Boulevard, we got an accident there just as you get onto Independence Boulevard. Also 45, a little bit slow there between John Street and Independence Boulevard. So just be aware of that. Sanford Road now, it's moving a little bit. Still stop and go up near Huntersville on I-77 southbound. Let's take you out to Gaston County. That stretch pretty good, solid, at least 50, 60 miles an hour in both directions out in Gaston County outside our studios. 85 near Sam Wilson is looking pretty good at the 485 split up in Cabarrus County. Same can be said for all 6, I guess probably 8 lanes across there. On the east side of the city, also looking good. As we always say, put the phone down, don't be distracted. It can wait until you get to where you're going.
Time is 9:02. Duke Energy officials say this week's heat wave isn't the only reason utility bills could soon be higher. They report the grid is experiencing unprecedented demand because of North Carolina's population and business growth.
Company leaders say in order to afford critical infrastructure improvements, they need to raise customer rates.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell explains how state officials are deciding if their request is reasonable. Good morning, Savannah.
Hey, good morning, Taylor and Jason. We know that Duke Energy officials are asking the State Utilities Commission for permission to increase residential rates by about 11.6%. So the group held a nearly 7-hour meeting with company executives, teams of lawyers, and industry expert testimony just in order to decide if that would be something that North Carolinians could sustain. Now, the company leaders say the risks of outages will increase if the funds for fleet upgrades and grid improvements don't come in. The energy provider originally aimed to raise residential costs by nearly 18%, but lowered it after the state attorney general and thousands of customers pushed back. During this latest hearing in Raleigh, commissioners pushed back on where those funds should come from.
Has there been any discussion about the CAP program and the virtue signaling by the shareholders to approach the board about possibly taking 50 cents or $1 out of each dividend to help with that program so that they can help those customers rather than put it in the rate base to those customers that can least afford it?
Commissioner Tucker, I don't know that there's been any specific discussion from the one that you just suggested. In previous cases, the company in settlement context has offered up dollars set aside for helping to the Share the Light to help vulnerable customers.
Now, in addition to the anticipated increase, there's also a customer assistance program that is set to end. The customer assistance pilot program is set to expire in December if company officials don't extend it. And this is something that allows low-income customers to get up to $42 a month towards their energy bill. When commissioners asked some of the Duke Energy officials what they plan to do to express to some customers that their bills may suddenly be going up by $52 come next January, they say they would make sure they were aware of other assistance programs that the company offers. Reporting live just north of Uptown, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Savannah, thank you. A California family is filing a lawsuit after surveillance video appears to show a child care worker throwing their 23-month-old son over her head. This happened in March of last year near Los Angeles. According to the lawsuit, the toddler suffered a traumatic brain injury after falling onto a hardwood floor while in the care of an employee.
Joining us for a final time this morning, our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes. Khalif, anytime you've got a case, I know, involving kids, especially when you're parents, oh man, it's emotional, it's troubling, right? But when you look at this case legally, what jumps out to you?
Well, let me start with this. Obviously, I want to know all the facts when I look at a case, so I try to see as much as I can. I looked at this video, a parent of four, absolutely disturbed. This is disturbing on a whole different level. Now, she wasn't throwing the baby over her head. You know how people throw folks, throw kids in the air, trying to catch them. She just didn't gauge it right. Threw the baby up in the air significantly higher, and the baby did go towards her head, and then she just couldn't catch the child. When she attempted to catch the child, caught the child and kind of flipped him, and so the baby fell on his head, and then she fell on top of the baby. That right there compounded a number of things, hardwood floors. So I want to set the context. First of all, there's levels to this game of personal injury. So you have soft tissue, the lowest. Wrongful death, going to be the highest. Obviously, the damage is there. You have a death of a person. Right up there is tractor-trailer accidents, train accidents, and a little bit above there, I would say, is traumatic brain injuries. That's what the family is alleging here, that this baby suffered traumatic brain injuries. Life-altering is what they put in the complaint, traumatic brain injuries. And it's going to be based on a number of things. First of all, it's the lies that came from this facility. They immediately called the father and said, hey, your child fell. Your child fell. You don't need to pick him up. No worries. A few minutes later, they contacted the parent and said, well, actually, we can't calm him down. You do need to pick him up. Later that day, they take the child to the hospital, swollen eye, and they diagnose him with traumatic brain injuries right there. And so those lies definitely played a part in this happening. And then the last thing I'll say is you got to set the stage. You may be thinking daycare. This isn't a daycare. This is a country club drop-in. So this is membership. You're a member of this Bay Club. You pay, $1,500 to $3,000 a year. You're paying $400 to $500 a month, when you're dropping off a child. So this is in an affluent neighborhood where folks recognize that, okay, I have the means to do this type of case. So the dollar amount for some potential settlement or some potential case could be endless.
I feel like a lot of times a lack of evidence can be an obstacle for prosecutors, but in this case, of course, we mentioned the video evidence of this. How big of a role will that play in this case? I mean, considering just what's in the video.
Massive. Duty, breach, causation, and damages. I've said it a number of times because I like folks to recognize what they're looking at. So you have a duty not to drop a person's child on their head, right? Did you breach it? That video is going to specifically show that you breached it. Now, the causation aspect, that C aspect of the ABCDs of torts, that causation, but for you dropping this child, the injuries wouldn't have occurred. The video will support that as well. And then the damages, you can see the child fall on his head. You can see the child, the person, the woman falling on the child, all of those things. The video, if this goes to trial, that video would be extremely damaging. And so, yeah, you don't want that to be shown. You don't want that to go to trial at all.
Quickly, if it does go to trial, if the video is shown, how do you bring a jury back from the emotional receiving of watching that video? How do you split that if you're the defense saying that, yeah, but this was an accident.
Yeah.
There wasn't intent to harm the
Yeah.
kid. But how do you do that after a jury has seen a video like that?
You try hard. I mean, I often say that the goal is to paint pictures, right?
Right.
Plaintiffs are going to paint this picture. Defense is going to attempt to paint another picture. In this instance, they're also going to have to bring out the eraser and try to erase from the memory what the jurors just saw. And you can do that by, crafting another story, but it's hard to craft the story around the video that I just saw showing you tossing it. So it's more reckless than anything. You don't even have to show intent. It's that you knew or should have known that throwing a child in the air could lead to significant injury.
All right, Khalid.
Wow.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
9:10 right now. We are making our way to the 80s. Are we there yet, Ted? We're getting close, huh?
Yeah, not quite there yet. Well, we have crossed the 80s in a few spots. They're still holding on to 70s through the I-40 corridor and into our mountain counties. High pressure is building here out of the Midwest, and that's dissipating and disappearing just like that in our last few frames. Stationary front still to our south as high pressure builds over the Atlantic, the Caribbean, and the Gulf. All quiet as of right now when it comes to any tropical development. Not too concerned. Water vapor satellite imagery keeping us dry over the southeast with our drought conditions sitting at level 3 and 4 out of 5. Your severe drought is at level 3. Your level 4 is in that red drought, the extreme drought. So we're seeing our severe risk in that green shading, marginal risk for severe weather, level 1 out of 5 with a dry radar to start your morning. Rain chances relatively low heading into your Thursday and Friday. And again, looking at the weekend, holding on to more of that unsettled pattern. More on what to expect with another check coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Taylor?
Well, only 7 matches remain in the World Cup, but the fun is just getting started. We're speaking with Julian Sador live in Atlanta on which teams and fans are reacting to ongoing international matches. You are watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
There's only a few more games until the World Cup comes to an end, sadly, which means the matches that we have left are going to be intense. And that's exactly the way that you can describe yesterday's matchup between Argentina and Egypt.
And our very own Julian Sador is in Atlanta this morning. Julian, that match yesterday was absolutely crazy. How did fans react there?
Oh my gosh, Taylor and Jason. First, good morning. It was insane because I watched Argentina fans cry for two different reasons yesterday in fan zone. Okay, first they cried because they thought that Lionel Messi and Argentina were going to be done. I mean, a lot of people did. They were down 2-0, and at one point we thought 3-0 before VAR brought that goal back by Egypt. A lot of people have questions about that this morning. But then Argentina and Lionel Messi, they did the unthinkable. Goal after goal after goal, coming back, winning 3-2. So then I saw Argentina fans cry tears of joy. They ran the gambit of emotions yesterday, watching this tiny group of Egyptian fans, because it was a sea of Argentina fans. I mean, it looked like Buenos Aires in there, okay? You saw Messi jerseys everywhere you looked. And there was this tiny pocket of Egyptian fans that were cheering, and they got a little louder, especially when they were up 2-0. And then the sadness that took over that little pocket and the pure chaos that ensued for the rest of the fan zone. Argentina fans, they went through it all, and you'll hear it in a little bit. They were suffering. In fact, I think we have the sound now. I want to be able to play this for you because this is they put it perfectly how they were feeling during the game.
Messi is the GOAT! A complete suffering all the match, but we knew we never lost the faith. Celebration! You know, we went crazy. I'm crazy now.
Was there a moment you guys thought you had it?
Yes, the first 3 goals. That one should have been counted.
I see here right there. They think it should have counted. There's a lot of questions about it, but suffering. And that woman who said she's going crazy right now, she was the one who was crying. I'm pretty sure she was crying most of the match, but she told me, as an Argentina fan, this is what we do. We're forced to suffer. But they think they're going to have a 4th World Cup win. They think that's in their destiny. They have a matchup with Switzerland next, and there's a chance, guys, that if they beat Switzerland, right, they will be back here in Atlanta next week, and there's a chance that if England takes care of Norway, which is no easy feat, that we could have England and Argentina here in Atlanta, which would be insane.
That would be nuts. Julian, just reserve that room and hold it for next week. I'm sure you'll be back.
Don't unpack that.
They're like, oh, Atlanta, Julian's back. He's back. All right, listen. So while last hour, we had former United States men's national team goalkeeper Tony Meola is in here. He played 2 World Cups. He was talking about the MLS All-Star game coming up in a few weeks here in Charlotte. He said, I want Messi and Mbappe. I want those 2 in the finals. I want France versus Argentina. He's taking France to win it all. What do you think after seeing what Messi and Argentina did to come back, 3-2 at the end? What do you think in the final?
So I don't hate it. it. I think France and Argentina is a possible final. And I would agree. I think France has the best form. I still want France. I still have them winning it all. I'm with the majority of the experts in picking France to go all the way. I think Morocco will test them. That's probably the best midfield that they're going to see in the tournament so far, but I think they get past them. And then the question is, can France get by Spain? Because I think Spain's going to beat Belgium. I think yes again. Now, I think England will take care of Norway. England and Argentina, I don't think you can count out this gutsy English team that went to Stadium Azteca, played in the altitude in one of the best matches we've seen all World Cup, and found a way to win.
True.
That team to me is scary. So if it's me, I think England best Argentina here in Atlanta. Look, Argentina pulled out all the stops against Egypt. I don't think it should have been that close of a game against Egypt. So I need them to show me something the next match against Switzerland to really see something where I can say, Argentina, I like making all the way. Right now, I think England is the better team. I think we have a England and France matchup in the World Cup final.
Wow.
Which, I mean, come on. Could you ask for anything historic with the chance for England to bring it home against France? I mean, golly. Either way, though, I can tell you this. The final matches are going to be epic.
Oh, my gosh. I love it. Well, we're just excited, as we talked with Tony last hour, just about the craziness, the excitement that the World Cup has brought all to North America, but specifically to the United States.
Yeah, and the turnout still, heating up despite the U.S. men's national team not being in it anymore. But it's great to still see the fandom and the excitement around Even
Yeah.
other countries playing, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Joey, and I'm glad you got to see it firsthand in Atlanta. I appreciate that. You guys be safe driving back here. We'll see you later, my friend. Thanks, brother.
See you guys.
All right. Well, the one thing, Ted, Julian can leave the heat in Hotlanta. Don't bring it up 85 to Charlotte. We got enough.
Yeah, we have enough over here, man. We can only cool down so much on Lake Norman with all the heat that's already going to be in place. A warm and muggy start. A few folks getting the boats ready to head out and about. So certainly not going to be a bad idea to be out on the water for today. We're talking low 80s, Charlotte, Monroe, more in the way of the upper 70s, I-40 corridor, low 70s, Boone and Jefferson. As we look at your humidity factor, we climb into what will be the mid-90s, but triple digits heading into the peak heating hours of the day, near 100 degrees for this afternoon. Major heat risk in that red shading from Mecklenburg County into Union County and, of course, further east. We'll have the dangerous and the extreme heat stress across the southeast as high pressure continues to develop here off of the southeast coast. 90s through our Gulf states up into Little Rock, triple digits, Oklahoma City. I'm looking at 100 degrees, over 100 degrees for Las Vegas into parts of Phoenix, Arizona. So stationary front stubbornly parked over the Carolinas from Atlanta into the Queen City. So Julian probably traveling right along that stationary front as we head into this afternoon. We'll have those low-end rain and storm chances up towards the I-40 corridor and areas north. Areas south should stay mostly dry. Not too concerned about those impacts around Charlotte. Clouds and radar showing partly cloudy skies. I'm looking at the potential for those storms to roll back in heading into your Thursday afternoon. And again, more widespread impacts as we head into Thursday evening. Our severe risk will be level 1 out of 5 today. That's in the green shading north and east of Uptown, Statesville, Concord, Salisbury. Rain totals will settle into about 1/10 of an inch to maybe 1/4 of an inch of rain when everything is said and done. I'm expecting our overnight lows to stay relatively mild and warm again, starting off in the 70s for Uptown, 60s in our mountain counties. And, of course, rebounding into the mid-90s second half of the work week with those overnight lows in the 70s and 80s heading into your Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Two 15-year-olds were detained by California police for drinking and shooting a toy gun at traffic while in a Waymo. The self-driving car tricked the kids and alerted police. The teens were riding in the driverless autonomous car and were reportedly drinking alcohol and shooting Orbeez beads with a toy gun towards other vehicles. A Waymo employee who was remotely monitoring the car told the young passengers that the Waymo was having mechanical issues and needed to stop. The employee had actually reported them to officers. The car stopped at a shopping center where police were waiting.
It's harmless until somebody feels threatened by it, right? Orbeez water gun, it's not illegal to have. What we find is happening is people are taking BB guns, toy guns, water guns, and they're painting them black to resemble real firearms. And that's the problem, because to an untrained eye, you're gonna believe it's a real gun.
Waymo has not commented on the case yet.
Construction workers in New York City have stabilized a high-rise under construction that was at risk of collapse. Video shows a crew starting repairs Tuesday on a 1970s Midtown Manhattan high-rise building currently under construction. The New York City Fire Department said the stabilization efforts started when workers spotted structural support beams beginning to buckle. Police say there were no reported injuries and all construction workers were safely evacuated. Several nearby buildings were also evacuated and under evacuation orders. Officials with the Department of Buildings says the high-rise is currently undergoing renovations to be converted into a residential building.
Illegal fireworks set off in LA on the 4th of July were so bright they could be seen from space. NASA shared this video shot from the International Space Station as it orbited over Southern California. Look at this. Look at all the flashes. It's like cameras going off. Flashes of light going off continuously. That is unbelievable from hundreds of thousands of miles away. My gosh. All right, as we go to break, I'm going to give you a live look at New York City this morning. Good looking shot as they start there Wednesday morning. Futures have been down all morning with the ceasefire potentially over. We'll check in with Jane King at the New York Stock Exchange next.
Well, welcome into our 9:30 half hour. Hope you're enjoying the start of your hot Wednesday morning. I'm Taylor Young, in for Annie Zatowski, and now we know why Julian is also off on special assignment. We just caught up with him in Atlanta.
Yeah, the crew heading back up after spending time down there with a bunch of Argentinian fans. All right, I'm Jason Harper, by the way. That is Ted Payton, rocking here for the last 30 minutes. And what are we going, a couple degrees warmer today than yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday hit 94. I'm thinking 96 degrees today. Is
Okay.
this a top-down type of day?
I think so.
Possibly, I don't know. I mean, if it's
Yeah.
1 or 2 in the afternoon and you got the top down and you have to stop at a red light or you're in
Baking.
traffic, oh my gosh.
Baking. But then you got the AC blasting. And
It
that's,
just depends if you're on the interstate or not.
Yeah, you're
true.
right.
That is true. Listen, if you could afford the top down, you could afford the AC that's going to blow in your face too. I'm just going to say it. Low 80s, west and northwest winds coming in at 5 miles per hour. We're still in the mid 70s for your dew point, so that mugginess is sticking around anywhere from 4 degrees warmer to even 4 degrees cooler for Concord as we head out the door this morning, holding on to a strong foundation to build off of. Low 80s, Charlotte, Monroe. I'm looking at those 70s and 60s for our mountain counties, slowly climbing out of the 60s. We'll have another hot and humid afternoon with the low-end rain and storm chance. I'm thinking north of I-40 will see the highest potential for those impacts. Mostly dry with sunshine and hot conditions on tap for this afternoon. 96 degrees, west-southwest winds, anywhere between that 3 to 8 mile per hour mark. Low-end rain chance, only about 20% for uptown, higher in our mountain counties. Overnight lows settle into what will be the 70s under partly cloudy skies, rebounding into those 90s with our average highs near 90 degrees. And again, looking at those low 90s heading into this weekend for Saturday, upper 80s Sunday into early next week. Muggy meter will be sticky to humid as we head out and about Wednesday through Thursday, feeling more of that stickiness. I'll break down more of what to expect with another check of your forecast coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Guys.
All right, Ted, appreciate that. Thank you. Apple makes a big commitment to build U.S.-made computer chips.
And U.S. and Iran launch fresh strikes on each other, and the market is reacting.
Jane King is live to New York Stock Exchange with those stories and the opening numbers. Jane, how are stocks reacting to the news that the ceasefire could be over?
Not well. The Dow at the moment down 500 points, and the Nasdaq also down more than 100. Oil is up 3 to 4%. So immediate reaction when the president made that statement in Turkey about 4:30 Eastern time this morning that the ceasefire is over as far as he is concerned. So the U.S. has been pounding sites along Iran's coast and also has blocked the ability to sell oil legally on the market, and all of that disrupting the markets so far here this morning, including airline stocks are one of the first to be affected by higher fuel prices.
All right, we'll see how that continues to play out. And Jane, Apple commits $30 billion to making computer chips for AI.
Right, so Apple is expanding its partnership with Broadcom in this $30 billion chip-making agreement. This is Apple's largest American manufacturing commitment to date. So the deal is expected to produce more than 15 billion U.S.-made computer chips. It includes 1.5 billion expansion of Broadcom's facility in Colorado.
All right, let's keep with technology. Jane, Meta, they're starting their own AI image model, and we could find some of our own Instagram images being a part of it.
Right, so this comes from Meta Superintelligence Labs, and it's trying to compete with OpenAI's GPT images and Google's Nano Banana. This new model is called Muse Image, and it is rolled out with deep integrations with Instagram. So as part of this update, public Instagram profiles are now automatically opted into being fodder for their generative AI remixes. So all someone has to do is tag your account's profile in a prompt if it's public, and they can use Meta AI to generate an image using your likeness. Now, Meta positions this feature as a cheeky way to personalize generations with images of real people. There is a way to opt out of that if you want.
Well, watch out what you post on the internet.
Yeah.
It might be used by AI.
Absolutely.
All right, Jane, thank you. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks.
9:34. We are following some breaking news. Police in Gastonia say they have arrested a man for a deadly shooting Tuesday at the Greenview Meadows Apartments. Police tell us when they confronted 45-year-old Edward Lewis, he was holding his 3-year-old child. They say Lewis surrendered peacefully and the child was okay. He's accused of shooting and killing 34-year-old Terrell Gilmore of Gastonia. Terrell Gilmore, I believe, of Gastonia. Lewis is charged with first-degree murder and possession of a firearm by a felon. Also breaking this morning, a major water main break in Anson County has been repaired and the water is now being turned back on. The water main break on Tuesday on Highway 74 east of Wadesboro cut service to thousands of people in Anson County. The county manager says contractors believe that too much water pressure built up in the 24-inch pipes causing that break. Those pipes are at least 50 years old. Neighbors, though, are still advised to boil all water used for drinking until further notice.
And breaking overseas, President Donald Trump says the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran is over. The two countries traded strikes overnight. News Nation Washington correspondent Vinay Simlat tells us what we know so far.
President Donald Trump had strong words for Iranian leadership. The president accused Iran of violating the ceasefire. Iran accused the U.S. of doing the same thing. The Iranians fired missiles at U.S. installations in Bahrain and Kuwait.
Is the ceasefire done? Is the MOU dead?
I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people.
Overnight, the U.S. and Iran exchanged new airstrikes. President Donald Trump posted this video, he says, of an explosion in Iran. Central Command says U.S. forces struck over 80 targets, including air defenses and small boats. U.S. officials say it's because Iran attacked 3 commercial ships trying to get through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran fired back in Kuwait, where the U.S. Army has a major presence. Sirens sounded as air defenses intercepted incoming missile fire. In June, the U.S. and Iran agreed to a memorandum of understanding to end the war and create a framework to negotiate over Iran's nuclear program. Those negotiations were supposed to begin after Iran finishes the funeral for the late Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei, who died in U.S. and Israeli airstrikes in February. As part of that temporary deal, Iran agreed to free passage through the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump says the Iranians have violated that agreement.
They're a bunch of lying guys. I do it my whole life. That's all I do is deals. I'll let our wonderful negotiators keep talking if they want, but I don't see it. I don't like these people. You know that?
Under this memorandum of understanding, Iran was allowed to sell oil on the open market, but the U.S. has revoked that. Vinay Simlat, News Nation, Washington.
It is official. North Carolina has a signed, sealed, and delivered budget. Governor Josh Stein put his name on the $34 billion spending package Tuesday, but he says he's not a fan of everything in the bill. He's applauding its teacher pay raises and Medicaid funding. But as chief political correspondent Andy Weber tells us, the governor's taking issue with the dispute over transportation money here in the Queen City.
Senate Bill 257, our state budget, is now law.
North Carolina Governor Josh Stein signed a long-awaited state budget into law Tuesday morning. In it, raises for teachers, law enforcement, and funding for Medicaid and Helene relief. But Stein also took issue with other sections, including a part requiring Charlotte to pay back money spent on the design and planning of a now canceled widening of I-77 South.
It makes real the General Assembly's wrong-headed threats of retribution against Charlotte. Charlotte needs to enhance road safety and minimize community impact, and that balancing process should be collaborative.
This in no way is I am against Charlotte, but the General Assembly doesn't like Charlotte.
In an interview with WBT Radio, Davidson Republican State Senator Vicky Sawyer defended the potential $60 million clawback, arguing GOP leaders are trying to protect taxpayers.
This is basically saying this project had been there for a long time. There's been local support for over 10 years. And after we've invested your tax dollars to build this project and at the last minute in the political whim remove support, then you just have to pay the toll.
The clawback has spurred mixed reaction from cities that voted to stop the I-77 project, while Charlotte Mayor Rob Harrington has said the city is assessing next steps.
I think we look forward to diving into the details, finding out what actually ended up in there, and then responding.
Cities that rescinded support for the project have 90 days to restore their support. Otherwise, they'll be required to pay up. For Charlotte, that will be around $30 million. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg police are identifying the person killed in an early morning University City shooting. This happened around 1 a.m. Tuesday morning on University City Boulevard. 20-year-old Jalen McCormick died at the hospital. Investigators say there was some type of dispute during an event taking place at the S&D banquet hall that led up to the shooting. No word on the identity of any suspects.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg police say a Crime Stoppers tip led to the arrest of 2 people now facing drug trafficking and animal abuse charges. It happened late last month at the home on Kingston Avenue near West Boulevard. Officers who witnessed a suspected drug deal got a search warrant for the house. They discovered cocaine, meth, and guns. Police also found 6 malnourished dogs at the home. They arrested Angela Chin and LaShawn Adams, who are facing drug charges. Chin is also charged with animal cruelty. Well, still ahead, sometimes a piece of clothing can tell a story, and there's no pair of jeans with a storied past quite like Levi's. Coming up, how North Carolina is linked to the famous denim. You are watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Well, chances are most people have worn a pair of Levi's jeans in their lives, right? But not many know the story behind the denim.
As Bob Buckley reports, the folks behind the cultural sensation say it couldn't have taken over anywhere else.
Cone denim was the premier denim.
Before Greensboro became known for this fabric, it had dreams of fire and iron.
Greensboro in the 1880s, before the Depression, had planned to become a steel town. And there's a little bit of evidence that's still remaining in the street names. Bessemer is named for the Bessemer steel process.
Instead of becoming a southern Pittsburgh, Greensboro turned to the fields of cotton that surrounded it, and in the 1890s, Moses and Caesar Cone built 2 large textile mills that Caesar's great-grandson Tom Cone says were economic saviors.
Because as hard as mill work is, in the 1880s there had been a depression, so any kind of work was a good thing and preferable to the subsistence farming that really was the only other option.
On the other coast, the young Levi Strauss created industrial poetry. Patent number 139121 for copper rivets holding together the cloth covering a country rushing westward. But it needed fuel for its factories and found it and fellow children of Bavarian Jewish immigrants.
It wouldn't have been unusual for Jewish businessmen to do business with each other.
Because they could trust each other.
Because they could trust each other.
So, before cargo ships stitched the globe together with cheap cotton and cheaper labor, there was a handshake between Strauss and Cone.
By 1915, they entered into what, in company law at least, came to be known as the Golden Handshake.
There may not be a handshake more consequential to a community than that one.
Right.
No signatures, no lawyers, just trust from which grew an indigo empire.
I remember reading that in the early 20s, 1 in 7 Greensboro residents worked at Cone Mills. So they were by far the largest employer.
So this is the 501, which is the traditional classic.
Kevin Reardon has worked at Cone for 43 years, long enough to see the ebbs and flows of fashion.
When we were kids, everybody wore denim everywhere.
Help, for sure.
Cone's looms roared day and night, weaving the fabric that became the American uniform. Cowboys, rebellious teenagers, and rock stars made it immortal.
Japan is one of the premier places. You see people on motorcycles wearing denim on denim on denim, and they look like Elvis Presley because that's what they want to be, right?
70 years after the Golden Handshake, Levi's gave Cone this statue to honor the 1 billionth yard of denim produced for them, enough to wrap the earth nearly 23 times over.
Could a company today dominate the production of a textile the way Cone did 100 years ago?
Not the way we did at the time that we did it.
Wildlife experts say they've seen the first recorded sea turtle hatchlings of 2026 in South Carolina's Low Country. Thousands of more are expected in the future, and experts are asking beachgoers to help set those turtles up for success. They say keeping beaches clean and filling up any holes will help get the turtles to the sea where they belong.
Prefer for you to use red lens flashlights if you're on the beach at night. Hatchlings want to go where the brightest light is, so if you have a flashlight, that's where they're going to want to go, and we do not want that to happen.
Wildlife officers say people who find the hatchling should call them in to report the nest instead of helping them to the water. Time is 9:47. Buzz City is preparing to travel to Vegas in hopes of defending the team's first ever Summer League title later this week. Both Hornets first-round draft picks, Hans Steinbach and Christian Anderson Jr. will suit up in the summer for the squad. Both players talked about the learning curve and the jump from college to the pros as they gear up for Thursday's opening game.
They were saying it's like once in a lifetime experience, like you're not gonna play with these group of guys ever again. And you just want to go out and beat everybody, and it's super fun just winning and bonding with everybody, even if you're you're not going to be there next year. Just knowing that everybody wants the same goal as you, and you practice for a little bit and then you go out there and get to compete. So no, they all said it was a super fun experience.
The action kicks off Thursday. The first game is a primetime matchup with the team that booted the big club out of the play-in tournament, the Orlando Magic. 2 days later, they'll play the New Orleans Pelicans at 4 p.m. The Celtics will challenge the champs on Sunday at 5 p.m. Season rounds out on the 15th at 9:30 p.m. against the Milwaukee Bucks.
Well, the summer of sports never ends on Queen City News. We are now 1 week away for the Midsummer Classic, the Major League Baseball All-Star Game, live from the birthplace of America up in Philadelphia, July 14th. The rosters are set. A few former Charlotte Knights, they're in there as well. 5 different Atlanta Braves are also on the team. The All-Star Game next Tuesday right here on Queen City News.
Well, only on Queen City News Plus. Finding love in Charlotte, it's not always easy. That's why hosts of Unhinged help guide you through the green flags, the red flags, and even the breakups.
Positive side of breakups as well is that I think that you learn a lot from a partner. You learn a lot from who you date. And my mom always said, she was like, when it comes to dating, it's all about learning what you like and what you don't like. Yeah. So there's so many things that you can take away from a relationship, even if it's a lot of things that you didn't like. Yeah. There's also still things, there's reasons why you were with that person. How to thrive after a breakup. I feel like finding things that you like yourself, especially things that you were like, oh, well, they didn't like doing this, so I stopped doing this. And now let me add it back into my routine.
You can watch the full episode of Unhinged right now for free. Just download the Queen City News Plus app on either your Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire Stick. And Ted, 3 days of hotness, but we're getting a little bit of relief.
Little bit of relief as we head into the weekend. Still having to put up with the rest of the work week. Hot and humid conditions. A live look over Lake Norman. What's up, folks? Getting out there on the boats. We are going to have enough heat to facilitate that as those mid-80s are settled in around the Queen City. Low 80s, Statesville, your I-40 corridor already at the 80-degree mark. 70 degrees up through Boone and Jefferson. We are already outpacing yesterday's temperatures, and I can tell you what those thermometers are saying. Don't believe it because it feels hotter than that. We're already going to be climbing into the 90s for your heat index towards your late morning hours. Feeling like near triple digits, peak heating hours of the day. I'm expecting a major heat risk in that red shading. Take lots of breaks inside, drink lots of water. Avoid strenuous activity around the peak heating hours of the day. High pressure develops off the southeast coast. That's going to give us the dangerous extreme heat stress for the southeast as those 90s take hold. You factor in the humidity, feels much hotter than that. We'll touch triple digits Oklahoma City. 113 to 109 Las Vegas and Phoenix. Upper 90s through Texas. And of course, that stationary front still stubbornly stays over the Carolinas, tracking north, limiting the storm activity from making it too far south. I think the I-40 corridor will be the divider from who sees the wet weather and who doesn't as we head into this afternoon and evening. In terms of your Thursday, we'll have more widespread impacts, scattered and isolated in nature when it comes to those pop-up showers and storms. That pushes east, heading into your I-77 corridor and uptown. And again, I'm looking at what will be a mostly dry end to your Thursday evening. Today holds on to a marginal risk for severe weather to our north and east, Statesville, Concord, Albemarle, into Salisbury. I expect us to maybe get 1/10 of an inch up to 1/4 of an inch of rain when everything is said and done. In terms of our lows tonight, we'll settle in those low to mid 70s overnight heading into your early morning hours. 7-day forecast hosting those 90s Wednesday through Thursday and Friday. We'll be settled back into the upper 80s on Sunday, mid to upper 80s settled in heading into early next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Taking one last look at that pinpoint weather forecast. Mid-90s today as we ramp up those temperatures yet again. It's going to feel hotter than that thermometer because those humidity and that moisture in the atmosphere will make it feel like close to 100 degrees as we head into your Wednesday afternoon. Overnight lows drop down into the 70s. We rebound into the mid-90s Thursday and Friday. So finishing off the work week with that hot and humid pattern sticking around. We'll gradually cool down through the weekend. Low 90s Saturday, upper 80s on Sunday, but that comes at the cost and the expense of those higher rain and storm chances as that unsettled pattern comes into the weekend. 80s linger heading into early next week.
All right, that 95 makes me think of 9 to 5, working.
Oh,
9 to 5, little
Okay,
Dolly
Dolly.
Parton. That's what I'm saying. Listen, Dolly, the one and only. She's her next birthday with a bang. Here's how she's celebrating on Broadway. Dolly, a true original musical, is going to open this upcoming winter. The show is based on the life of the country music icon. The musical also ran in Nashville last year with strong ticket sales. Miss Parton will turn 81 years old January the 19th of next year when the show will debut at the St. James Theater up in New York City. Previews will begin December 7th. Fans can grab a ticket starting this Friday. I would 100,000% be in line to go see that about Miss
81
Dolly.
years old.
Isn't that crazy?
She's an inspiration.
She is. She really is. And she is proud of her roots, where she came from in Pigeon Forge and Sevierville, Gatlinburg, Tennessee area. And so I love it, man. What she is just, she continues to churn out music and churn out everything else at this age.
Feeling it.
I know. I love it.
Won't stop.
I love it. Can't stop, won't stop. All right, listen. Liza Mahacek standing by with Positively Charlotte coming up. Liza, what's up?
Well, it's actually our 2-year anniversary today, guys.
Oh, happy anniversary.
Wow.
2 years. So
That's
we're
awesome.
celebrating. We've got a packed show. Of course, we've got some animals in the house. We've got Darby Safari coming in. We've got some snakes. And
What?
we're also, I know, and we've got Folia coming in, making some cocktails. We're talking Wine Wednesday. We're doing all the things,
yeah.
and taking a look back, going down memory lane. So.
I would need a glass of wine after holding a snake. I'm
Right,
just
that's
saying.
fair. I
Add
think
me a
that's
cocktail.
valid.
Look, we're proud of you guys, you and Alicia, 2 years. That's awesome. Make sure to watch. They're coming up in a few minutes. We'll see you guys here tomorrow at 4 a.m.
Well, a taste of Rome has come to the Queen City. I'm here at Ardente Kitchen, Charlotte's newest Italian restaurant located in Dilworth.
And we sit down with one of the stars from the CW's All-American to see what the final season has in store for us. Plus, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, and we are getting a heavy pour this morning. We're talking wine on this Wednesday. Thanks so much for joining us and welcome to Positively Charlotte. I'm Liza Mahacek and we are celebrating a milestone because we just hit 2 years today. So thank you so much for spending 2 years of your time here in Charlotte with us on Positively Charlotte. We'll have more on that later in the show. But first off, we're talking with a star. So the CW's All-American follows the drama and action of high school football on the West Coast. And with the 8th and final season beginning on July 13th, fans can expect the final chapter on Jordan, Layla, Coop, Cassius, and other memorable characters. And today we're getting some insight from Osi Ikale, who plays Cassius Jeremy, the new head coach of the football team at Beverly Hills High. So great to have you, Osi. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Happy to be here.
So, thank you so much. Well, this is the 8th and final season of All-American. So looking back at your time on the show, do you have a way that you really have developed this character and what it's really taught you and what you hope fans take away from his journey?
Being on the show has been an absolute dream. I have been a fan since season 1. So when I got the call that I would get the chance to be a character on this show, I was surprised and very, very grateful. I've learned a lot about myself and myself as an actor, and getting to play Cassius. It's been a journey. It's been an absolute journey, and I'm looking forward to fans seeing what we got in store for them in season 8.
I mean, it sounds like it's going to be a great season. I know that going into the season, we've got this strained relationship between your character and Jordan. So where does that relationship stand heading into the premiere?
Yeah, so we pick up about 6 months later. The relationship is still a little bit strained, I'll say. But I have had the pleasure of having a lot of scenes with Michael, who plays Jordan, this season. And I'm looking forward to seeing what the fan reaction is for their specific storyline this season. That's all I can say. I don't want to give too much away.
Okay, all right. We'll keep it secret. We'll keep it. Yeah. So what about, when people are kind of concluding, watching through the end of this season and really the end of the show, what are you really hoping that people take away from the show and learn from it?
Well, behind the camera, in front of the camera, there's so much love and care that has gone into this show. And I really hope that the fans feel that when they see season 8. A lot of shows don't get the chance to do a full story and finish the way that they want to. And we are fortunate enough that we do get that chance. So I hope that the level of closure that the fans get is significant. I know there's going to be a lot of tears. I hope they're mostly tears of joy for the way that a lot of the storylines are closing out. And I hope the fans, really feel that and remember that moving forward as they look back on all the years that they got to share with All-American. Yeah.
So do you have a favorite memory on set? I know you said there's a lot of love there with the cast and crew.
I think for me, it's just the fangirl moments. Because as I said, I've been a fan since season 1. So every single time I got to do a scene with one of the OGs, I would just fangirl, and just meeting them for the first time was always just a great experience, really.
Yeah,
and seeing that they're just really nice people,
Exactly. And I think that's what's so fun about this is that also you're getting to work with these incredible people. How do you ground yourself in those moments when you are like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm here right now doing this scene with this person?
I feel like because I am an actor first, or I'm a fan first, but then because I'm here, I'm an actor, there's this innate fear of doing a bad job that is very grounding. So it keeps me very locked in because I don't want to mess it up. This especially with a show like this that's been going on for so long. I want to pay it the respect that it deserves, So just being present, which is the main part of my job, really helps me to stay grounded. And I've got a great support unit around me as well. So I'm really grateful for them too.
I love it. Well, Osi, thank you so much. And we are so excited to see this season. You know, for fans out there, make sure you watch it. It's beginning on July 13th. Thank you so much, Osi.
Thank you for having me. Have a good day.
Of course, you too. Well, summer travel is well underway for many, but you don't have to go to Italy for the taste of the flavors of Rome. Recently, Ardente Kitchen opened in Dilworth, and Alicia is there with the owner getting us a taste of all the goodness. Hey, Alicia.
Hey, Liza, that's amore. That's all my Italian I know. Luckily, I've got Chef Raffaele, who's also the co-owner, here with me. First of all, you are from Rome. This is Roman cooking. What does ardente mean?
So ardente has two meanings. Like the most original one is like everybody knows the word al dente, when the pasta is cooked like perfectly. By Roman accent, we say ardente. It's like how in Rome we talk a little bit more rustic, a little bit more Roman.
Roman.
Yep.
I love it. Okay, so what are you making for us this morning?
So today we are going to make the real carbonara. Not all due respect to what everybody is expecting here in the United States. Some people put the peas, some people put the lemon. Don't go in Rome and ask that, please. They're gonna, I don't want to say what they will do, but anyway, so what we have here, we have egg yolk.
Okay.
We have tossed black pepper. So we get whole black pepper, we toss a little in a horsate pan, and then we roast them, and we have real guanciale. So I partner with a local, let's start, meanwhile I'm talking, let's start.
Yeah, let's start, okay.
I partner with our pork producer, his name Peculiar Pig Farm, and they make pork for us that we use for our guanciale, our pancetta, our porchetta, salsiches. So they grow the pork for us, and we I come out of an 8th-generation Italian butcher, and we make these things in house.
This looks so different than my Trader Joe's carbonara.
Let's say a little bit,
Okay.
but I say what I'm making you can pretty much found when you are in Italy. Mostly like in Rome, like in Trastevere, or if you go at Testaccio, that are different places in Roma Center. And what do you do? We just crisp it up the guanciale, let it cook down. Like everything that is Italian cuisine, you don't need create any new wheels. It's just ABC. It's
We're
just
not reinventing the wheel here.
Yep, it's just cooking with love, cooking with passion, using real ingredients, and let the real ingredients speak for themselves.
Okay, then
anyway,
what's next?
so just let it cook a little the guanciale. It should cook a little bit more, but we are like in a fast setting right now, and I just
2 minutes,
you,
Chef,
yeah.
2 minutes.
So just add the cooking water, a little fuego.
That's the al dente part, right?
Yep.
There we go, okay.
We are going to add a little tossed black pepper in it, start to give a little flavor.
It smells delicious. You can smell this real pancetta. It's like, yeah, it's like the pancetta.
Salt and pepper.
Okay.
And now we just wait for the pasta
Okay.
to be cooked.
Okay.
So how we said, we want the pasta al dente or ardente.
This is when you throw it on the wall?
Pretty much.
That's
or
what I
like,
do.
For experience, like when you broke and you feel that the pasta doesn't have resistance and is going to snap right away on you, or as well when you grab the noodle and the noodle go perfectly to twirl, like to go around like this, the pasta is perfect.
Okay, we've got about...
Well, we can toss on the
That's
wall.
okay, can I toss it? That's like my contribution. Okay, we've got 45 seconds.
All right, so now what we do, we turn off the water, put the pasta in, turn the fire back on, let's go very high. Manteca, a little bit. Now, we are making carbonara. We are not making frittata here.
All right,
and
we
this
did
is
it.
what we say in Roma every time. We put the egg yolk,
Yep.
a little toasting.
And there's our carbonara.
It's not ready yet.
Up.
And we do this out of the fire.
All right. Chef.
Yes, ma'am.
We're going to come back to you later in the show, so can you say something for me?
Yeah,
we'll be
we'll do.
right back later.
We will be right back later. I know you guys love my R.
I love it. Chef said it for us. Well, on the other side of this break, it turns out where the wild things are is right here on Positively Charlotte. You're not going to want to miss out and see what Darby Safari has for us today, and that includes 2 snakes. And we're halfway through the week, and what better way to celebrate than popping a cork on today's Wine Wednesday? You're taking a live look at West Charlotte. Lots of traffic down there, but it's inching along. We'll be right back after this short break. Well, if you didn't know, today is the 2nd anniversary of Positively Charlotte. So it's been such a wonderful experience getting to know and explore our Queen City with you all. And we are so honored to have been invited into your homes for the past 2 years. So we wanted to take a look at where we've been in the past year or so. Check it out.
To Positively Charlotte.
Good morning and welcome to Positively Charlotte. We're just waking up.
I'm Alicia Quarles.
I'm Liza Mahachik. So great to have you joining us today.
That's right.
And we've got so many exciting things coming up in today's show.
Hey, we got a special guest. He's itching to come over here.
I'm sorry.
Pick up this read right
All
here.
right.
The king of the ring, the American Nightmare,
Yeah.
Cody Rhodes, who is in the house.
My entire family's business really was centered around Charlotte and the Carolinas in the late 70s, all through the 80s.
Welcome back to the show.
It's always a pleasure to be here. Being here always brightens up my day.
I wish we could put the camera over my baby over here. She
Come
back
on,
there.
Tammy, our floor director's over there
Miss
spinning
Tammy
it.
back here spinning it. Yeah.
What do each of you want people to take away after seeing immediate family? Their purses.
Love this, okay.
Teach you how to chop someone.
All right,
So
let's
if you
do
ever in
it.
a bar fight or anything, you can just whip this out and drop something.
This is all the frustration I feel this week.
Is this one really a love letter to the fans?
Yeah, I think it's an appreciation letter. I think there's like a lot of people that really bonded with and identified with Coloring Book as a project.
You know Alana Glazer from Broad City and Babes. Thank you so much for joining us, Alana. How are you?
Thanks for having me. I'm pleased to talk to you today, Liza. In the club.
Well, stop doom scrolling and listen up because we have confidence coach and author of You've Been Validated, Valerie Greenberg, also one of my best friends.
I'm so excited
Welcome
to be here
Charlotte.
in studio with you guys. I feel like I'm a part of this family.
We are on the streets of Uptown with the Grinch himself. We're going to figure out what people's favorite Christmas movies are. Sir, for a candy cane, what's your favorite Christmas movie?
The Elf.
Elf? Okay, all right, okay, there you go, all right, you know.
Liza, you are living so many kids and also my dream right now. Let's keep it real. I love a Lego.
I'm living so many children's dreams and so many parents' nightmares in the sense that they're scared that they're gonna be stepping on Legos. But hey, you know what? They're all intact here.
I'm here with Brian Earnhardt. He's a former professional player. He's now a current commentator for the Disc Golf Network. Liza, he's gonna teach me how to throw. Attempt to.
And
Are we
then
ready?
you turn your shoulders and you'll let go right when you turn.
I'd like to say my nails are in the way. Okay, 1, 2.
The world's largest bounce park is back in Charlotte. Funbox has returned, and we're gonna go inside and check it out.
One of us is a pro performer, one of us is a novice, and we're gonna learn from the best.
You've been hit by, down, up, T, Dorothy.
Oh, I like that.
Click open.
I'm about 4 counts off, but that's okay. Let's check out Hot Glass Alley.
Like, try and keep it straight in line, just fast enough to keep up with it. There you go. You roll right level, right through the pink here. Just roll, and it sticks to it. You want to try it?
Yeah.
Grab those.
Okay.
That's your shoes.
Okay. Okay, here it goes. Here. Okay, rip it.
Yes, grab it away. One shot. Perfect.
More, let's go.
Okay, there we go.
There we go, keep going.
Oh my gosh!
We're living.
Like our best lives.
No, seriously, LIVIN.
You know what I'm saying?
Look at us in this car. We belong in this car.
We deserve this life. Did you hear the sirens? They're probably coming to get us.
No,
They're probably
they're
like, get out of the car. Get out of the car, guys.
Well, a staple of Positively Charlotte is our Wild Wednesdays, and we've got another one for you on our 2-year anniversary. Darby Safari is here. We've got Jen and Miri and Darby herself as well. So great to have the Honorable Darby here with us. But we've got some like actually probably 6 different animals here. Talk to me about, first of all, the one that you're holding, Jen, because I feel like this I've never seen before.
So this is a coati. This is a South American animal. This is a little baby. This is Shiloh. This is a tree animal. She's ready just to play.
She's
ready just to go. She's like, I like to play. I like to play.
Oh my gosh, she was just jumping around earlier. So, you know, I feel like their personalities are almost similar to like cats, where they like just want to play. So like, oh my gosh, and so are they big crawlers too, especially
They're
since
climbers.
they're like, yeah, exactly. It's so funny. I'm like, yeah, I'm green. I'm like a little tree.
They're in the raccoon family.
But I love that. And then also, of course, we have some babies over here. So if people have watched before and remember Gidget, the porcupine, we've got, look at her go. So I've seen Gidget do the same thing. So is this a thing that porcupines do where they do their little spin and dance?
This is a little fun dance that she just likes to go and have fun. See, she's like, wee.
Look at her. This is so cute. So they're
very happy.
She's only a couple months old, right?
She's about 6 months old.
And a lot of, we were talking about this before, that the misconceptions that some people have is that porcupines shoot quills, but they don't.
Yeah, no, they don't. Their quills are the same thing as our fingernails, so it's like a keratin, and so when they have a predator or something, they release them into it. The difference when, like this one, is that her quills are barbed, like a fish hook, so when they do go in, you have to yank them back out. But it's not actually a very big quill, actually, one just came out, but they're real thin right this minute. She just keeps playing.
She is so cute, but also, so the reason why we've got this box right here is that it was actually the carrier for this giant guy over here. So who is this, Miri?
This is Cheddar. This is a surrender, so technically a rescue for us. She is a Colombian boa, so they come from South America and Central America. These are one of the largest and most docile snakes in the world, believe it or not. She is a gentle giant.
They're so warm too,
Yes.
which I didn't expect with snakes.
Yeah, they are cold-blooded, so she needs her own heat source. We have to provide that for her. Otherwise, she would just be in the sun all day. She also has some very iridescent scales when put in the sun. She's a gorgeous baby.
Oh my goodness. Well, also, Darby's holding a snake over here too. What kind of snake is that?
That is a ball python. So they are an African species. They like to hide, so hence the name ball python or royal python. They're pretty much like a pet rock. This is Remus.
Gosh. That is so sweet. So also you can see his tongue coming out. So that is used for smelling.
Yes,
right?
it is called a Jacobson's gland. That goes right back to their brain and pretty much registers as a scent.
That is fascinating. So also, how do you get all these guys? Like, I mean, they're so unbothered by each other. How do you get them to just not care?
Babies probably would be like, hey, let's play.
Yeah.
So we will keep those kind of far away. I mean, just like anything, my truth is that most things get along, except humans.
That's so real.
Yes, yes. The reason why we love things so much.
Yes.
Because we try to teach. I mean, animals teach you empathy, which is a whole basis behind a lot of our program.
Yeah.
And they just make you happy.
Yes.
They give us a lot of serotonin.
It's so
but
true.
yeah, I mean, they know that when they have a good home, they're good. I mean, this one's a little overweight.
Yes, absolutely.
She's comfortable, you
Yeah.
know.
Hence the name Cheddar.
We got to work on that a little bit. But a lot of times when we get surrenders in, they're actually underweight. So this is a little switch for us.
Yeah, a little switch around. But you know, if people want to come and visit you, of course, summer's the perfect time to do it. You can schedule a tour. Make sure you do that in advance. You can contact them at that number on your screen or visit their website as well. Thank you so much, ladies.
we're
we so
open
appreciate
year-round.
you coming in.
Thank you.
And you're taking a live look at Uptown right now. We will be right back with more positivity after this short break. Welcome back to Positively Charlotte. One of Charlotte's newest Italian restaurants is getting a ton of buzz. I'm talking about Ardente Kitchen, and Alicia is in Dilworth finding out what makes Ardente so special. And Alicia, I know you were already eating. It's 10 a.m. You've got pasta in your system. How's it looking?
Liza, me eating? Never. What are you talking about? Okay, so I'm here with never. I'm here with Madison, who is the co-owner, and she and Raffaele are partners in the business and in life because they are the dynamic husband and wife duo behind Ardente. So we saw, Raffaele chefing it up a little bit, but what area are we in right now?
So this is our market. We have a market here at Ardente and also at our other location in South Park.
Tell us about your other location because it's very well known here in Charlotte.
So it's Montebella, South Park. And so we're here in our market and we have all of our products here that we make in-house. We started 6 years ago as a company just selling our fresh pasta at the farmers market. So naturally, you know, it's just grown. We have over 100 SKUs, from soups to frozen pizzas now, take and bake lasagnas, raviolis, everything we make from scratch.
I love it. And you said that you guys go to Rome a couple of times a year. You're actually meeting the vendors that you're pulling from, right?
Yes, yeah. So every 6 or 9 months or so, we go back to visit family, but then we're also able to go and meet a lot of the producers of the products that we carry in our market. We just want to make sure that what we're bringing in is quality. What's important to us is the connection with our food, and so what that means is meeting the people who grow and produce the items that we have in our market.
Okay, let's talk about the market, because you said this is really supposed to be not street food, but what would you describe this restaurant as?
It's just it's gritty, it's real, it's in Italian they call it ignorante, which
ignorante
means like just really soul filling, I guess.
Okay, so I love a tin fish. You're speaking my language. Let's talk about these offerings here.
Yeah, the tin fish are some of my favorites, and there are lots of different kinds. They pair really well with these Tarali crackers, which we make in-house. They're a traditional pugliese cracker. Definitely.
Speaking my language, yes, girl, yes. Okay, I think this is so cool and unique. You have an olive oil station. I've never seen this before.
Yeah, so obviously olive oil is really important to Italian cuisine, so we take it really seriously. We have great imported olive oil products from like really high quality finishing oils. And then we also have sort of your everyday oil. So this is what we use in our kitchen. It's great quality, and you can come and pour your own bottle. You can bring your own bottle, and you can go ahead and choose between classic or flavored.
I want some flavor.
We want some flavor.
Flavor.
So we get this down here.
You can bring your own bottle.
And don't worry, we provide napkins too, so feel free to make a mess. It's not a problem.
It's down home.
Exactly.
I love it.
Yeah, so you go ahead, fill that up. Bring that to the register along with your focaccia, which we also sell in the market. So again, this is what we make in-house. We use flour that we import from Italy, high quality flour.
Tell me about your flour story. I think this is cool.
Yeah, so in February we went to meet with the producers of our flour. They mill it, they grow it. It's the second time we met with them because we've been using it for the pasta for a long time, but this time we went to explore pizza. And we were in their laboratory kitchen for a couple days working alongside these master bakers, and they kept baking with this flour that they called Delta. And we were like, this is the best flour we've ever had. How do we get it in? So we worked with our distributors, and we're able to get it in and use it here in the restaurant. We're the only ones in America using this flour right now, and we are really proud of that. We stand behind it. It's exceptional.
That focaccia is exceptional. So is that olive oil. Here's Liza and I have a saying. If it's one thing we're going to do, it's eat and drink. So later in the show, we're giving you some mozzarella. Did I roll my R?
That was perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Nailed it.
And also showing you this display of spritzes you have. You make your own limoncello.
Yes, we do. In-house from scratch.
Okay. Don't go anywhere, y'all. Later in the show, we're eating and we're drinking.
Thanks, Alicia. Well, speaking of drinking, what goes better with some Italian food than a nice glass of wine? Our wine queen, Brittany Wallace, is here from the Queen of Wines to give us another wine lesson. And today we're talking Chardonnay, right?
Yeah, Chardonnay is a beautiful grape, widely planted all over the world. That's why I brought some representations of different places you can find it.
Yeah.
Two of the most popular spots are going to be France here. We've got one from Napa. We've got a Spanish Chardonnay, and then we've got a German Chardonnay.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So what makes it, you know, one of those really popular white wines? Because I feel like that's an easy one that everybody kind of is aware of.
Right. It's widely planted, like I said, grown all across the world. It's kind of a staple wine. It's very easy to grow. You can manipulate the grape in different ways. That's why there's so many different styles. Lots of people, they hear Chardonnay and they kind of go towards a Napa style where it's kind of buttery.
Okay.
There's going to be styles that are oaky, buttery. It can go super crisp, super clean, lean, tart, lemon. That's why I personally really love Chardonnay, and I like to bring attention to the grape, because sometimes people are like, I don't like buttery wine, I'm not going to drink Chardonnay. Well, guess what? There's going to be wines that aren't buttery, and just like this one from Spain.
They're still in that Chardonnay one. So how can the same grape taste so different, especially just with it being the Chardonnay grape? How can it in one region be buttery and then another one be citrusy?
So great question. like most grapes, they depend on where they're grown. So in France here, it's a cooler climate. This particular wine is going to have a bit more of a lean, fresh style because of the way it ripens. All the Chardonnays ripen super early, and so it's easy to pick. Then you're going to go to Napa where it's a warmer climate. So that Chardonnay grape is going to be super rich, very full-bodied, and that depends on the style. But then going to the winemaking process, is it aged in oak? Is it aged in stainless steel? That's going to give it some of those main characteristics. We're going to go to France here. To Burgundy, which is one of the benchmark areas of the world for Chardonnay. You're going to see it called as a white Burgundy. People sometimes, if you want to get a little fancy with it, that's what we're drinking is a white Burgundy. It's always going to be Chardonnay. It's coming from the northern part up here. That's going to find a little bit more of a lean, crisp, mineral-driven Chardonnay. But then we can go over here to Napa, all the way across the world to California, where that sun is much more hot, much more ripe, and you're going to get a nice full body, rich Chardonnay. And this winemaker in particular uses a lot of oak influence to give it that kind of rich essence.
I mean, there's just so much to learn about it. It's kind of wild, and that's just Chardonnay. There's so much conversation that you can have about it. And you always teach us so many great things. Brittany, thank you so much for sharing this with us today. We so appreciate you coming in. Always lovely to have you. Thank you so much.
No problem.
And coming up, we are saying cheers to Hump Day. Folia is showing us how they make one of their gorgeous cocktails after this short break. And you're looking live over Independence Boulevard on this sunny Wednesday. We will be right back. Welcome back to Positively Charlotte on your Wednesday. Folia is a cocktail bar and cafe that has all things plants and florals. Their perennials are their year-round favorites, but for this hot summer weather, they've got some seasonal drinks to help cool you down. Braden Carlton is here to give us a taste as the master mixologist. So these are, first of all, some gorgeous containers that you have here, but you're making us a beautiful drink. What are you making today?
So I am making our birdcage.
Ooh.
So this is a tiki style drink. It's similar to a Jungle Bird,
okay,
which is like a classic. And then we kind of took a take on it with Neapolitan ice cream. So here, I can start making it for you.
Please, I love it. Let's dive in.
This is a really fun one. It is a dark rum base. We use Planere dark rum, which is a blended rum, double aged from Jamaica, Trinidad, and Barbados.
Wow.
So we start with this.
So when you have the dark rum and of course, you know, the lighter rums, what is the difference in flavor?
So aging any spirit, but rum specifically, adds like a really nice vanilla note to it. So it adds a little bit of sweetness. It smooths out the edges a little bit. So if you're drinking it with something that's a little more spirit forward, it really ties it together.
I like that. Okay, very fun.
And then so for the Campari, which is an Italian aperitif, it is usually pretty bitter, but we infuse ours with strawberries and vanilla bean, which is where the Neapolitan ice cream starts to come in.
Oh my gosh, that makes so much sense.
So
that looks, also, I mean, the container that you have it in, this looks like it's an elixir.
Yeah, that was the vibe I was
It's
going
like,
for.
it genuinely feels like you're making a potion. I love this.
I take pride in them.
I love that. And also, I was looking at your the clay bowl that you have here.
Yes.
Is that on purpose?
It is. We have a very large garden theme. We have a couple hundred live plants in the space that someone comes and takes care of for us.
Wow.
And it really just adds to the vibe. So I like to, take it with us.
Exactly. Okay, what are you adding in now?
So this is a little bit of pineapple juice.
Yum.
This is gonna help with the texture of the drink a lot.
Okay.
Adds a little bit of that fruity tropical vibe.
Sure.
And it'll also add some body to the drink.
Okay, I love that.
And then this is just some fresh lime juice.
So when you're making just like the base of a cocktail and things like that, what are the things that you need to be having? Because I feel like in most cocktails, there's gonna be a little citrus, a little sweetness,
Most people don't realize how similar it is to chefs.
Yeah.
So you still follow those same elements of like the sweet, salty, acid, heat.
Yeah.
So you kind of look at all of those things. And you design the recipe similar to like you would with the kitchen, where you just kind of start.
Interesting. I didn't realize that it was so similar to that. Also, that is a gorgeous ice cube. It's just this perfect cube. I love that. So also, I feel like presentation is another thing that you guys, of course, as mixologists, it's a really important part of it, because not only are you consuming something with your taste buds, but also with your eyes too.
Yeah. It's also, we are a big proponent of every aspect of the cocktail making sense.
Yeah.
Not doing something just to do it, but to enhance the experience.
And I think that also Folia as a whole, you guys are a beautiful space.
It is
to come to.
a lovely space.
Yeah, which we've got some video of the actual building, because you not only have these cocktails, you also have THC cocktails too, right?
We have THC cocktails. We have a full mocktail menu. Just released some new small plates for the summer that are super exciting. We also have a new cocktail menu launching at the end of this month.
Oh, exciting!
So it's going to be a summer nostalgia theme. This drink was actually kind of the inspiration for it. I was looking to play on like the exciting childhood things, but still having that like twist on the classics and us being able to use techniques.
I love that. Well, while you're pouring that up, you can make sure to go and visit them. They're over in South End, and also they're open in the mornings too for some coffee and morning drinks as well. But oh my gosh, that's a beautiful color, and that's the thing. You guys always have these such vibrant drinks, but can't wait to drink that. That looks fantastic. Cheers. Thank you so much, Braden.
And then the pineapple adds that little bit of texture, so you get really the smell of the vanilla and the strawberry on top.
Smells fantastic. I cannot wait to get into this. Okay, we got the info right there on your screen. Make sure you go and visit them. Braden, thank you so much. And after the break, we are getting hands-on with our mouth health as we learn a healthy alternative to those store-bought mouthwashes. Don't go anywhere. And you're taking a live look at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. It's looking sunny out there. You're watching Positively Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Well, I'm still here at Ardente Kitchen in Dilworth. I live here now, and earlier we showed you Chef Raffaele making carbonara, so now I have to try it, you guys. This is the kind of investigative journalism that I like. Let me get some pancetta. Chef Madison, well done. Okay.
Thank you.
But not to be outdone.
Yeah.
Madison, I have a favor for you.
Yes.
Will you hold this mic because I'm gonna learn how to make. I'm gonna learn how to make mozzarella.
Put some gloves on.
Okay. Thank you.
Suggestion.
We're making mozzarella.
Put at least. For all due respect, normal human being, they should wear at least 4 or 5 gloves.
Wait,
so
seriously?
this is water that is 200 degrees right now, and I've been doing this for years.
You know what? I'm a mom. I can do anything. I'm not scared of hot water.
That's right.
All right, let's do this. Okay.
So come over here.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna cut you a piece.
Okay.
And what you are going to do, it's kind of like, hold this.
Okay.
It's kind of like when you do pizza.
Okay.
So you grab the bowl of mozzarella bowl, and then you start to grab the top.
Okay.
And put back.
Oh.
You hold with the other hand, top, and put back.
Okay.
And put back.
Mine looks a little different.
All with one hand.
Oh, with one hand.
Yeah.
Okay.
One
okay.
hand that
okay.
you hold.
Okay.
Let's do with the right, because you are right. I'm left. So you grab the mozzarella with your left, grab and send back. Turn around, grab and turn back.
Okay, you know what? Moms can't do it all. I'm gonna let you do this because I feel like I'm failing. Okay, so take us through the process. Thank you, friend.
All right. So this was the first one.
Okay.
I'm gonna show you another one. So
Okay.
we cut the curds. We already prepared the curd, etc., etc. This is the last step, the stretch and cut. So I grab the mozzarella curd, and I'm going to form. I go to work on it.
Beautiful. Oh, yes, there it is. All right. Now, while you're working on that, that's beautiful. Madison, come over here and tell me about these, because here's the thing. There's a bar back there, and you all offer so many spritzes, and you make your own limoncello. So thank you, Chef. Take us through what we have here.
Yes, well, spritz is a really important part of Italian culture, so we cannot miss out on that. So we offer not just Aperol spritz or limoncello spritz, but we have a Hugo spritz here as well. We have an Italica spritz, a Campari spritz, and we have a seasonal spritz. So as you mentioned, we make our own limoncello in-house, but we also make other different kinds of similar products as well, and we feature them monthly. So this is a limecello.
Oh, I've never heard of a limecello.
This month, a lime mojito cella spritz. And it's fun, it's fresh, it's not sweet and cloying the way that the store-bought kind is. It really accentuates the flavor of the fruit, and that's why we believe it's so important that we do make all of this stuff in-house, because it's crushable. You're gonna have more than one.
You over. Husband and wife duo. Here's the thing. You're making mozzarella. We've got spritzes. Do you want to adopt a grown woman? Because I like what's happening in this family. No, seriously.
Just come and work for us. Who knows?
Y'all, what's the secret to not only working together, but being successful at it?
I think it's passion. I really do, because I mean it's exhausting and it's hard work. But what gets us out of the bed every morning after every setback and every challenge is just the love that we have for the relationships that we build and the relationship that exists when customers come in and we get to feed them. I think at the end of the day, that's really all that matters and what drives us.
Thank you, Madison. Raffaele, take us out with an R roll. I don't know anything you want to say with the R.
My wife, she loves when I say River Rocks.
Say it again.
River Rocks. I'm going to charge you guys for this now.
All right, guys, come on down to our Dente in Dilworth. Liza, sending it back to you.
Thanks, Alicia. We're getting all those Italian vibes. Well, especially after you eat some garlic and, you know, a good plate of pasta, you're going to want some fresh breath after that. So we are bringing a breath of fresh air to your oral care routine with a homemade mouthwash recipe that's both easy to make and packed with natural benefits. So say goodbye to those store-bought mouthwash filled with chemicals and artificial colors and say hello to a refreshing and affordable alternative that your mouth will thank you for. So we have nutrition expert Harold LaFall. You're always teaching us something new.
Yeah, and you know, breath is so important, right?
Because it can be such a turnoff.
It can be a problem.
Such a problem.
And this is such a great healthy alternative to store-bought mouthwashes.
Okay.
And it's real simple. You have 4 ingredients. You have cloves, rosemary, cinnamon, and hot water.
Okay.
Now, cloves have antibacterial that helps to fight off bacteria to keep your breath fresh. Then you have rosemary that helps to freshen your breath. And then it also has anti-inflammatory properties. So if you have inflamed gums, get you some rosemary.
That's great.
And the cinnamon is going to add some flavor to it. And then you just mix them all together. And what I love about this, it doesn't have any chemicals, any alcohol, because we know that some mouthwashes have alcohol.
Exactly.
And if you know about alcohol, it can actually raise blood pressure.
Oh.
Yeah, so folks who have high blood pressure should be very careful when it comes to mouthwash, because there are studies that have shown it can increase your blood pressure temporarily.
Yeah, so, well, that's the thing with mouthwash is that, you know, you're swishing it in your mouth and, of course, those things are getting absorbed for your gums, but also there's a small amount of it. If you're using it every day, twice a day, then, I mean, you're swallowing a small amount of it every day.
Yeah.
So, you know, what are the kind of cautions that you would give to people just in terms of different mouthwashes to look at and specific ingredients to avoid?
Just make sure that you read the labels and look for an ingredient called ethanol. Now, ethanol is a type of alcohol that's used in alcoholic beverages.
Okay.
So you want to look for that because you want to stay away from that, as well as dyes. They actually use dyes in a lot of your mouthwashes, which isn't healthy.
They're like bright blue, bright green. That is true.
And it helps to, and while they use it, it helps to prolong the life of the mouthwash. Like the homemade mouthwash that we're making today, this will last you 2 weeks because it doesn't have any chemicals or artificial colors.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
But it still lasts you a long time. And it's cost effective. This costs less than $2. So you just add all your ingredients in. You add some hot water.
Okay.
You let it sit overnight. And then the next morning you strain it. And you got your homemade, all natural mouthwash. And take a smell.
That smells so good.
And healing.
Oh my gosh,
it
fresh.
Does. Healing and fresh.
It does.
Yeah.
That just like you, Harold.
Thank
you are so healing and fresh to us. So, you know, if people are wanting to learn more things like this, you have so many hacks and things like that. Where can people find more information on you?
You can go to my website at thegoodlivingnow.com.
Awesome, Harold. Thank you so much for this. I'm about to be using this after the show.
Come on.
When I'm going to bed at night, when I'm waking up in the morning.
Fresh breath all the time.
Exactly. I'm about to have as gorgeous teeth as you do. 'Cause he's got that gorgeous smile. Thank you so much, Harold. We so appreciate it. Well, Well, we've got a contest for you Billie Eilish fans between today, July 8th, and Monday, July 13th. You can enter for a chance to win a Hit Me Hard and Soft gift pack valued at $300. So you can register at qcnews.com today. It is a must-have prize for those Billie fans out there. So it includes a digital code to view the new movie, Hit Me Hard and Soft, the tour. And then also it's got a Billie Eilish 3D Viewmaster. It's also got a tour zip hoodie plus a live in 3D knit beanie and also a Billie Eilish lettuce edge tank and also fingerless gloves and a tie that are in this theme as well. So you can scan the QR code on your screen today and the winner will be selected on Tuesday, July 14th. So don't forget to enter today at qcnews.com. And America turned 250, and that is celebrating, and it's a celebration worth putting on a hazmat suit for. So Beat the Bomb, the world's first immersive social video game company, is marking the milestone with Summer Mission America 250 Edition, a limited time experience available through the end of July. So that's only at its Charlotte location, but Summer Mission America 250 Edition is a new addition to Beat the Bomb's classic and widely popular paint, foam, and slime experiences, and teams can take on 5 new summer-related games to disarm a red, white, and blue paint bomb or get blasted for trying. So designed for anybody who is looking to have a blast this summer, no pun intended, the experience blends innovative technology, interactive social gameplay, and fun team challenges. You can book your visit and beat the heat and hopefully the bomb as well today. So, but also it's kind of fun to get slimed and hit by, paint. I think that's kind of the goal. If you don't win, it's okay. Well, there's more positivity after this short break, including one furry friend who knows just how to beat the heat. Don't go away. And you're taking a live look over Dallas. It's looking beautiful out there. We'll be right back. Thanks so much for spending an hour of your day with us here on Positively Charlotte. LEGO has unveiled this giant World Cup trophy that was built with more than 1 million LEGO bricks. 1 million, you heard that right. So the replica trophy was unveiled Monday in New York as the centerpiece of the LEGO World Cup fan zone. So the statue is 27 feet tall. It was built in the Czech Republic before being transported to New York's Rockefeller Plaza, which I feel like seems a bit counterintuitive to have to ship that all the way. But it took more than 59 workers and more than 7,000 hours to build it. The giant replica trophy was inspired by LEGO's at-home FIFA World Cup trophy kit. I mean, I really commend the 59 workers who put this together because that is no joke. I mean, 1 million LEGO bricks? Incredible. Well, Kern, a black bear living in the Oakland Zoo, has continued enjoying personal pool parties despite unseasonably cool weather. Zookeeper Brittany posted this adorable video to X yesterday with the very inquisitive bear playing with a ball and splashing all around. And the zoo wrote on X how the unseasonably cold July is not interfering with Kern's pool parties in the slightest. All we can say is give us some of that weather, Kern. That's what we want. We need it to cool down here. So I love what he's doing. You know what? We need more pool parties here too since it's so toasty. Well, of course, we want to give you our closing thoughts before we end the show today. And here's my quote. The strength of each team is each individual member. The strength of each member is the team. And that's from Phil Jackson. And especially on this 2-year anniversary of Positively Charlotte, our team is what makes us so great. So huge shout out to everybody. You know, we're so appreciative of the people that make this show what it is because Alicia and I, of course, you know, we get to be a part of it, but there are so many people behind the scenes. Of course, we've got Tammy, Evan, Joey, Ryan, so many people contribute to make this show what it is. So, and thank you to you guys for watching for 2 years. We so appreciate being able to come into your homes for our 2-year anniversary. We'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m.
week on Morning Edition, we have something special. We have two famous YouTubers straight from the UK doing a tour of the United States, and they stopped here in Charlotte.
We wanted to give them a taste of the Queen City and North Carolina. So what better place to bring them than
Bojangles! It's Bo time!
First of all, we're glad you guys are here. We have some history that we want to teach you, a little trivia, and at the end, we're going to crown one of you guys Mr. Bojangles.
Is it a competition?
It is. A little bit.
Bring it on. Look, he won't even shake my hand. Look at this. We're very competitive. We're very competitive here. Yeah.
Oh, we're stretching?
If you pull a hamstring, then you have problems. This is not going to be that hard.
Talk to me right now.
Getting in a zone. Oh, I'm sorry. The first Bojangles in the world started in what city?
Charlotte.
Wow. You just told us that.
It's all about speed.
It's all about speed. I'm locking in right now. I'm locked in. I'm hydrating. Bojangles water.
Look at that. Look at that.
Okay.
1-0 to the Klein Dogs.
One to the Klein Dogs. I like that.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. The first Bojangles.
I still have a question. What color is the branding? Red and yellow. Surely I win it. That's what I want.
That's later. That comes up stoppage time. That's at the end. That's at the end.
That happen a lot.
Yeah, it does.
Oh God.
Okay.
Here we go.
Bojangles started in 1950, 1977, 1999.
1950.
77.
He's on the board. He's on the board.
Okay.
That's
a trick question.
Well, 1-1.
Bojangles was named after a movie,
Movie.
or a famous song.
Movie.
It was a song.
Song.
Mr. Bojangles.
Mr. Bojangles, Nitty Gritty Dirt Band.
Okay.
2-1.
Look in. I thought we were just talking about the movie.
The guy that came up with the original recipe for those biscuits, okay? He came up with it while working at another restaurant. Was it McDonald's, Chick-fil-A, or Hardee's?
Chick-fil-A.
Hardee's.
What?
Come on.
That's it. Wow. That's all I got.
I was
That's all
coming
I got.
to Bojangles. I've done my research.
Do you even know what that is? That restaurant that you just said. I've never even heard of it.
What, Hardee's?
Yeah.
Never heard of Hardee's?
No. Do you know what
It is. It's like Harley's, but not.
It's like Harley's, but not.
Why go ahead and do, by the way, the trivia's paused.
Really?
It's paused for right now.
It's not hydration, Brett.
Right.
Yeah. There we go.
Okay.
Come on.
We've seen from your socials the whole entire day behind the tour, but why come to America? Why do the bus tour?
Well, I think that we've spoken about this before. There is no better place than America to do a road trip, right? So we wanted to, when the biggest football tournament in the world, soccer tournament, was coming to the US, we were like, it has to be a road trip because this wouldn't really work anywhere else. do you know? So that was it. It was like, this is the best place to do it. We get to travel America. And then we were like, let's do a 24/7 live stream. But we didn't know what we was getting ourselves into until like day 1 or 2. We were like, wow, this is intense. But it has been the most amazing experience.
I can't imagine.
Ever.
There's a big underlying drive behind it.
Yeah.
Well, so we're doing it for Prostate Cancer UK as well for a charity because it's something close to our hearts. One of the guys who's one of our best mates who works with us as well, his dad's actually battling prostate cancer.
Oh, wow. In the UK, it's not nationally screened.
Okay.
Every 45 minutes, a man will die from prostate cancer. And we're looking to try and help those stats while we're.
Man, that's awesome.
Big drive.
I'm glad it's a big deal here in the States too. So I'm glad that you're helping share awareness and putting you're sacrificing your health, your sleep, being with families. That's a lot. That's a lot to do. And I mean, it's fun on the outside, but I know it's not easy. So, and you've interviewed some awesome people along the way.
Thank you, man. We've had a blast, haven't we? It's still pinching ourselves every day. So.
I just love how everyone's really embraced us, embraced what we're doing. I just wanted to get behind it, So it's
awesome.
Amazing.
Quick hydration break's over. Here we go. Game
You guys
on.
wanna bring it on in?
Game on.
So this is Bojangles chicken.
Look at this.
Wow.
Look.
This is the works.
This is the works.
This is the works.
Wow.
I don't know that I know the proper name for all these either. Ooh, Chef Mike, come on around back here, brother.
Thank you.
Explain to the gentleman.
Mike,
hello.
explain what we got going on here.
How are you? Good to meet you.
Thanks for coming.
It's an honor to be here.
How you doing?
Yes, thank you.
What do we have going on here, Chef?
Oh,
total.
No. This is what he does, Chef.
Is that
Chef,
how you share
this is what he does. You see, no, you've seen it. No, give my dish back. Give my dish back. Thank you very much, Woody.
Oh,
there
my
we
goodness.
go. There we go. Okay.
Oh,
You need to rein him
Oh,
in.
we got chips. Those are chips, right?
These
They're
are chips.
fries.
Oh,
Just
you call them
fries. Just fries. Yep.
Yeah.
What we got, Mike?
Yeah.
The Total Boat Experience.
Okay.
The Total
Oh
Bow
my
Experience.
It's our most popular and famous items. Starting out here with Bola's famous seasoned fries.
Yep.
Okay. Seasoned fries.
Beef tallow cooked, seasoned with our
Beef tallow.
special.
Beef tallow.
That's what we like to hear.
Yeah, we fry everything in.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Who doesn't, right?
That's it.
Right.
Yeah.
And then moving to the left.
Can I?
Please.
Come on, Woody.
I call them biscuits. You call them cookies or something.
Well, yeah. So
What?
this is a
Fresh butter
biscuit.
milk, sorry.
This is like a
Bojangles
biscuit.
Biscuit.
But I don't know.
Made fresh from scratch all day, every day.
Look at
It
that.
smells incredible. It smells incredible.
Well, you saw it was made with love back there.
Made with love. It just needed a slap.
Made
on
with
it.
love.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Star of the show, bone-in fried chicken.
Okay.
Yeah, and then mouse and they also cook the
Okay.
crispy on the outside, juicy on the inside. It's perfect. We call them chicken supremes. They're breaded chicken tenders.
Okay.
And the same recipe we'll use about 50 years. By far, so.
Hey, listen, guys, you got to try it with the special bow sauce right here.
Which one?
That's the one with the black top.
In the United States, it's all about the sauce.
It is. We're all about sauces
Just
here.
as important as chicken. We have
Oh,
6
man.
sauces for you to try. They're all great. I encourage you to mix and match.
You mix and match, yeah.
Our most popular is our honey mustard.
wow.
Far away, our most popular sauce.
Wow.
And Chef, we do have one with a biscuit with chicken. Klein, you were asking about this. What do you were too?
Yes.
Cajun filet biscuit, our most popular breakfast item.
This is the most
A
popular.
little bit of a kick.
So this is breakfast.
That's breakfast.
Okay. I don't know where to start.
Well, you didn't eat since last night, so you had
Okay.
breakfast and lunch and dinner.
And can I just say as well, what's quite interesting about we call them chips, is they're quite like thick. Like we do thick chips in the UK.
Yeah.
Oh, you know fish and chips?
Yeah.
You heard of fish and chips. It's like, they're a little bit thicker than this, but you normally see quite thin fries in the US.
Well, a lot
These
of places, they're not Bojangles.
They're not Bojangles. This is why we love this place. There we go. Okay, should we tuck in?
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chef.
Right, where do you think I should start?
That's a tough one.
It is breakfast.
That's
Yes.
a tough one.
You can start with the breakfast right there.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, look at that, guys.
So good.
Can we just look at this?
Look at that.
That's breakfast right there.
Now, can you handle spice?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
It's
going
how,
out.
how,
We're
spicy,
going-
how spicy
It's
is it?
real spicy. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a little
But I
dip.
believe in you.
Okay.
It's good.
Oh my God.
Yeah. We like it. We like it. We might need some napkins. We might need a whole box of napkins.
Oh my gosh.
Decent, yeah.
There we go.
Get your laughing gear around that.
Yeah.
That's it.
I'll tell you what. Excuse me. I'll tell you what.
Cool.
It's like, it's nothing I've ever had before, because it's the biscuit which really complements the chicken.
Yeah.
Which we don't really do this in the UK. And Yeah, I'm struggling. It's really, really good.
This is so good. Let's see, I don't even think we had. Okay, there's another thing I need to tell you about when you come to the South. Oh, it's dirty rice. Okay, I wasn't sure if it's gravy.
Wow.
I'm gonna get right into it.
Yeah, you go.
Do you guys do bone and chicken?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Bone and chicken. The Supremes are good.
Oh, what we got coming now?
Dessert. Already?
So
You're
these are,
taking one bite and we're already at
this is
dessert.
what you saw them making. The bowberry.
Oh, with the
Right.
Bowberries,
With the syrup and
blueberries, and icing.
I mean,
Okay. This is.
Oh my gosh.
Hold on. I'm going for a third here.
This is ridiculous.
yeah.
That's all.
That's the sauce right there.
See, this one's nice, right?
Right.
But I'm not a lover of that.
Okay.
That.
Which one is that?
Right?
The honey mustard?
Yeah.
Yeah, you like the
Honey
honey
mustard?
mustard. Well, there's 4 to choose from.
The chips, the fries, are stupendous.
That's not a word you hear. You
No.
don't hear that around Charlotte often. The fries are, the chips are
Stupendous. Unbelievable.
Oh,
Thank you. I'm gonna try this. This is the honey
The honey mustard.
Honey mustard.
honey mustard.
Yeah. One of the other things in the South, I mean, it's important to hydrate.
Yes.
Obviously, choose water if you want water. But when you come to the South, the nectar of the gods is sweet tea.
Oh, let me cheers you.
That's it. Yeah. Cheers. Cheers, mates. Welcome to Charlotte.
A little bit different from the tea that you guys drink over there.
Yes, this one's cold.
Cheers.
It's Southern tea.
That's it.
Cheers. Southern tea.
Cheers.
Southern tea.
This is the
Sweet
first
tea.
time
Southern
trying
tea.
this. I've never
Really?
never tried this
Here we go.
before.
Sweet tea for the first time.
Cheers, guys. Here we go.
It may be really, really sweet to you. That's it.
What do you think?
Very refreshing, and stupendous as well. Very good.
I like it.
Too stupendous.
What I'm not used to is the size of the cup. It's huge.
Everything's big in the
Yeah, it is.
It is. Everything is
There we
like
go.
super size.
Would you say as stupendous as, I don't know, the American soccer team and how we've played so far? I think
You played
if we're
great.
being real, they've exceeded expectations so far.
Yeah.
What would you guys say?
We would agree.
Yep.
We have said from the beginning, if England can't win, if England don't win, we'd want America to win.
Really?
Yeah.
So you're not saying that just because you're here?
Do you know what though? I'm going to disagree with you in one thing.
Okay.
You said that, well, not disagree with you, but you said that I exceeded expectations. I believe they're starting to live up to what they're actually capable of doing and where they're at. I think that American team is like, something to be thinking about.
I think when we saw them for the first time out there, the form that they played with, we hadn't seen from an American soccer team ever. And we really didn't know, because we didn't have to qualify, what Mauricio Pochettino was going to do with the team. But to see them out there the way they played, I mean, this is probably the best they've looked. I think the expectation was to make it out of the group stage. Maybe we wouldn't win it. Now I think a lot of people in America are like, okay, this is a legitimate team. Because let's be real, as you guys would say, we were rubbish.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
We don't look like rubbish anymore.
No. No. You look like the proper team. And
Proper team.
I think Woody said it the other day. In the next 20 years, was it? We believe America will win the World Cup.
You think so?
I truly believe that.
You heard that?
Really?
You heard that here.
Within the next 4 or 5 tournaments, I reckon you would, yeah.
It's a tournament every 4 years, right?
To be
Right,
good
right.
at, you can become the best at.
Yeah.
I'll take that. Is it soccer or football? End of debate.
End of debate now.
Yeah.
It's football.
It's football.
It's football.
It's football. And,
Okay.
and it is, if you think about it, American football is with the hands.
Right. Yeah.
We play, I know you got the kicker,
Yeah.
Right.
but football, soccer is played with the feet, so it makes more
Sure.
sense that it's football.
So Americans did this, right?
I think so.
Okay, so I think for
He's like, where
can
are
we
you
do
going
another
over there?
trivia question?
I think we
Quick
should. This is
Okay,
the perfect
okay.
time for
break. Should we
another
just make it like
try.
3 points?
Yeah, this is a 3-pointer.
Can you tell me
You
where?
can come back right here.
I've
This
got
is
it.
it. Tell me where the term soccer comes from.
Oh.
It was marathon.
Was it?
Don't know.
I'm going to say, I think it's a trick question. I'm going to say,
Would you play?
who called it soccer?
Who cares when this chicken is this good?
I'm moving down there with Woody.
All right. I don't.
All right.
I'm going to say. I'm going to say America as well.
America?
All right. Woody's
America.
going with.
I said America, yeah.
Gentlemen, if I may take you back to the great year of 1863.
You guys remember? That
Yeah,
was a good year.
1863, great year, right? Over in England. You guys have heard of Oxford, right?
It was Oxford
What did you
University.
do? No
Oxford
way.
Oxford,
University.
so they had a thing where they would
was right
short
then.
words,
Sure, I'll get
and you
one.
guys had rugby football and association football. So they would shorten things by adding an ER. So rugby was rugger, right? And Association of Football, they shortened it to ASOC. Soccer came from the UK.
Oh, man. Look at Kleiny.
You guys did it.
Mind blown.
You guys have been blaming us the whole entire time.
When we ruined it. We ruined it.
By the way, why didn't I just go with that?
Yeah.
You were right there. You were thinking to try and sway me away from it because you didn't want me to get it right.
He does that.
You were right there.
He does that, Woody.
Yeah, I can tell.
He does that.
So we started it.
You started it.
And you guys took it, and now we blame you for it.
Right, that's it.
So it's backwards. Doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make sense at all.
I can only apologize.
This is the perfect platform to apologize right now to the U.S.
Sit down there.
Yeah.
Me and Woody would like to say sorry.
And speak for yourself, mate.
Sorry. Yeah. For blaming you guys for calling it soccer when we started it in Oxford.
Oh.
And do you know what? Anyway.
Intelligent
Cheers.
lads over at Oxford, right?
Cheers.
Cheers, guys, to
soccer.
to football or soccer.
To
Whatever
soccer,
it is, we
football,
love the game. We love the game.
There
Right?
it is. It's a beautiful game.
To the beautiful game.
I
To the
was gonna
beautiful
do that.
game. There we go.
Two-part question. First part, do you guys bring it home? And two, if you guys bring it home, because I would say top 3 footballers of all time from England, right? I would put Bobby Charlton, Wayne Rooney, Harry Kane.
Okay.
Does Harry Kane sit atop if you guys bring it home this year?
Wow, he just, was it yesterday or the day before? He just equaled, what did he beat? Gary Lineker's.
Harry Kane, he broke the record, didn't he?
He broke the record for the most amount of goals. Harry Kane is incredible. What was the question?
Does he become, one, do you guys bring it home this year?
Yeah, okay, first of all, we
First
bring it
of all,
home, right?
If you guys do,
Yeah.
does Harry Kane sit atop alone?
I think.
What, in terms of best strikers ever to have lived?
Yeah.
Ever to don the kit?
It depends what he does, though, doesn't it?
That's true.
Maybe.
I mean, you would assume if you guys bring it home that Harry would have a big
Yeah,
role.
he would be.
You think that he
I
would
think
get it all right?
I think he would be considered. Yeah, up there.
At the top.
Yeah, at the top, probably. But we've had so many incredible players, over the years. I love David Beckham.
Really?
And some of the players that have played for the country over the years have just been insane. It's actually crazy to think we've not won a World Cup since 1966 with the amount of amazing
That's your
players.
point, by the way.
Really?
Close.
Yeah.
Close. Thanks, brother. Why don't you keep eating?
Yeah. But no, I think Harry Kane would be considered probably at the top there, and captain as well, right? So, yeah, good question though.
Try to do research.
Yeah.
What has been the most surprising thing of doing this tour?
I already knew in a way, but just how welcoming people are in this country. Like, it's so beautiful. Like, some of the best moments haven't been the crazy stuff we've been doing. It's been, we'll be in an Uber and our Uber driver will invite us back to their house for like a tequila tasting or coffee. And like, we was in Albuquerque and we was doing the Breaking Bad tour. We was dressed in hazmat suits, and this car pulls up with a family inside, and they're like, "Oh my God, we love what you guys are wearing. This is the most amount of effort anyone has ever done. Do you want to come out round house for coffee?" And watermelon and all that, and then we'll go inside their house and be there for 2 hours and just chatting to them, meeting new people, and it's just like, that's just been the most incredible part about this tour. So you say, not surprising, because I feel like, you know, kind of knew that, but it's just amazing we just feel really welcomed into the country, and like meeting new people.
That's so great.
Has been just incredible. I think he's eating I think he's eating my chicken.
I was just looking down going, it was just there.
It was just there, and I was
And you were talking the
I
whole
was having a
time.
chat. And he has swapped his chicken for his.
You don't like thighs? You're a leg man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, really, when it comes to chicken in the United States.
Oh, he's had my. Hold on, sorry. He's had my thing as well. That's my favourite thing. That was my favourite one. He's done me a lot.
Well, you know what? Yeah. You get to beat him for the Bo-Berry biscuit. You guys watch him being
You gotta try the Bo-Berry.
Now this.
Listen, before we wrap up, you gotta try. You gotta try the Bo-Berry biscuit. Where are you most excited about going after you leave here?
Go onwards.
You love all the big ones, right? Like everyone loves going to New York and going to like LA and those big landmarks. But in truth, I've never been to Miami, and I think I'm looking forward to going down to Miami. However, since traveling through like Central America and going from like obviously one coast to the other, my favorite places have been as I've been traveling through places like this.
Yeah.
And like Dallas was, I loved it.
Albuquerque, Amarillo.
Yeah, and like to the places where you wouldn't choose really to typically go and visit. Like we're from the UK, right? So if you're gonna go to America, like I say, you're gonna go, I'm gonna go New York, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go Vegas. But like going to like the Grand Canyon and stuff like that, like the most mind-blowing thing. So what am I looking forward to next? Soaking up Charlotte, baby.
Okay,
Nice.
Good answer.
Charlotte. Yeah.
24 hours, so let's
Yeah.
do it.
I want you guys to go all the way back to those young footballers that were on, was it Britain's Got Talent, right?
Yes, sir.
What would those kids think of the version of you guys now sitting here in Charlotte trying Bojangles Chicken, doing a bus tour of America, live streaming every moment? What would those kids think?
First of all, I don't think they would have believed you. But I think incredibly proud, right? It's been a wild ride. We've been doing this now 14 years. And we started off in football, soccer. That didn't work out for us. And then we pivoted into social media. And that was when talking a long time ago, was not really a huge thing. It wasn't taken as serious as it is now. And we come away from soccer and football for quite a long time. But then 14 years later to come back and do this football trip is almost like a full circle for us. So and it's just a proud moment. I think it's like, I mean, I'm proud of this guy right here. I know we banter each other a lot and we rip into each other, but he's a legend and like, couldn't think of a better person to have this journey with. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah.
When you get moments like this, it makes you really appreciate, and all those tough, hard times, it makes you really appreciate things like this even more so. Do you know what I mean? Because like this is the good, fun stuff. And that's it's an amazing thing for us to be able to have done, you know.
We got to try these, and then I think it's time to crown somebody.
Okay.
So you got to try the Bo-Berry biscuit.
Oh, it's warm as well.
Yeah,
it's warm, Woody.
It's warm.
This is a real star right here.
This is the star of the show, guys. Make sure you got some icing on it.
Oh my gosh.
Come on, Connie.
Come
on.
Oh my God. Woods, you are gonna love this.
Oh my God.
It's like the icing on it. Are you ready?
You know, yeah.
Oh my God.
Guys.
Oh my God. No,
that's probably one of the best things I've tasted since we've been in America.
Welcome to Charlotte,
Yeah.
Freddie's standing over here on our live stream, like, and he would really appreciate a fight.
Oh
That is, I mean, that is incredible. Bloody incredible.
Using you kind of did it right there. In the most non-American terminology, how would you describe the Bojangles spread?
That is bloody lovely.
Bloody
lovely.
That is bloody lovely. Yeah.
Jason, I think
that's the perfect tagline. Bojangles, bloody lovely.
I think you have something bloody lovely for our winner.
We do, yes. So we are going to crown Ross Smith. Listen, Woody.
You want to take a stab at it? Come on.
Okay.
Well, I said, look,
Cut.
Oh, it's a big old bite.
Got the eyes closed. He's marinating on it.
Epic.
Epic. One word.
Epic.
Bloody lovely and epic.
I like it.
This is perfect.
I love it.
Okay, so Woody, you have officially. Oh wow. I need you to finish that. You have officially been crowned Mr. Bojangles.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna need you for 1 second. If you'll just run to the restroom.
Oh yeah.
Okay. And I need you to if you'll put that on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, this is gonna be good.
It's gonna be good. You're the
Let's
winner.
go. We're gonna go back here.
Winner, chicken dinner.
Winner, chicken dinner.
Yeah.
I think he's nervous.
I think so too.
I don't think he's feeling so good, and I think he's
He
nervous.
trusted us. He says he trusts us.
You think
I don't know if Woody trusts us.
Guys, I'm getting. Sorry.
This is the time to rack up on his.
You got to bring that across the pond.
I love
Isn't it good?
I love when you guys say, "Come on now."
Come on.
No, we don't hear that.
What is the British equivalent of "come on now"?
Get on that.
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 I'm bringing that to the show tomorrow.
Bring it. Get on that.
When we go to our weather tomorrow, or our meteorologist said, I'm like, Ted, get on that.
Yeah, or if you come into the weather, you go, get on this.
Get on this.
Get on this.
Get on this.
So we're cutting to the weather right now. Get on this.
Get on this.
Do you know what I mean?
Like that.
That's
okay.
But the other thing as well is, which is slightly different, is you guys say, "Let's go."
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
We would say, "Come on, England."
Oh.
Okay.
So it's like, "Come on, England," not "Let's go, England."
What do you think of our chants, by the way? Have we?
Have you heard some of the U.S. chants? We're trying to get better here. We really are.
As in Team America.
Yeah, like the chants that the crowd and the fans. We're trying to get
different. There. Like in England, they're a bit more kind of like, they're there.
Yeah.
We're
kind of in their face.
Yours are a bit more family friendly.
That's a good point.
Okay.
That's a good point.
Okay.
Last year I went to a Chelsea football match.
Oh,
in Chelsea,
Stamford Bridge.
Yeah, and they had to stop it because of fighting. Going on.
Serve alcohol?
This is insane. It was crazy.
You can have alcohol in like the concourse. You
Yeah.
can't take alcohol into the.
So yeah, when you're watching the actual match.
Yeah.
No alcohol.
Yeah, because it got bad. I think. I mean, don't quote me on this, but I think they used to start throwing it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Into the.
Oh. Turn around.
Okay.
Turn around.
Oh my gosh, that is incredible.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bojangles. Oh, sorry. Just call me Mr. V.
Mr. V.
Everyone knows what a B stands for.
Mr. B.
Bojangles, baby.
Oh, hold on. I knew there'd be something on the back. Look at this.
Winner chicken dinner.
Look at this. Oh, I'm jealous I didn't win now. That is the swag. You got to wear that all day now.
I feel like I'm ready to go and play like basketball.
Yeah.
Guys, we could do this all day. We know you got to hit the road and go see a lot of other people, but again, thanks for coming to America, #1.
Yeah.
I hope you come back to Charlotte. All right, you guys are family, and I hope you enjoy this, and come back and have an epic, bloody time.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound good. You know,
Epic bloody time?
have an epic, bloody time.
Have an epic, bloody,
Lovely time.
Epic, bloody, lovely time. There it is.
So there we go. Thank you so much, guys.
Guys, appreciate you guys.
Cheers, mates.
Welcome here to Queen City News Plus. In order in the court, and you got myself, Brian Blakely.
And I'm Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes.
Hey, good to see you, my man, right after July 4th. How was your weekend on the holiday?
Excellent. Hot. 100 plus, but excellent. Yes.
Definitely. Did you celebrate it in a safe way with all the fireworks?
In the shade, in the pool, and definitely not in direct heat. I'm not good at heat.
Pool was probably the best place to
100%.
I was at a beach where there were just fireworks going on and up and down the beach, and they were loud. but it was spectacular to watch. And happy
Hopefully, had a
birthday
tent out
to
there
America.
because that beach, I wanted to, but I just anything over 100 is a sign for me to stay out of the heat.
You don't want to be cooked any more than
I promise you.
what we are from our family and all the other activities for sure. Well, let's talk order in the court. Court is in session today, Khalif, and we are going to be talking about this first case here. New York man suing ICE leaders of the Department of Homeland Security for sending federal officers to his door, as you see right there in that picture, warning him about an email that he sent to a former head of the agency.
Yeah, this was when I first saw it. I'm like, well, let me make sure I'm wrapping my hands around this, right? Let me see what the threat is. Let me figure out what the man said and what prompted officers to come to his door. And so the threat, it's an email, right, that he sends over, and they first say that this is a warning notice. You may be in violation of federal law, referencing federal law prohibition against threats against federal officers. The notice states that ICE officials of professional responsibility had identified an email that may violate federal law and request that you promptly remove. This is the part that I believe his attorney has issue with. Promptly remove or discontinue the aforementioned behavior. This man.
Let's talk about what he said here, in that, because he's claiming free speech. David Strever is his name, and he's saying that they violated his First Amendment to free speech. But he, after emailed the ICE acting director Todd Lyons, call him a quote monstrous human being. And saying he will never know peace and will torment himself until his last day on earth.
Yeah, there are a couple things that jump off the page, and I'm not laughing at the comments. It's just, first of all, the creative writing of trying to say something like that. He says his rationale was that he just witnessed the shooting, and I'm writing an email because I was deeply upset about the shooting in Minnesota, and I felt compelled to do something. Write an email to the head of ICE seemed like the least I could do to express my frustration, my sense of outrage. ICE responds and says, look, we take credible threats completely serious, and our employees and our officers should not be subject to these type of threats, and we this is a matter that we take serious, right? I think there are a couple things you first want to look at. This is not a question of can ICE investigate these type of threats. I think the answer is 100% yes. And I think you'd have to be blind to not see that there is at least the potential of a threat. So yes, have the investigation, but then the question is this an investigation or is this retaliation against protected First Amendment speech? Are you attempting to chill my speech? And that's why I read the comment about promptly remove, right? Promptly take this down, because now that I'm attacking the content of your speech, something that you said was not content neutral, I don't like what you said, and I want you to take those specific words down, which would, again, be coming at content specific, not content neutral, which the government's going to have to prove a compelling public interest, and it's narrowly tailored as to why they can chill your speech in this type of forum. So that's the argument that you would go down when you're looking at, do they have a right to stop you from saying these types of First Amendment protected comments? And then second, have you now retaliated against me for doing something that's protected? I think if this one goes to trial, which this organization that represents him is saying that they would like that to happen, a couple of things will have to occur. First, you're going to look at the timing of the threat. Well, did you sit on your hands when you were threatened? Because typically a communicating threat is this imminent fear of bodily harm, that a person makes a comment towards me that I feel like they are going to act on that
We've
threat
seen this
now.
type of thing with school threats all the time.
Correct.
Making a threat. You need to act upon that, correct?
Right. So
protection of and public safety.
Did they act on it? In their complaint, plaintiffs say no, they didn't act on it. They sat on their hands for 5 months and waited. And so their argument is that if you really believe that you were threatened, why did you wait so long? On the other hand, Homeland Security and ICE will come back and say, well, hey, we were investigating, trying to figure out and find out, well, where did this email come from? Who was the person that owned it? And then we actually now go from this internet space to the real world, and we have officers showing up to your house. That's not going to happen in one day. It's going to take time for the investigation to run its course for us to get there. Once we figure that out, now we're here. I think that's the argument that they make, but I think there are legs to this case for sure. I think there is an opportunity for this to at least make its way to a courtroom where you have depositions, interrogatories, get through the discovery process, try to figure out, well, what was said, how was it said? We know the language, but was there any other things? Was there intent to commit harm? What would a reasonable person believe when they read and saw that email? Do you think saying, you won't find peace to the end of your days, is that meaning that I will be the cause of you not finding peace? Would I be the cause of you not finding it will I be the cause of the end of your days? Like, there would have to be a number of assumptions to get to the point of his statements being a threat if it ever went to trial on the criminal part. And then the other portion is, this is what they'd argue. So they sat on their hands for 5 months. No one has ever been charged with a crime. So if you're believing that it was communicating a threat against a government official, there should have been a charge for, some adverse effect of action, specifically saying, hey, now you've been charged with a criminal charge and you have it. So I think that's going to be the strong portions for plaintiff's case.
Can it set new limits on how far federal officials can go when acting on tips or online communication?
I don't think so. I think, if I'm representing ICE in this scenario, and I'm not encouraging them to go out and arrest people randomly, right? But if you believe there's a genuine threat, then the proper thing to do is charge. Don't warn. Don't say, hey, we believe this is a potential threat. No, if you believe someone is threatening an individual that's connected to your office, or it's an agent, if it's an officer, if it's someone that's administrator, if they've met the legal standard, and what plaintiff's attorney says is that they don't, and that's why they didn't charge. But if you believe that standard is there, that you meet the elements, like you have the intent to commit this crime, then charge. So then now you're not in a situation where you're waiting time and you're not having an opportunity for them to say, well, waited forever and you didn't charge me. The other thing is they brought up in their complaint is other opportunities, I should say, other instances of these types of things happening. They brought up a poll worker and a comment that she had made, and they're saying she made this comment, and because she made this comment, they were asking her to take it down because she potentially doxed an ICE officer. This is in their complaint. They're saying, so this is a pattern. This is a behavior of them going out and trying to chill individual speech, to retaliate against them for First Amendment protected speech, things that they're saying you shouldn't be able to do. The woman, to her defense, said, I didn't dox this guy. His name was already in the newspaper. I just repeated what was in the newspaper. They're alleging that she had repeated his name and given his address. The giving the address with the intent to commit harm would be different. Her attorney says, listen, even if thy client gave his name and his address, still wouldn't be a federal offense because you have to show that intent to commit some type of harm. Saying, hey, here's his name, here's his address, let's go to his house. That's that intent to commit some harm. Putting a name and an address, while it's probably not the best idea, I don't think it meets the standard for something that would be illegal under the federal charges that they were attempting to say. So those are examples that this individual's complaint has listed in there as just a way to show a pattern of attempting to chill the public speech.
All right, we're gonna have to leave that one there right there for this story and keep following that, Khalif. Here's another story. The evidentiary hearing for the man accused in the Charlie Kirk assassination from last September is going on this week. But there's also the story that we're looking at here. There's one teacher is getting a 6-figure settlement over the Charlie Kirk post, and there are several others for what was posted afterwards. And we're going to talk about that coming up on the other side of a break. You're watching Queen City News Plus live in order on the court with Brian and Khalif. Welcome back to Order in the Court, as we have Khalif and Brian here today as our second topic. We're talking about here the Charlie Kirk assassination from last year. The suspect who is accused, Tyler Robinson, is involved in an evidentiary hearing that's happening in Utah right now. But as that is happening also, if you want to talk about this, a lot of people posted things on social media, whatever their views were on Charlie Kirk himself. Some of those were teachers that were fired. And now we're seeing one of those was a former Georgia Teacher of the Year finalist. She has now reached a settlement with her school district for alleging that she was punished for the social media comments about Kirk. Her name is Michelle Mickens, and we've seen that with several people that in free speech is what's at issue here.
Brian, again, I think the way you broke that down was better than I could even attempt to. Let's go back to the obviously the assassination. One of the worst things you could see to have happen. You would never want someone that's out there doing what they want to do, talking on college campuses, engaging in public discourse, to be shot while attempting to do that, right? And so that starts there, in mentioning the process of what's happening in the court proceedings as to lay the foundation of kind of how we got here, right? I mean, horrible. But in the aftermath of this horrible incident, you had a number of folks that were, I won't say picking sides, right, but were making comments, either in support or against. You were making people, and in this instance, that were using his past quotes to make statements of their own about this. This teacher here, she just quoted his statement about gun rights and how oftentimes we need incidents like this to occur so that that we can, support our gun Second Amendment rights in this country. And as you mentioned, she was terminated, never having any type of bad review, never having any type of disciplinary issue. And so she filed claim, and it's similar to our last story. Was this a retaliation for my First Amendment protected speech? And I often say a couple times, even here, that speech is free, and it is protected, but it often comes with consequences. If you make a comment or speech in a position, I should say in a place where it puts your company or organization in the light that can be negative, yeah, you may have a right to say it, but they may also have a right to terminate you, unless it's for something where you haven't, made the company look negative, or you haven't done something in a light that brings ill will or disdain to the company. This scenario with this teacher, repeating, requoting, not amending, because I looked at the post, there wasn't any modification. Just reposting that would clearly fall within the grounds of First Amendment protected speech. And so you'd have to, again, if a state was trying to stop her from saying it, have to prove narrowly tailored, compelling public interest as a way to stop it. But to terminate, you'd have to point to one of those things that I mentioned. And it can't just be that you are content specifically saying you don't like what she said.
Michelle Mickens, she was an English teacher at Georgia high schools for 24 years, and she was working in the Oglethorpe County School District at the time in 2025 when she made this post on her private page. And the Southern Poverty Law Center and co-counsel announced that Mickens and the district reached a settlement, AJC, Atlanta Journal-Constitution, saying it's somewhere in the $300,000. The thing here too is how much of the company or the organization, you're talking about the harm being done by the post that's being said, but if it's a private Facebook page, that's protected?
I don't think that if it's public or private, I think it still would be First Amendment protection. She's making the comments. Her is the person. So the platform, if it was like, hey, this is my teacher page, right? Or, hey, this is my personal, mother page. I don't think that would matter as much as my profession as a teacher, and I've back to the comments that may bring some type of harm to the organization. That would be the argument from the school district. Hey, your comments are now putting us in a position where we have to defend the school and distance ourselves from you. That would be the argument that they would make. But I still think it would have to cross the line and not be First Amendment protected speech. If she was on there making hate speech, if she was on there making threats to someone, I think that would be an easy route for termination. It would point to a contract clause and something in there that some morality clause in your contract that would allow them to terminate, and I think they will be protected. I think in this scenario, if she's engaging in the public discord, social media has now become the public square. So imagine if it wasn't social media and this was taken back to a time before that, and she's just outside and she's yelling these comments. The way our First Amendment protections work would be she would be safe to yell those types of comments, and her job shouldn't be able to fire her because she hasn't said anything that was outside of the First Amendment protected speech. Now, I will say, so shifting forward to social media, that's the analogy that the court would have taken. Now, we talked about this case being settled, so it didn't make it to court. But what happens in negotiations before you get to trial, you make the arguments that I'm making. If you're on her plaintiff side, if you're representing the Southern Poverty Law Center, you're saying, if this goes to trial, this is what we're saying. We're going to tell you that, and we're going to tell a jury that this teacher that's never had a disciplinary issue, that's never was put on notice for anything, for any type of, probationary period, was terminated because she made a protected comment that she would lawfully be allowed to make. I don't think you win that case at trial, and that's why you settle. But I can see you have to put your mindset back to when this happened. You had a lot of people that were in positions attempting to protect organizations, attempting to protect themselves. You had legal departments that were working overtime. You had risk management departments that were working overtime, trying to ensure that they got it right. You're right here. You don't want your employees doing things that would damage your brand. For a school, you don't want teachers making comments that would now put students in a position where they're uncomfortable being taught. So there are a number of things that they have to think about when they're in this scenario. And it's not easy work to try to make sure you're managing a moment like this. I can understand and appreciate how the district got to termination. It's just the law doesn't support it. Court case precedent doesn't support it. And that's ultimately why you settle a case like this, because if you don't, you lose in court and you lose way more than $300,000.
Yeah, we've also seen this with a Clemson teacher, another person in South Carolina. And of course, we had the incident at Ardrey-Kell concerning the message that was painted on the Spirit Rock.
I like that you brought both of those up because that's on two sides, right?
Yep, right.
You have her scenario down there in Georgia where she was making comments, I won't say against Charlie Kirk, but then you have the young lady with the rock at Ardrey-Kell that was making supportive comments, and both of them in settlement. So back to the moment when it was actually happening in the risk management rooms, in those crisis management scenarios, when people are discussing this, first of all, listening to legal counsel, ensuring that they are advising you on how you proceed forward. Someone in that room at Georgia, at this teacher's school district, should have said, hey, I don't know if we have the right to fire this lady because she made a comment and said something that is protected. Back to the rock situation here. I don't know if we can tell this young lady that she has to take it down because we don't have a policy in place to support it. And so not to say that my profession is, this extremely important profession, but oftentimes when you're in crisis management scenarios, it is. Because if you don't manage it properly, you get lawsuits.
What percentage of the $300,000 that she won in this settlement does she get?
Oh, well, it depends on the
lawyer,
right? It retains on the retainer. It depends on the retainer agreement.
33 1/3, 40%.
It couldn't be. I mean, there are caps on what you can take for certain types of cases, but then there are no caps on certain. And so, at a case like this, depending on how much legal fees they put into it, anywhere from 33 1/3 to 40% would be typical. Because remember, the law firm is doing all of the work and they're footing all of the costs. So when I say depositions and interrogatories, right? When I'm talking about hearings, this is all coming out of the law firm's pocket without knowing if you're going to get anything at the end. And so if you go set for a deposition for 4 hours, that means you're paying an attorney to be there for 4 hours at $500 an hour or $600 an hour, right? So then you're paying a paralegal to be there. You're also going to have to pay for some type of reporter to be able to get the transcription, to be able to transcribe the deposition. So one deposition for one witness, it costs you $5,000 to $10,000. And now, so it starts to add up. If you got 10 people you got to depose, you're already $100,000 into this type of litigation. So that's how cost kind of adds up. But then if you're good at what you do, you know how to manage the costs, you know, to mitigate those things. So you're not putting yourself in a situation where you're taking cases that you're not going to be able to recoup the costs on the back end. But that comes with seasoning, that comes with ability and skill, because you got folks that take cases and like, hey, I can get this big payday. Don't.
Right. Well, we're going to have to leave that one there as well as the other case we're going to be talking about real quickly when we come back on the backside. Duke Energy's had a new decision on how it's going to approach data centers going forward, or how they want to. We'll have more on that coming up as you're watching Queen City News Plus live. Queen City News Plus, not live. That's at 3 o'clock that we have every day. This is the Order in the with Khalif and Brian. Welcome back to Order in the Court right now as we are recording this session with Khalif and Brian. Duke Energy, they've been pressed for months by consumer advocates, news organizations like us, and about the trend of how you're going to handle data centers going forward. Duke has proposed at one point this large load tariff to data centers. Big because data centers, they really take a lot of energy, especially these new hyperscale ones.
Yep.
But are they going to pay their fair share, their balanced share, what they should when it comes to the usage? And Duke has recently also come down with their request for hiking consumer prices. The hike is going to be down from 18% to around 13%. But what can consumers do going forward when it comes to how this is being handled?
Well, I mean, I'd say, first of all, continue to watch these type of things so they're not happening without you recognizing this. They're in open hearings. So this is going before the, Utility Commission, North Carolina Utility Commission. And so Duke Energy did an about face because originally they rejected claims that power-hungry facilities could overwhelm the electric grid. That was their entire argument before. Now, recently, they changed their position and submitted this argument back in late June. Duke proposed what it called a large load tariff, right? Because that's saying, all right, you're taking consumers, everyday users, not data center users, but everyday users. You're proposing a price hike for us, but you're not even addressing why the usage is going to go up, which is these large data centers. And so what they're proposing is that they have this requiring large electricity users to pay at least 75% of their maximum, sorry about that, their maximum potential load, right? And it's either up to 75 or 85%. That's will be in debate. That's typically folks that would be electric loads of 50 megawatts or greater. That what they're arguing is that will help take some of the burden off of consumers. That will allow them to lower it from that 18% for consumers to 13%. I looked at a couple other states that are doing these types of things like this large load tariffs. I mean, because think about it, Brian, if that was you or I, right, and your house has a capacity to do, say, 20, megawatts, but you're only using 2 of them. Would you want to pay for 80% of 20, even though you only use 2? That's what they're proposing for these data centers. And so the opponents of that large load tariff would say, hey, that's going to make folks decide to not come to our state, because I know now as a business, I'm going to have to pay for energy that I'm not even using, right? But I can tell you that this has happened. It's happening all over the country, and it's folks that are deciding to find ways to ensure that they don't have to make individual consumers pay the load for that. Sorry, pun intended, but the mother load of the money portion.
Right, exactly.
I mean, because you're talking about Virginia,
consumers,
Indiana,
municipalities,
Kansas, everywhere.
Everyone is concerned about how much they are paying, how much they are paying going forward, because these new hyperscale data centers are going to be a tremendous strain and drain on the electrical grid.
It's all like a big cycle, though, Brian. Think about it. As AI increases, right? You use AI. You're using it for whatever aspect you want to use it for. Well, these large language models, right? They have to get their information from somewhere, and they need chips to support what they're doing, and they need data centers to support the chips. And so, as technology increases, the data centers are something that are going to come regardless. So now you have organizations, you have municipalities and states trying to figure out how they manage this in real time, because you have organizations like Duke Energy saying, we can see the load. We can see what it's going to do to our grid in the next year, in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years. And if we don't make the modifications down, we won't be able to sustain this infrastructure. So they are proposing, hey, you consumer, you pay for that. There was a pushback. So your first question is, how do you make sure you protect yourself? I overemphasize, stay informed, recognize that these things are happening, because they'll shift that cost to someone.
And I think that's what happened as these data centers have come on. A lot of people have been asking a lot more questions. You've seen moratoriums like with the city of Charlotte and elsewhere, where they want to do a little bit more research to understand a little bit about it going forward, because there's been a shroud of secrecy surrounding it, going with a lot of places. But we're going to leave it right there for Khalif and Brian here in Order in the Court. And we'll certainly be talking about this story going forward as data centers are not going anywhere anytime soon, and how also Duke Energy handles those data centers as well. You're watching Order in the Court with Khalif and Brian today. We appreciate you.
The U.S. and Iran now is over after both sides trade strikes. We have the very latest on the situation and what President Trump is now saying about his plans. Andrew.
And we are tracking another, you guessed it, hot and humid day across the Carolinas. When could we see a little bit of relief? I'll show you with my pinpoint forecast at noon.
Wait a minute, take it.
Wow, a wild crash during a traffic stop, all caught on camera, as you just saw there. How officials are using this as a reminder of what to do when you see a car on the side of the road.
Queen City News starts now.
First at noon, Charlotte Water now working to be able to repair a pipe in South Charlotte, and a water outage could now last for 8 hours. So this is now at the location on Ballantyne Commons Parkway in the Ivy Ridge area. So that's not far from the Ballantyne Country Club. Charlotte Water says that the repair requires an outage for an estimated 6 to 8 hours. Charlotte Water also will post an update when service is restored. And of course, we're going to bring that to you on air and also online at qcnews.com. A major water main break, though, in Anson County has now been repaired, and the water is being turned back on. So this is a scene there. People living in the area are advised to boil, though, all water used for drinking or cooking for at least 1 minute until further notice. So the Lysville Fire Department is now giving out also water in cases of giving out the cases of water at the station if you need some water to be able to get your hands on. So this break yesterday on US 74 east of Wadesboro cut service to thousands of people in the area. Developing this afternoon, President Trump now says the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran is, quote, over after both countries now exchanged new strikes. The president, who is currently at a NATO summit in Turkey, was asked this morning where negotiations stand. So here's what he had to say.
And of course, they're dirty players, so they go after everyone, probably including me. I've been #1 on their list for years, and they're a bunch of scum. You want to know the truth? They're scum, and so we don't like them. I don't like them, and they're evil people. And it's the denuclearization of Iran, and we're going to denuke it.
So the president said that negotiators can continue to talk, but he thinks it's a waste of time. The U.S. fired at more than 80 Iranian targets after attacks on 3 oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has not claimed responsibility, but Trump says that he plans to be able to hold a news conference this afternoon to give the latest on the developments. Of course, we'll continue to follow this very, very big story, both on air and also online at QCNews.com. We'll also take you live to the president if he speaks during this next hour. Well, the latest round of strikes could impact gas prices, which had been trending down in North Carolina. The current average for a gallon of gas is $3.49, so that's down from $3.54 from just a week ago and $3.75 a month ago. And as always, prices are slightly lower in South Carolina, currently at $3.46 a gallon, down 24 cents from June. All right, let's talk about the weather now as I bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Andrew, so we know it is HOT out there.
It really is. More summertime pattern here across the Carolinas. A lot of hot and humid weather. A couple of showers and storms possibly sprinkled in this afternoon, though not so much today. Looking more widespread this weekend as we are tracking a bit of a weak cold front that will be moving into the Carolinas. Talking more about that coming up with my pinpoint forecast. Currently 90 degrees as we hit the noon hour. Right now, light and variable winds. And of course, that world-famous southern humidity out there as dew points are currently in the lower 70s. It is soupy out there, but there's not much on radar. Talk about a lone shower right up on the border here as we get up towards portions of Ashe County. But zooming out a little bit farther here, we did have a weak cold front that came down. That gave us some of those slightly cooler temperatures here to start the week. We were still up in the middle 90s, just wasn't knocking on the door of 100. But we still got more heat on the way as we go throughout the rest of this week. Elsewhere here across the region, some low to mid 90s. Up in the mountains, though, much more comfortable in the upper 70s. Feels on the skin like 100 right now in Monroe. Talking more about your forecast here coming up in just a few minutes. Alicia?
All right, thank you, Andrew. So as air conditioning units are on full blast across the region this week, North Carolina officials are considering Duke Energy's request to raise customers' rates. The utility company says they need to invest in critical infrastructure upgrades to be able to keep up with the state's growing population without the risk of frequent power outages. So Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell shows us how authorities are now trying to balance affordability and reliability.
North Carolina Utilities Commissioners held a nearly 7-hour meeting Tuesday with Duke Energy officials, teams of lawyers, and industry experts to discuss if raising customers' bills by 11.6% is reasonable. Now, the energy provider initially requested to raise them by about 18%, but lowered it to the smaller amount after getting pushback from the state attorney general and thousands of their customers. The request sparked an emotional response at many public hearings and protests this spring. Many say they would be forced to make difficult choices around other household expenses like groceries and transportation if their bills increased by about $10 a month. Duke Energy officials say they have payment assistance programs for low-income customers. They also say they must strengthen the grid to stay resilient against extreme weather and unprecedented demand. During the latest hearing in Raleigh, commissioners questioned where those funds should come from.
Has there been any discussion about possibly taking 50 cents or $1 out of each dividend to help with that program so that they can help those customers rather than put it in the rate base to those customers that can least afford it?
Commissioner Tucker, I don't know that there's been any specific discussion from the one that you just suggested. In previous cases, the company in settlement context has offered up dollars set aside for helping to the Share the Light to help vulnerable customers.
Commissioners intend to hear more testimony before making their final decision. If they approve the increase, it wouldn't all hit at once. At first, it would be a 7.5% increase taking effect in January. The remaining 4% increase would be tacked onto bills starting in 2028. Reporting just north of Uptown, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Thank you, Savannah, for that. So Charlotte-Mecklenburg police still searching now for a suspect in connection with an early morning shooting in University City. This all happened around 1 Tuesday at University City Boulevard at S&D Banquet Hall, which is open 24 hours a day. Police say that 20-year-old Jalen McCormick was taken to the hospital where he died. Investigators say there was some sort of dispute between people attending an event at the banquet hall that led up to the shooting. After more than 1,000 days, North Carolina now has a state budget. So Governor Josh Stein put his name on the $34 billion spending package during a ceremony in Raleigh Tuesday morning. So he's applauding, and he is saying he's thankful that we now have teacher pay raises and Medicaid funding, but admitted that he's not happy with the other parts of the plan. As Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber tells us, the governor is now taking issue with the dispute over Queen City transportation money.
Senate Bill 257, our state budget, is now law.
North Carolina Governor Josh Stein signed a long-awaited state budget into law Tuesday morning. In it, raises for teachers, law enforcement, and funding for Medicaid and Helene relief. But Stein also took issue with other sections, including a part requiring Charlotte to pay back money spent on the design and planning of a now canceled widening of I-77 South.
It makes real the General Assembly's wrong-headed threats of retribution against Charlotte. Charlotte needs to enhance road safety and minimize community impact, and that balancing process should be collaborative.
This in no way is I am against Charlotte, or the General Assembly doesn't like Charlotte.
In an interview with WBT Radio, Davidson Republican State Senator Vicky Sawyer defended the potential $60 million clawback, arguing GOP leaders are trying to protect taxpayers.
This is basically saying this project had been there for a long time. There's been local support for over 10 years. And after we've invested your tax dollars to build this project, and at the last minute in the political whim remove support, then you just have to pay the toll.
The clawback has spurred mixed reaction from cities that voted to stop the I-77 project, while Charlotte Mayor Rob Harrington has said the city is assessing next steps.
I think we look forward to diving into the details, finding out what actually ended up in there, and then responding.
Cities that rescinded support for the project have 90 days to restore their support. Otherwise, they'll be required to pay up. For Charlotte, that will be around $30 million. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Thank you, Andy, for that. So the North Carolina Zoo is also celebrating the new budget because they now can begin the process of opening a new exhibit. So the budget gives the zoo $6.2 million. And the North Carolina Zoo, they had expanded its property by adding a new Asia exhibit, but that exhibit couldn't open until the budget was passed. So now that money will be used to hire 54 new staff members and then get the new exhibit up and running.
These include horticulturists. Of course, the zoo is a botanical garden now, so those are ever more critical for us. We have marketing staff, we have event staff, we have educators, a veterinary position.
And there's no opening date yet for the Asia exhibit, and the 54 job positions will be posted online. Happening today, Charlotte Douglas International managers will hold a forum to be able to get input on ways to reduce aircraft noise over neighborhoods. So they will discuss flight path changes and also long-term planning efforts. The Noise Advisory Forum begins at 6 this evening at CLT Center on Wilkinson Boulevard. We'll keep you posted on that. Also today, members of the Metropolitan Public Transit Authority Board will meet to consider upcoming CATS service changes. So this is all part of the transit agency's Better Bus program. Officials now will decide whether to be able to go forward with the routes and the improvements, the expansions, and the new services starting in October. The authority's meeting will also begin at 6 tonight at the Government Center in Uptown. Workers with the Charlotte Service Center for people facing homelessness are working to recover after severe storms damaged their facility near Uptown. Take a look at the damage there. Queen City News reporter David Schuman now shows us how staffers are now at a roof above are still managing to be there for the community even with a caved-in roof.
The main service building at Roof Above in Charlotte is closed indefinitely.
I think you'll understand why when you see some of the damage.
Jeremy Hall guided us inside to see the result of early Tuesday morning's strong storms, when thankfully no one was here. A destroyed roof is forcing workers at the Day Services Center to press pause on some of the resources they provide to neighbors most in need.
Roof is obviously unstable, as you can see, and so the fear is that, we're going to see more damage.
Roof Above supplies food, medical care, laundry, or sometimes just a place to get out of the heat to hundreds of people a day, 7 days a week. The staff managed to pull together lunch service Tuesday, something they haven't missed a single day of doing for 30 years running.
We really value and encourage people to help their neighbor where they need it. And so I think it feels like a duty for us to take care of the people who can't take care of themselves. It's really not an option for us to not be operating.
The damage is severe, but the thank you painted on the rooftop was untouched, perhaps an indication to the community that the roof above still stands. In Charlotte, David Schumann, Queen City News.
An intense car crash during a traffic stop caught on camera. How officials are using it as a warning for drivers. Next. Also, Senator Mitch McConnell now has been in the hospital since last month with no details on the reasons. We're looking at the potential impact of his absence in the Senate. And later, construction on South Boulevard could change your commute. So when work gets underway and where you can be able to find details about route exchanges now and changes coming our way for the trains and for the drivers. Andrew.
And coming up after the break, I've got more on the heat and humidity and what you can expect for your weekend forecast from a Pinpoint 7 Day next.
Sounds great to me. Look at that time, 12:13, 90 degrees outside in the Queen City. Make sure you wear your sunscreen. You're watching Queen City News. Thanks for being indoors and watching it with us. You're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. What a reminder there. Intense video from Texas shows deputies lucky to be alive after nearly hitting and being hit there during a traffic stop when that happened. So it happened when a passing vehicle crashed into their patrol car. The crash sent debris toward both officers and a woman standing next to them. So the Kaufman County Sheriff's Office did not share many details about the call or confirm any serious injuries after the crash, but officials say the crash is a reminder of the move over or slow down law when you see a traffic stop or emergency response.
They announced it's an emergency, evacuate immediately without even wearing our shoes and immediately evacuated. That moment was very panic.
New York authorities now allowing people back into nearby hotel and office spaces after the partial cave-in of the Manhattan high-rise that happened Tuesday. Construction workers have now stabilized the building that was a risk now there of collapse that you see right here. The New York City Fire Department said that the stabilization efforts started when workers spotted structural support beams beginning to buckle. Well, that's a sign. Police say there were no reported injuries and all construction workers were safely evacuated, but several nearby buildings also received evacuation orders. Officials with the Department of Buildings say that the high-rise is undergoing renovations to be converted into a residential building. All right, check this out. Illegal fireworks set off in Los Angeles on the 4th of July were so bright they could be able to be seen from space. NASA shared this video shot from the International Space Station as it orbited over Southern California. You can be able to see, look at the flashes of lights going off continuously. So in the ISS's X account, which is also formerly Twitter, they posted a message saying, "A celebration so bright it reached all the way to space!" Exclamation mark. How about that? All right, bringing it on back home here. Take a live look here over Monroe as I bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Andrew, hot outside.
Yep.
I didn't even get to ask you. Your 4th of July. Did you see any big bangs?
I, saw a little bit, was up on a sort of a really nice roof deck in the Ballantyne area. Don't want to date myself too much, but a nice view here looking back towards Uptown. 90 degrees right now, light and variable winds about 5 or 7 miles an hour. Dew points currently in the lower 70s. It is humid. It's muggy out there. It feels like summer in the Carolinas, right? Pinpoint satellite, a lot of these fair weather, we call them like kind of Toy Story clouds, low-level cumulus starting to pop up in around Charlotte, Concord, Salisbury. That's really, for the most part, the only type of shade or heat relief you're going to be getting today. There is one lone shower as we get up north and west of Jefferson, very localized in nature. Might see a couple more pop up here. It is summertime across the Carolinas. Still generally a weak area of high pressure off to our north and west, keeping things relatively quiet here, at least through the end of this work week, but we'll see a couple of chances for some isolated showers and storms later on in the week. Temperatures across North and South Carolina get down towards the coast here. Florence, it's 95, 93 in Myrtle Beach, 94 in Charleston, 95 in Wilmington. It is hot here across the Carolinas. Not to the level of risk that we saw really on your Friday and Independence Day over the weekend, but still some major heat risk out there for basically Charlotte points off to the south and east with those feels like temperatures hovering right around the 100-degree mark. Now, the muggy meter, a little bit lower here as we go into the afternoon hours, maybe also on Thursday as well, but as we get towards the weekend, those dew points in the low to mid-70s, it is going to feel really, really soupy out there. Now, the good news is this weekend we are tracking a weak cold front on the way, watching some of those scattered showers and storms on Saturday, Sunday as well. This will also be needed rainfall here. We continue to talk about the drought conditions, expecting some needed rainfall ahead for the Carolinas. Futurecast this afternoon, maybe overdoing it, the temperatures a little bit here, but still middle 90s for the most part across the region. A small chance of an isolated shower or storm out there, but for the most part, we're staying dry. We go into your Thursday morning, 7 a.m. here. Mostly clear skies heading into the afternoon, partly cloudy skies. Then we see a few more showers and storms trying to pop up here around 3 o'clock or so on your Thursday afternoon. 8 o'clock in the evening, still a couple of lingering showers out there. And as we keep moving forward, Friday morning starts off very similar with the dry weather. And then we watch some of those pop-up showers and storms, maybe a few more organized storms as we get towards the middle afternoon hours on your Friday, even continuing into the evening hours. So keep that in mind if you're going to be out and about here across the Carolinas. Early morning showers possible on Saturday as that front starts to move in, and then we see more showers and storms. Notice how the clouds are moving almost due north to south, kind of highlighting that somewhat cooler air trying to push in across the Carolinas as we go throughout your weekend forecast. As for the rest of today, dry, hot, humid. Those are the best 3 adjectives I could describe here for your Wednesday. Overnight lows, middle 70s here, classic summer night, low 60s here, a little bit more comfortable as we get up into the higher elevations. Humidity factor tomorrow, slightly lower, but roughly the same here. Going to be feeling right around 98 or so in Charlotte down Sherrod, though. Those feels like temperatures will be right around the 103 to 105 mark. It will be toasty. Your pinpoint 7-day forecast, unsettled weekend on the way with some of those showers and storms. Could even see a little bit more lingering rainfall on your Monday, and you do notice, Alicia, it gets a little bit cooler. Highs only in the mid to upper 80s.
I do see that. Look at that. Thank you, Andrew. Iredell County Sheriff's deputies now working to steer kids down the right path. Queen City News anchor Caroline Boyer takes us inside the Teen Academy program. That's next. Plus, the Major League Soccer All-Star roster is out, so we're checking out some of the top names set to play at the bank later on this month. You're watching Queen City News at noon. Your time now is 12:21, 90 degrees outside as we take a live look here over Bank of America Stadium. You're watching the most honored and the most local news right here in the Queen City. Iredell County Sheriff's deputies now working to be able to keep the youth crime rate low in their area and also to be able to steer kids down the right path. So the department's annual multi-week Teen Academy program is now underway. And Tuesday marked the first session of the year. Queen City News anchor Caroline Boyer tells us how it helps local kids.
What started 8 years ago with 15 people has now grown into about 80 kids coming together twice per week for the next month. The goal is simple: help these kids build relationships with law enforcement officers while teaching them how to handle issues they may encounter on a daily basis.
There's a million other places on beautiful summer evenings that you guys could do, but y'all chose to come hang out with us for a little while.
Session 1 started inside the county courthouse with an overview of what the next several weeks will look like. Then kids went across the street to the crime scene investigations lab.
These little rubber balls are strong enough when they're squished together to stop a bullet all the way up to a .44 Magnum.
It's a really fun experience. Like, we get to do hands-on stuff all the time.
This is year 2 participating in the Teen Academy for Olivia Granger and year 3 for her friend Hadassah Bullard.
It gives me something to do and I learn a lot from it.
The girls tell me one thing in particular sticks out to each of them from years past.
I've learned a lot about the drugs, like don't pick up random things in the streets, like it could be laced with fentanyl.
We got to talk to some inmates last year and it was really interesting. And they told us don't get in trouble, do the right thing, and it was really inspiring to me.
Practical lessons about avoiding drugs, staying safe on social media, and resisting peer pressure are mixed in with demonstrations from deputies.
I'll come over here, take the gun, okay? Put it in the hole.
The fact that they know and understand what we do, we hope that helps us lower crime rates. We hope it helps them grow up to be good, productive citizens.
Teen Academy is free for the participants. The sessions include things like a jail visit, an active shooter demonstration, and a night with the Lake Patrol. The program ends on August 6th with a graduation. In Iredell County, Caroline Boyer, Queen City News.
Wow, it sounds like a great program. All right, construction on South Boulevard could change your commute, so when work gets underway and where you can find details about route changes for trains and also for drivers. That's up next. You're watching Queen City News at noon. Thanks for being here with us today on this Wednesday. You're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Well, North Carolina officials are now considering Duke Energy's request to raise customers' rates. The utility company says it needs to invest in critical infrastructure upgrades to be able to keep up with the state's growing population. But authorities are now trying to balance affordability and reliability. Duke originally aimed to raise residential costs by nearly 18%, but then lowered it to 7.5%. So if approved, another 4% would be added in 2028. And a major water main break in Anson County now has been repaired and the water is being turned back on. But people living in this area are advised to boil all water used for drinking or cooking for at least 1 minute until further notice. And also the Louisville Fire Department is giving out cases of water at the station if you need to be able to get your hands on some water. Another big story following at this hour. After more than 1,000 days, North Carolina has a state budget. Governor Josh Stein signed the $34 billion spending package Tuesday in Raleigh. Now he's applauding its teacher pay raises and law enforcement and Medicaid funding, but admitted he's not happy with the part, though, that's requiring Charlotte to pay back money spent on the design and planning of the now canceled widening of I-77 South. Let's bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman to talk to us about these hot temps. But we have some, I guess, a little bit of relief coming our way. Andrew?
A little bit this weekend in the form of some scattered showers and storms with a cold front that's going to be moving into the region. But we got a lot of hot and humid weather over the next few days until then. And for the most part today, going to be nothing but sunshine out there across the Carolinas. 90 degrees right now, light and variable winds about 5 to 7 miles an hour. The dew points, though, the dew points, that's the whole story. in the lower 70s. It feels just insufferable out there, especially in the sun. Pinpoint radar, once we get up towards portions of Ashe County, we do see a couple of sprinkles north of Jefferson, but otherwise completely dry and for the most part sunny conditions out there across the Carolinas. Across the Carolinas, weak frontal boundary 2 hours south, upper 80s to low to mid 90s out there. Boy, is it hot, and it feels like 100 right now in Sharon, 97 in Charlotte, 99 in Lancaster. Temperatures over the next 12 hours going to be right around the 95-degree mark. I've got more on your forecast, Alicia, coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, thank you, Andrew, for that. So President Trump now says the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran is, quote, over after both countries exchanged new strikes. So the president says negotiators can continue to talk, but he thinks it's just a waste of time. U.S. fired at more than 80 Iranian targets after attacks on 3 oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has not claimed responsibility at this point, but President Trump says that he plans to hold a news conference this afternoon to give the latest on all the developments. We will continue to follow this both on air and also online at QCnews.com. There is growing speculation, though, about the health of Kentucky Republican Senator Mitch McConnell. So the 84-year-old lawmaker was admitted to the hospital last month, but now his aides haven't exactly said why. Gabriella Caracciolo now looks at the potential impact of McConnell's absence.
In Washington, there are mounting questions about the health of Kentucky Senator Mitch McConnell. His office says the 84-year-old's been hospitalized since June 14th, but they haven't said why. Audio from the D.C. EMS call to his home says he was found unconscious. More than 3 weeks later, a spokesperson tells News Nation Senate Majority Leader John Thune spoke with McConnell over the phone Monday about a variety of topics, including national security. McConnell's office has repeatedly said he's working closely with his staff while he continues his recovery, but they aren't answering when he could return. And it's not the first of the senator's health problems. In 2023, he froze while talking with reporters twice. Earlier this year, he was hospitalized for a week with flu-like symptoms. But now, his absence could impact the Senate's ability to pass a budget by the September 30th deadline. The former majority leader sits on the Appropriations Committee, where Republicans only have a 1-vote majority.
You have potential for complete deadlock.
George Washington University professor Dr. Todd Belt says his absence could cause problems.
It looks like we could be having a government shutdown because of an inability to move a bill out of committee.
He says leadership could remove McConnell from the committee and appoint another Republican, but he thinks that's unlikely to happen.
He's a lion of the Senate, and you just don't poke the lion.
In February 2025, Senator McConnell announced he would not be seeking re-election. His time in office is set to end in early January. I'm Gabrielle Caracciolo, News Nation, Washington.
Well, the family of an 18-year-old found dead over the 4th of July weekend will be represented by civil rights attorney Big Crump. So 18-year-old Nolan Xavier Wells was found dead on Horn Island in Mississippi. The Jackson County Sheriff's Office says that Wells was last seen July 4th after traveling to the island by boat with his friends. His body was found 2 days later. Authorities suspect Wells drowned, but they're still investigating this case. Crump says the family is calling for a thorough and transparent investigation, including the release of records, witness accounts, and an autopsy in terms of the findings. Police back here at home, closer to us here in Gastonia, have now arrested a suspect in connection with a deadly shooting. So investigators say this man you see right here, James Edward Lewis, the second, has been charged with first-degree murder and possession of a firearm by a felon for killing 34-year-old Terrell C. Gilmore. So Lewis was found shortly after the shooting on Tuesday holding his 3-year-old child. He surrendered peacefully and the child was not hurt. A section of South Boulevard will be closed now for a month starting next week. Drainage improvements will also be near the Blue Line crossing just south of the Skelly Bark station. So this project is set to begin Monday and is expected to last 4 weeks. A southbound detour will send travelers from Clayton Road to Tryon Street to Woodlawn Avenue and then back to South Boulevard. Train schedules will be also impacted by all of this, but trains will be single track between Archdale, Tyvola, Woodlawn, and also Skelly Bark from this Monday, July the 13th to August the 9th. So during this time, riders are now encouraged to use the CATS Pass app for real-time service updates and also trip planning. So updated train schedules will also be posted to the app tomorrow. Neighbors in Troutman got an unexpected visitor. Look at this over the holiday weekend. Yep, a big black bear. So it's not the only one that's been spotted recently. So one was seen in the Highland Creek backyard area in May, another in Kings Mountain that happened in June. Remember that one? And now we have this one. The black bear biologist Jenna Malzahn now works with the North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission, and she says that bear sightings tend to pick up in late spring and early summer when cubs leave their mothers and they start exploring on their own.
Younger bears are very curious and inquisitive, so they kind of tend to pop up in different places that you don't necessarily expect them to. They don't necessarily want to be close to people, so they usually will see themselves out, which is what we like to see. Okay, so if you spot a bear, call local animal control. Do not go toward the bear, but also you can be able to get help with the NC Wildlife Helpline on what to do. All right, the College of Charleston space mission is on its way to the ISS, and the school completed its second and final launch Tuesday. Students sent cameras into orbit bound for the International Space Station, and the mission involves an ultraviolet camera monitoring the activity of the young stars. So the second camera will also function as a space telescope in low Earth orbit. The people behind the project say this could help identify planets that could host life.
It's a huge achievement for me, my colleagues, my research team, College of Charleston as well, and South Carolina in general.
And the students will also use the cameras to monitor radiation levels on planets to figure out how they're able to habitat and look at their habitat in that area as to what's going on. So one of the Mecklenburg County's Sheriff's Office finest is retiring. Yep, right here. Tuesday was K9 Sly's last day on the job. So Sly, also known as Old Flop, Old Sly Boy, and Sly Man, spent 6.5 years on the job assisting with narcotics searches, tracking missions, persons, and also so much more that he did. So one of his most notable moments was when he helped find a missing 9-year-old girl back in 2021. Look at his little hat there. Sly's partner will now look after him in retirement as he now looks forward to many days of belly rubs. The Major League Soccer All-Star roster is out, so we're checking it out to be able to see some of the top names set to be able to play at the bank later on this month. We'll talk about it after the break. You're watching Queen City News at noon, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Welcome to Epic Discounts by BestReviews.com. I'm Ashley Howard. Before we start, grab your phone and scan the QR code on your screen to get ready to save big. From fitness, fun in the sun, a spotless pool, and the coolest drink, you will make all summer. We have a little bit of something for everyone. So let's kick things off with an item that keeps me moving while I work at my desk. The Merake Under Desk Elliptical. No need to carve out extra time or rearrange your whole schedule just to get some movement in. It's so smooth, whisper quiet, and so easy on your joints. If your goal this year is to simply move more, this is your answer. Next, the sunny days are here and the beach is calling. Always be ready and packed with the Sun Ninja Rubber Beach Bag. This thing is built for adventure. It's durable, water resistant, and built to handle beach trips, pool days, boating adventures, and weekend getaways. It's roomy enough for your towels, your snacks, sunscreen, kids' toys, and much more. Give it a quick rinse if you find sand at the bottom and watch it dry quickly. It's the one bag you'll reach for every time. And if you've been looking for an easier way to keep your pool clean, then you have to get your hands on the iGarden Robotic Pool Cleaner. It's cordless and easy to set up and maintain. It runs on powerful suction and has smart 3D navigation. It also has 3 cleaning modes, one for floor cleaning only, another for full coverage, and last mode for wall and waterline cleaning first and then floor. The best part is you can control it all from your phone using the app. You know how I feel about leading a smart life. So this one definitely gets my vote for sure. And lastly, let's cool things down with the Iceman Slushie Machine. It makes the perfect frozen drinks that aren't watered down or filled with ice chunks. It has 5 slushie presets: slushie, juice, frappe, shake, or cocktail, whatever you're craving. It's ready within the hour. But we all know the fun part is serving them. Just pull the lever right over your favorite glass and cheers. This is going to be a hit at every summer gathering you host. All right, let's take one last look at today's products helping you save money. Head to epicdiscounts.com or scan the QR code to scan, shop, and save with Epic Discounts by Best Reviews.
Welcome back. Your time now is 12:43. Taking a live look here over at Bank of America Stadium right now from our exclusive Arlington cameras. The bank set to host the MLS All-Star Game later on this month on Wednesday, July the 29th. And new at noon right now, we're getting a look at the full roster for the game. So 3 Charlotte FC players will be represented. Defender Tim Ream and also midfielders looking at Pep Beal and Ashley Westwood. Team USA goalie Matt Freese is also set to be able to play. And also Leo Messi of Inter Miami is in. So you can be able to check out that full team at qcnews.com. Also, we're getting a first look at the kits that the MLS stars will be wearing. The jersey design, look at this, features the blue and green accents that that references the league's original colors, and they're also inspired by the energy and talent on display during All-Star Week, which also is celebrating Charlotte's passionate fan base and looking at how passionate we are here in the Queen City. So tickets for all of the All-Star games are now available. Now, in the supporters section, tickets are also going for $56. Other sections are going for as low as $81. CSL Extra Time continues today on Queen City News. The Major League Soccer is expected to make a major announcement about the All-Star Game at the bank. They're going to be able to get you ready for that and also for the Epic World Cup quarterfinal clash tomorrow between France and Morocco. We're going to have all that. Plus, U.S. Soccer Hall of Famer Marcelo Balboa will join us, and that's on CSL Extra Time at a special time. That's at 5 this afternoon. He's got a new contract, and now Hornets guard Kobe White says that he wants to inspire kids in our community. Spent time Tuesday in West Charlotte with some bigger than writing. It's something bigger than writing a check or making a video. Look at this. Queen City News anchor Will Lewis shows us how White is now bringing organizations together to make a more peaceful Charlotte.
It's always been a place of peace because it's been a place of community.
It's also a place Charlotte Hornets guard Kobe White says he wants to establish a footprint. White met with community youth Tuesday to customize shoes in partnership with My Brother's Keeper of Charlotte Mecklenburg.
When anybody wants to do an event or like trying to figure out the right way, there's only one answer for me, and it's the West Side. So I think
seeing him on the corridor is special.
The event is a partnership with the Kobe White Foundation. The message, a peaceful Charlotte.
There's probably more positive engagements happening in our city than we think, but the algorithm doesn't always show that. So the best thing we can do to create that environment is to do more of these kinds of things.
And protect your mental health. White says he grew up in an area where some only thought sports was the only way out. He wants to pass along the message there is so much more out there.
I think God placed me here for a reason, and I think it's my job to do my part as well.
White just signed a new contract with the Hornets, and the Charlotte Hornets Foundation also awarded the Kobe White Foundation with money to keep his mission going. He says this is just the first step, and hopefully more collaborations are to come.
Like one kid said, you kind of the reason I got back into basketball, just the way you play and stuff like that. So you never know who lives you impact, especially like on the court, and then to be in person and actually, hear from them direct, face-to-face, it means a lot.
Will Lewis, Queen City News.
All right, following breaking news right now. I'm going to take you live there now. Hazmat crews are working on a chemical spill. This is happening in Mooresville. Again, you're taking a live look here at the scene at Liberty Domectrics and Turbine Services along Charlotte Highway. Authorities say that the spill happened this morning and there are no threats to the public. Not a lot of action that we're seeing here. We're going to kind of zoom out to be able to see exactly what we're seeing here live. But again, I want to be able to emphasize there are no threats to the public. Hazmat and multiple fire crews have responded that you see right there now. There's no word on any injuries, but we will keep you posted on this breaking news. All right, now to a live look here over Monroe as I bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Andrew, so it's hot outside, it's muggy outside, but we got kind of a little bit of a cool down coming our way.
Just a little bit, Alicia, this weekend. In the form of a cold front that's going to be moving in, giving us some needed wet weather and a little bit of drought relief in terms of that respect, and then also some of those cooler temperatures in the mid to upper 80s. Already 90 degrees. We're going to get probably another 3 to 5 degrees hotter by the time it's all said and done here in Charlotte. Light and variable winds, dew points currently in the lower 70s right now. Pinpoint satellite imagery shows a few of those popcorn clouds here all across the central Carolinas. Otherwise, we are in good shape. A beautiful afternoon ahead. Pinpoint radar, not much going on across the region. We zoom out, we go wide. We got a frontal boundary here across portions of the south. Otherwise, not a whole lot going on. A little bit of scattered showers and storms developing across portions of western Kentucky and northern Tennessee, but otherwise here fairly quiet. Temperatures across north and south Carolina, a lot of middle 90s out there. 95 in Florence, 97 though in Wilmington is the hot spot here across the Carolinas. We do have that major heat risk again today. Not quite as high as what we saw at the end of the week, but it is still going to be very, very toasty out there across the region with the muggy meter staying elevated as far as the eye can see. Rain chances move up a little bit tomorrow, and then heading into the weekend here, dragging some needed showers and storms with that frontal boundary pushing it across the Carolinas. Let's talk about the next couple of days here, and then we'll talk about the weekend. As we go through the overnight hours heading into your Thursday, we start off with sunny, beautiful weather. Those we head into the afternoons were reflected by those slightly higher rain chances tomorrow. You see a few scattered showers and storms as we go throughout the afternoon hours. Heading into your Friday, it's a very similar story out there across the regions. Could even see a few more showers and storms as we get into the middle part of the afternoon. This is 2 o'clock on your Friday afternoon. Notice the patches of red here indicating the locally heavy rain. Hopefully it's not intense, though, as what we saw during the overnight hours Monday into your Tuesday. I think there was a lightning strike about maybe less than 100 feet from where I live. It was one of the loudest booms I've ever heard. Anyway, Friday night could see a few more scattered showers and storms out there before starting to clear out as we go through the overnight. Let's talk about the weekend, though. So the rest of the week, you see the afternoon shower and storm chances across the region. That stalled out frontal boundary starts to fizzle out. As we make our way into your Friday, start to see this next frontal boundary make its way down from the north. That's what's going to be pushing into the Carolinas here as we go into your Saturday. Watching some of those scattered showers and storms developing here as that cold front pushes south. A little bit more widespread wet weather possible here Saturday and Sunday as well before that starts to clear on out. And overall, not a major amount of rainfall, but would not be surprised to pick up at least a half inch of rain between now and the early part of next week. Some places will likely pick up more with some of these downpours. Would not surprise me to see someone pick up 2 inches or so of rain over the next 5 to 7 days. Maybe you want to head to the beach. Unfortunately, you might see a couple of showers and storms as well down along the coast. Your Pinpoint 7-day forecast, watching the unsettled weekend and slightly cooler weather heading into next week. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Well, people driving along Bud Wilson Road south of Gastonia will see plenty of homes, but they will also see something of a different stripe. Photojournalist Scott Grossman introduces us to an animal lover with two popular four-legged ladies.
Junior Thompson has lived on Bud Wilson Road in Gastonia his whole life.
72 years.
He has cats and peacocks. But his most talked about animals, well, that's a horse of a different color.
I'm the only house on this road that's got zebras, and I guess that has something to do with it.
He gets a lot of chain-link looky-loos.
There's a lot of people like zebras.
There's Dot and her daughter Tina with the spiky mane. Like most North Carolinians, they're transplants.
They came from actually Wisconsin.
They'd love to make new friends.
If you want to stop and feed them, just pull in my driveway and you can holler for them and they'll come to you. And if you feed them, they'll come that much quicker.
But these bee-hoofed babes can be bossy.
If you don't feed them, they get mad. They do that. If they come to that fence and all you want to do is pet them, they don't like that.
So, if you want to be fine with these equine, here is how they dine.
Bread, apples, carrots, they like all three of them.
So stop by and say, hey, just park out of the way.
As long as you're out of the way of traffic, you're all right.
In your backyard, Scott Grossman, Queen City News.
You don't see that every day. Kind of cool. Well, Queen City News brings you 11 hours of news every weekday. So working on today, starting on Queen City News at 4, here's our top stories. We're continuing to be able to follow the impact of the massive water main break in Anson County, including how residents and businesses are now affected with a boil water advisory still in place, and how neighbors near Charlotte Douglas International Airport can learn about possible changes to the noise caused by planes overhead. You're watching Queen City News at noon, the most honored and the most local news right here in the Queen City.
All right, one final check-in on your Pinpoint 7-day forecast. Tracking a couple of hit-and-miss showers and storms on your Thursday. Cold front moving through this weekend, Alicia, is going to help drive down our temperatures. Also give us a little bit of needed wet weather as we go throughout the weekend and into early next week as well.
All right, if you missed any of our top stories, continue to follow us online. Also, we are keeping our eye on that breaking news that we're following out of Mooresville. We do have a crew on the scene there. We'll bring you the very latest today on Queen City News at 4. But it's going to be hot today, Andrew.
It's very, very hot today. Again, we're going to see feels like temperatures around 100. High temperatures this afternoon in the middle 90s and a lot of sunshine to be had out there across the Carolinas.
All right, so wear sunscreen. Thanks so much for joining us for Queen City News at noon. We'll see you next on Queen City News at 4.
Coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University.
We're talking all things heat dome across the southeastern portion of the United States. How hot it's going to get, where you live, how long it's sticking around, and maybe we can make some history with the heat just in time for America 250.
Plus, the heat is not only on here in the Carolinas, it's also on across the globe. Spots like Europe and even France dealing with not only scary impacts, but devastating impacts as the heat waves continue for those areas. We'll talk about if there's any relief for them and also the major impacts they're experiencing there. Coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University. This episode starts right now. to Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson alongside meteorologist Andrew Brightman.
What's up?
He's got the tie on today. I've got the top button undone. Again, we have been kind of, I don't want to say chilling per se, because we're still working very hard here at Queen City News, but
we never stop.
We haven't had a lot of shows here lately due to the World Cup. So
chill.
I haven't really had to wear a tie as often because I haven't been on air as much. But Andrew, you know, you still representing the tie. It's a good looking one I see there.
Thank you,
like
man.
it. I like
Appreciate
it a
you.
lot.
Appreciate you.
So, you know, while things have been kind of a little bit cooler on the Queen City News side of things due to the World Cup, things are heating up outdoors, and it is going to get extremely hot as we get towards the weekend. Looking at the July 4th weekend, and even as we go into the following week, temperatures aren't necessarily going to be cooling down dozens of degrees. It's going to be pretty hot for a prolonged period of time. First off, though, I did want to welcome everybody to the second half of the year here in Charlotte. You look at halfway through 2026, we've had an average temperature of 60.4 degrees. That's the 7th warmest start to the year for Charlotte. And it's been the 8th driest start to the year for Charlotte, with only 15 inches of rain, thanks to May, which brought us pretty much about 5 or so inches of that. And then snowfall is really, we've almost had more snow than rain, Andrew, over the first half of the year, with 12.2 inches in January. And believe it or not, that's only the 16th snowiest start to the year here in Charlotte. We have had some bigger ones, but it's been a little bit since we had seen a big snow. So, I mean, Andrew, we're talking about a pretty hot and dry start to the year, and things are only going to get hotter.
Yeah, things are only going to be getting hotter. And I mean, this is just incredible here. This is going to be some of the hottest weather. Now, this is my 4th full summer here in the Charlotte area. And this is the most prolonged period of heat, temperatures around the 100-degree mark that we have seen. And yeah, it's intense out there, but there's other parts of the world where it's been even more intense here. But high temperatures, yeah, we're camping out right around the 100-degree mark here, day after day after day. Cold snap is 94. That's on the way for Tuesday. That's what we're dealing with here across the region in terms of the heat, the scorching weather here across the Carolinas that we have really been dealing with. That is not going to be going anywhere anytime soon. The heat dome, pull that up, Brandon.
Yeah,
Hit me with it.
It is definitely here, man. I mean, we're talking about a dome of high pressure that's just going to be sitting over top of the eastern U.S. As it camps, it's like a pot that you're putting on top of a lid when you're boiling that water for pasta. You put the lid on top, you trap in all that heat.
Yep, all that high pressure coming down. Yep.
Unfortunately, we're going to be the noodles this week.
We are going to be the noodles this week. Again, big area of high pressure means a thicker atmosphere, means the troposphere is thicker. And that also, again, as Brandon was talking about, really traps in all that heat. It's a little bit of a kind of mini feedback loop. And that's also how we get some of the air quality alerts like we've been seeing also with some of that ground level ozone getting trapped underneath the high pressure, can't really escape, because with high pressure, that is sinking air. And then you kind of have the warm air trying to rise, and you kind of get a little bit of a, trapping thing, as you were talking about, the lid on the pot. The lid on the pot, basically.
I was going to say, too, when you have high pressure, not only above our heads, but towards the surface, you're talking about compression. So as we're compressing the atmosphere, we're heating things up.
I feel the pressure on my head right now.
I know. It's just like a pressure-packed week when you're talking about the heat. And unfortunately, this dome of high pressure is going to be with us for a while. And Andrew, we were talking about just before our show here, storms are a big thing we can get. We tend to see what's called the ring of fire setup. And what happens is we get these little weaknesses along the ridge of high pressure. So let's say this ridge of high pressure sinks a little bit further south. It kind of creates that weakness further north. You kind of get your storms filling in around this. So you get these mesoscale convective systems. Sometimes you can sometimes see derechos set up out of this, because you're essentially got the storms that are flowing around the ridge of high pressure, but ahead of those storms is nothing but heat and instability for them to drive.
Yeah, that's right. And just dealing with, there's a lot of heat and instability for them to tap into. You can see a lot of severe weather sometimes at the edge, but in terms of getting rid of this heat dome, it's very difficult here because it's a very slow steering pattern here this time of year. Basically, the jet stream breaks down, really not seeing strong wind flow in the mid to upper levels of the atmosphere. You got to go all the way up into central Canada to find that. So to kind of get rid of this type of pattern. It takes a very long time here, Brandon, to kind of get some sort of forcing mechanism to bring us somewhat cooler temperatures, at least get us down to seasonal, which is about right around the 90-degree mark. And that just doesn't look to be happening anytime soon. But at the edge, whenever you can get the edge, that's when you see the potential for some of this severe weather. But at least over the next few days, we are nowhere near the edge. We are right in the middle here of the heat dome.
Yeah, this heat's going to be here for a while here. And when you look at 100-degree days in Charlotte, I will say it is a rarity to see 100-degree days. It happens. But when you look at like the last, let's say 10, 11 years here, looking from 2015 on, we had 500-degree days in Charlotte in 2015. We went.
Remember that summer, Brandon?
I do remember that. As a matter of fact, I just graduated high school. And I remember going into that summer, getting ready for college, and we were just baking in the heat that year, getting ready for my first year of college here in Charlotte. And then you look at like from 2016 to 2021, we had no 100-degree days at all in Charlotte. Had one in 2022, had one in 2024. And then last year it was like, we're back on again with 100-degree days. 400-degree days last year. 3 of those, Andrew, remember, happened in a row.
Yeah.
Very similar to the stuff we have now.
Yeah, but it looks like this looks even a little bit more prolonged. I know last summer was definitely toasty, the most 100-degree days that we had seen since 2015. But this is just, an impressive streak here. See if we can get maybe 4 days in a row, Brandon. It's going to be close here. Thursday through Sunday here would not shock me whatsoever if we see 4 straight triple-digit days here in the Queen City, and then we do see the storm chances starting to return early next week. So this is going to be an impressive period of heat. We don't have the excessive heat warnings because the humidity, while it obviously you're not going to be confusing this for the Mountain West, it's not to that level where you get that combo of, let's say, 100 degrees and dew points at 70 or 71, where you can get those feels like temperatures pushing up to 105, 110. That's really the one thing we got going for us. But boy, Brandon, it is really, really hot out there, and there's other parts of the world here that are really struggling with this as well.
And I remember last year, and I'm pulling up a graphic now for it, but last year we had like this long 90-degree stretch. So you look at the longest day, like consecutive days of 90 degrees or higher. 1993, that was the longest stretch we had, 33 days in a row of 90 degrees or higher. Last year in 2025, we had 26 days of 90 degrees or higher in a row.
Yep.
And there's a chance. I mean, the pattern doesn't look to break for quite some time. There's a chance we could do that again here, at least get into the 20s. So you're talking about just kind of more and more years where we're dealing with these extreme heat and also heat history. And unfortunately, heat is the #1 killer in the U.S. And, that's something, Andrew, I feel like not a lot of folks like really take in like how deadly heat can be. Now, 2025, the data hasn't been released yet. So we're looking back at 2024, looking at weather-related deaths. And heat is #1 with the 529 deaths in 2024. And I want to point something out. You have to go all the way down to 149 deaths to flooding in order to get to the #2.
Yeah.
So you combine heat or combine flooding, hurricanes, rip currents, and wind, and maybe even tornadoes together. I didn't necessarily do the math, but you combine a lot of these together, and it still doesn't get to that 529 deaths that heat created.
Yeah, and that just points out the issue here is that it's a much bigger killer than any type of severe weather, any type of hurricane, unless you get, there are certain situations you have particularly deadly hurricanes. Maybe you can kind of overtake that.
There's some years.
Katrina comes to mind as one.
Exactly.
But overwhelmingly here, it's always going to be heat out there, Brandon.
Yeah.
Heat stroke is something that is a very big concern across certain parts of the country. I would say the Deep South, where you get those combinations of heat and humidity, and can be extremely dangerous out there for people, and also out west as well. Though I will say, with the much lower humidity, it's much easier to kind of cool down by getting into the shade. When you have the high humidity, when you've got dew points really over 65, there's no escape from it, Brandon. And it can just feel like you are in a sauna constantly, especially if you get like a little bit of rain and then the sun comes out with the humidity.
Yep.
It feels like you are being cooked with some of this heat. And, people that have to work in it all day can be a really big concern out there.
And I also want to pull up the 10-year average as well when looking at weather-related deaths. So we have from 2015 to 2024. So you were mentioning it, some years hurricanes will be higher. When you look at the 10-year average, hurricanes still, pretty low on the list. But Heat still number one, averaging 273 deaths a year in the U.S. From 2015 to 2024. Flooding still number two, and then also rip currents a little bit higher up. But the thing that did drop was hurricanes, because hurricanes, some years you are going to have massive hurricane impacts. Other years you're not going to have as many. And again, 2025 data still has yet to be released. So that's something, we look at, and I assume for 2025, heat will probably be number one again. It's just one of those, I don't want to call it a silent killer, but it is one where, I feel like a lot of people, if they see a hurricane's coming or they see a massive storm threats coming, we take a little bit more advanced action. With heat, people are working out in the heat. People are still doing their everyday duties out in the heat, and maybe people might still try to run in the heat. Then you have to factor the humidity as well, and that can really change things. Talking about the heat, it's a big deal here in the U.S., but man, it has been a massive deal for some of our friends across the globe, including in Europe, where thousands of people have been really suffering the heat. You look at this video here, and obviously this is heat wave video for you. You can see people fanning themselves off with the fans. Some people are getting taken in by the mist. Some of this might even be tourists that are just traveling to Europe.
Yep.
And Europe is an area that does not have a lot of AC.
Nope.
Andrew, only about 20% of homes in Europe have air conditioning. So, they're not really used to dealing with this massive heat wave that they're dealing with right now. And that's what they're seeing there in Europe.
Yeah, and it's crazy. And some of the things to think about here, France is a little bit different here than what we do in the United States. They own only about 25% of homes. 1 in 4 have AC. Compare that to the United States, we're only at 80 to 90% of homes have some type of AC unit installed, whether it be central air or a window unit. In France, they use much more natural methods. They basically close the shutters, try to cool down, take a cool bath or something like that. One of the differences also in France is that they don't get quite as humid here as they do in the United States. So it's a big difference when you live in an area that has low humidity but high temperatures. It's much easier to kind of cool down. It cools down at night much more effectively. Still gets hot during the day, but it's just
you see it all the time in like Phoenix and Vegas and stuff.
Yeah, like I lived in Cheyenne, Wyoming for actually almost a couple of years, and they were still getting hot. We had days when it got to 100 degrees. Now the dew point was 40 degrees, so it would still be really, really hot, and it would still be hot at night. Basically, what I have to do is I'd sleep next to the window. Actually, sometimes, Brandon. But it would cool down so much at night.
I bet you had some fans going too.
I had fans. My parents felt bad for me and got me a little AC unit as well. But
there you go.
What will happen is that basically at night, the temperature will drop so much because of those low dew points, and you'll have a high of 100, but a low of like 60, and you're able to get much more comfortable. France is kind of a similar situation, though they still have times where it gets a little bit humid. I've been looking at some of the dew points over in France, and that they still have days where they get to see the dew points here pushing up to around the 60-degree mark. And you know, that's not incredibly high, but when you have an AC unit, it's extremely difficult to kind of cool yourself back down. And that's why we've seen so many deaths in France, because they're not really situated to deal with it. England is a similar situation. They get hot, but they don't have a lot of AC units. It'll be very interesting to see here in a potentially a warming world, Brandon, that we see more and more AC units are going to be installed potentially down the road in places like France.
It's definitely an interesting topic, and we're showing a video now. You're mentioning the deaths in France. Over 1,000 already killed by the heat in France. Some of the morgues there have been overrun by the heat, and the French government, they are responding. They have bought 30,000 air conditioning units, and these are cited to be for health facilities and hospitals. So obviously they're trying to, put these in areas where people might be headed because they're dealing with maybe symptoms of heat stroke, heat exhaustion, things like that. So obviously if you put the air conditionings in the health facilities, the hospitals, then they'll have those there so they can cool down some of the patients that are dealing with the more severe impacts and symptoms from it. But again, this is a scary video of just the morgue being overrun there just because of the heat. And these areas aren't used to it. And like you said, not a lot of AC in those areas, Andrew. So the air conditioning units not being in those areas, that is obviously going to limit the amount of relief that you can get from heat like this. And as you mentioned, you did make a good point, man. You were talking about the air conditioning units. As we warm things up across the globe with human-induced climate change, you have to wonder if air conditioning is going to be becoming more of a reality for some of these countries.
No, it's very, it's, there's different places all over the world, right. Think of places like Saudi Arabia and Qatar, they have 98% have AC, obviously. Right. Some of the hottest places on earth.
Japan is also 90% too.
Japan is one of the most cooled countries actually in the Far East. China isn't quite as high, but still I think it's over more than half have some type of AC unit. I've always found it very interesting how Europe is just like, no, we don't have AC here. I went to a wedding in Italy back in 2010, and we stayed in Verona. The B&B did not have any AC. That's actually the hottest night of sleep I've ever gotten in my entire life because there was no AC. The temperature was like at 80 degrees or so at night. It's like impossible to sleep. I remember taking like a cold bath and just sleeping with no covers, trying to cool myself down.
Jeez.
But I'm telling you, it's rough. It's something, always for me going overseas, I just want to make sure the hotel you're staying at has AC. Because if you don't, don't take it for granted. That's all I can say. Make sure you have a way to stay cool. If you're used to, like, for me, I'm a cold sleeper. I like getting nice and chilly at night, Brandon. I don't know about you, but Europe, they have a little bit different an idea of how they do it over there. And again, that's fine. But in a warming world, I think they're going to see more and more people getting those AC units.
Now, here in the States, here in the Carolinas, actually, we'll get a little bit closer to home. There was a lot of things flying around on social media, and one of them was that Duke Energy was telling customers to set their thermostat to 78 degrees during the heat wave to conserve energy. And I'm telling you, I had a lot of people coming up to me like, "Man, this is crazy. I'm not setting my AC to 78." Look, I'm not either. I looked at that. I was like, I'm not doing that either. There's no way I'm setting my AC to 78 degrees. My fiance would take me out before the heat if I did that. So when you look at the on-the-record statement from Duke Energy, I spoke to one of their spokespersons, and they said, with high temperatures expected this weekend, Duke Energy encourages customers to bump their thermostat a few degrees above what is typically comfortable to help save energy and money. And they say this, we don't provide a specific number. So they're not necessarily telling us to run up to 78 degrees. They say, including in their statement, as everyone's comfort level is different.
Yes.
But the greater the distance your thermostat is from the temperature outside, the harder your system works and the more energy you'll use.
Yep.
So, I was
going to say, I'm very fortunate. Our apartment is located we're on the bottom floor. And we kind of were oriented away. We also have like a big tree line that's facing, I think, to our west. So we don't get the sun in the morning, and then very quickly here we can get in the shade like during the afternoon.
That's nice.
So it's like a cave, actually. The problem is that my wife likes to have like plants and stuff. We used to have orchids. They all died because they don't get enough sunlight. But it does help on our electric bill during the summer months because it's truly like a cave, and it's much easier to keep it cool. Now, obviously, vice versa in the winter. Actually, our highest electric bills ironically, actually during the winter time because
I was gonna say, see, I'm the opposite with the sun.
Yeah.
The sun actually shines in on my apartment very heavily during the afternoon. It's much easier during the summer than it is during the winter because the sun angle's so high, the sun's so high up. But man, it scorches my living room, and sometimes it's kind of hard to get the thermostat to really read that it's really not as hot as it is inside. It's just the fact that it's heating up the living room so much. But in reverse, my plants also struggle because they're getting too much sun.
Yeah.
So,
well, ironically, we used to live up on the top floor with and we originally, before we went to a 2-bedroom, we were 1-bedroom with a loft. So we had like very high ceiling, and we were facing, I think we were looking northeast. So we get all the sun, all of that sun all throughout the morning and into the afternoon with the high ceilings. It was actually, our AC unit wasn't strong enough to actually like keep at the temperature we wanted, run all day long because we'd have the very, very high ceilings. And it was roles were completely reversed once we moved downstairs.
Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, where you live is a very big impact. Hopefully you live somewhere where you have AC, but like you said,
I mean, if you're watching us here in the Carolinas, you better have it.
You better have it for sure. And then living high up, I mean, obviously heat rises, so the higher up you live on whatever floor you're on, the more warm your apartment complex or your building may be.
Yeah.
But man, when I saw that Duke Energy thing earlier this week, I was like, that's crazy. It doesn't make any sense. I'm glad I was able to kind of get that cleared up. But they still like you to set your temperature up a little bit. And Duke Energy and many energy companies, utility companies, they can use what's called cooling degree days in order to kind of keep up with the demand. So this metric is essentially used to indicate how much air conditioning is needed for a given day. So the higher number of cooling degree days equals a greater need for AC. Now, this is assuming, another kind of assumption with this is that you don't need any heating or air conditioning if the temperature outside is 65 degrees.
What happens if it's 66?
If it's 66 degrees, then we're going to have some cooling degree days. But again, so essentially what happens with cooling degree days, you take the high temperature and the low temperature for the day, add them together, get the average temperature for that given day. And let's say the average temperature is 68 degrees. You subtract that by 65, and you get 3 cooling degrees. Now, if the average temperature is 60 degrees for a given day, you still take the 65 and you minus it by 60, you're going to get 5 heating degree days, which is because temperatures are cooler. So you'll see that a lot in the winter, cool heating degree days in the colder months and cooling degree days in the warmer months.
Yeah, I was going to ask real quickly because I've seen about this.
Yeah.
So why isn't just when it's above 65 that one day is considered a cooling degree day versus they go by degrees and that makes it 3 degree days basically?
So I think it might have something to do with really know
because I've always wondered this. So
so you're wondering why. So kind of phrase that again,
so like you said, you have let's say you take the high, the low, you average them together, you get 68 minus 65.
Yeah,
you get 3 cooling degree days. Why wouldn't it just be 1 cooling degree?
Why wouldn't it just be 1?
Because that day is a cooling degree day.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. So I think the higher the cooling degree day is, the more demand is going to be needed for that given day. Yeah, so I
think it's poor verbiage in my opinion.
Yeah, it's a confusing thing, and which is why we don't show it a lot on air.
Exactly, because I'm I don't completely understand. Well, yeah,
right. But I think it's like a utility company thing. So let's say a company like Duke Energy, they need to know how much energy they need to provide for the grid. They need to know how high the demand's going to be for a given day. So let's say if we're going to have 30 or 40 cooling degree days, they know they're going to need a little bit more energy on the grid because there's going to be a lot more demand for AC. But if we have 2 heating or cooling degree days, 2 cooling degree days, and that means that the demand's not going to be too high on the grid. So I think the more cooling degree days we have, I think the more, the higher the number, the more demand that they expect. So this is a graphic from 2022. So this is showing that the cooling demand is increasing. So from 1970 to 2022, the average cooling degree days has actually shot up to about 2,000. So it's went from about 1,550 cooling degree days to about 2,000 cooling degree days, which means the more demand for AC is there. It also means that our days are getting hotter too. Because obviously, hotter days, you're going to have more demand for ACs.
Yeah. So obviously, you see the trend there. And again, that's taking each day, adding it all up here.
Right.
So, yeah.
So, honestly, it's gonna be a scorcher, Andrew. We want to be very toasty here. High temperatures.
Make sure you wear the sunscreen.
Triple digits. We are going to take one more short break. I want to show records, just how close we're going to be to the records coming up later this week. It's going to be close. We'll talk about just how close on the other side. Record high. That's the big question that everybody's asking. Just how hot not only will it be, but will we have record highs? And Thursday, Andrew, probably going to fall short of it.
Yeah, just going to be close. Would not surprise me if we got to that 101. Just enough sunshine, maybe just enough. The lower humidity, too, allows temperatures to get hotter as well. So that's something we'll be watching for, a little dew point watch. If we're getting, lower dew points, it might actually help to get those temperatures even higher. Brandon, but certainly going to be a close call here on our Thursday with those toasty temps.
And then we've also got Friday, the day before July 4th. A lot of folks off for the holiday that day, Andrew.
It is going to be hot. Hopefully, you're going to be staying someplace. I mean, I'll put you this way. I wouldn't recommend doing anything outside until about at least 7 o'clock in the evening.
Yeah.
That would be, as a meteorologist, my professional opinion. Do not do anything outside until at least 7, honestly, maybe even 8 o'clock. You want full sunset here with how hot it's going to be.
I agree. And then July 4th, the big 250 celebration.
To celebrate with some history. History of America 250.
How about it?
And some history of some absolutely scorching hot temperatures.
Yeah, we're talking about 100 degrees on July 4th. And then one other thing before we go that we were talking about in our meeting this morning, fireworks, they're a thing for now, but with this heat, it can really dry things out. And we're already dealing with a very drought-ravaged area here.
Yeah,
so do not be shocked. I don't want to be the one to say it.
Why are you being the bearer of bad news, Brandon? Bad news, Brandon.
Yeah, I should say it. No, I'm going to say it. We might have burn bans later this week. Maybe.
That could cause revolutions have been started on for less, Brandon.
Yeah. Hey, man, I'll tell you what, there are a lot of people that have their own fireworks,
That's
too.
true.
So I don't want to. Yeah, I think it's a good place to end the show. No, for real. Thanks, guys, for joining again, as always, here on Pinpoint Weather University. We do appreciate you. It's always fun having us together, doing the show together, teaming up and knocking it out here on Pinpoint Weather University. You guys take care of yourself in the heat. Take care of each other as we navigate this very hot globe.
Welcome to Stars of Service. I'm your host, Brian Christensen. You know, it takes a lot to get the right combination, the right ingredients for something to work. And especially when you have been working on something for so long, you have either been maybe in the military, most of us, but you've got something else cooking on the side. To have the knowledge, the know-how, and the time spent with a combination of everything else going on in your life, and you're able to do all of these, it's just a perfect recipe. I'm not talking about cooking, and I want to talk about beer instead. I've got my friend Joe Vogelbacher, the CEO of Sugar Creek Brewery. Thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure.
And the secret is you are also, or actually you still are, in the Navy Reserve.
Yes.
Okay, so you've got a combination of time spent in service, and also you're the CEO of a brewery. Oh, and by the way, also a nonprofit on the side, and your family. Okay, first of all, take us back. You're in the Navy. Talk about your job.
Well, I graduated from the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy in 2002. Studied marine engineering, and I commissioned as a reserve officer in the Navy. So all the graduates from Merchant Marine Academy go right into the reserve. So kind of an unusual thing where I didn't have active duty initially, but went straight into the reserve component.
What was that? What was that like?
I think it was a shock when I got to college, when you kind of expect the normal college experience, but you instead are jumping into a military regiment, and you get training and your strict discipline and things like that for the first year or so, and then it kind of loosens up, and you get focused on your C year, and you get focused on studying, get your engineering degree and stuff like that. So once I got out of school, then I went to work for Northrop Grumman as a nuclear engineer, working on the CVN-69 Eisenhower.
Nuclear engineer. I'm just going to stop you there.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're all of this. What's your typical day like?
So back then, yeah, I was working on the ship CVN-69, the Eisenhower. They were doing a refueling, and would go and show up, and I assisted with testing and commissioning all the equipment on board the ship.
Right.
So on the nuclear side, on the aircraft carrier, there's two sides. There's a non-nuclear and a nuclear side. One side touches the reactor. I worked on that side, and basically on the deck plate on the ship every day for around 5 years. So walk down there, go down 10 flights of stairs, go into the ship, work on the ship, and then on the weekends you do your Navy drill.
Right. And for a lot of people who don't know what the in my case, the Air National Guard, or in yours, the Reserve, kind of the same thing, but weekend warriors, you have probably a full-time job and doing this on the weekends.
Yeah.
Talk about that transition from a Friday afternoon at your regular job and go into your Saturday, your weekend.
It's well, probably as good as anybody. I think it's like every third week you end up working 2 weeks straight. So, the going right in and then doing, traveling and showing up there and putting on your Navy hat, and then getting to work, doing that for 2 days, and traveling back. You just show back up to work on Monday and you're exhausted. But, and it's kind of hard to shift gears, but after a while you learn.
Yeah, that Monday following is just the most brutal day possible, and you can't wait for that second Friday for sure. So you went from there. When did you in Charlotte? You started up brewery, Sugar Creek. So talk about how that became nuclear engineer brewer. How did that become a thing?
Well, there was a gap in between there, and for 8 years, I'll back up a little bit. So, punching the clock and marching into work and the 9 to 5 has just never been for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm more of, I don't know, my dad calls me a sadist, but, I must be, but I'm always up for a challenge, and I always wanted to go into business for myself. And I was, I've had the entrepreneurial spirit my whole life. So after about 4.5 years working at the shipyard, I went into business, into the construction supply business, and that's a whole nother longer story that we probably don't have time for. But I did that for 8 years and partnered with my cousin in New Jersey. And then around the 8th year, there was my sister came down with stage 4 liver cancer, and so at that point I was living in New Jersey. She was living in Charlotte. I'm from Charlotte, and I went to school here. I went to St. Anne's Catholic School and then Charlotte Catholic High School. I was kind of looking for something different to do that was maybe a little bit less stressful.
Right.
And I had some good friends here in Charlotte that were in the restaurant business, and we got wind that that Old Mecklenburg was selling their leasehold improvements and their assets and expanding and kind of going down the street.
I remember that.
And so we made a off-market deal with John Marino from Old Mecklenburg to purchase everything, purchase the lease, and move ourselves into the building in South End. And at the time, I was just going to be an investor from with a group of friends to open the brewery. But over a little bit more time and learning about my sister's situation, I decided to come in with a larger stake, and then I became the operating partner and the CEO. So I did that, and then for the first year when we opened Sugar Creek, I ran my business up in New Jersey and kind of winded that down, and then the brewery, and kind of went back and forth for the first 6 months to 8 months, and then took about a year and a half to wind the business down in New Jersey, restart here in Charlotte.
So you've got 5 things going on at the same time.
Yeah.
Fortunately, your sister,
Yeah.
the brewery, the job up there, the reserves, the family. I somehow counted that in my head just now. What at what point did you say, this is a lot? I'm really beginning to feel it, and I need to pull something out to balance the rest.
I still am in a position where I need to do that, where I still have too much on the plate and kind of need to focus, because it's hard to be, it's hard to be a master of all things, right?
Right.
You want to kind of focus in and pick something that you like and do it. But for me, I guess it's just in my nature. I've always wanted to do a lot of different things and get involved in the community and just, go full speed ahead. But now, after doing it for 25 years, I'm at a position where I'm reevaluating things and trying to take a little bit better care of my health. I think it is kind of a sobering experience when you see when you lose some friends to things like a heart attack, in your 40s. So stress will get you for sure. So try to take a little time to myself and do some deep breathing and scale back a little bit when I can. But I've kept my foot on the gas for a long time now.
I can understand that, but I just can't fathom having that much on my plate and nothing falls off of it. It's like going to the Cracker Barrel or the Golden Corral buffet and just keep on putting stuff, and it just doesn't fall off. I want to take a quick break, and when we come back, I want to hear more about this giving back to the community part, and also you're also in a movie. And I watched that last night, and I want to talk about it a little later, but it is something remarkable.
Sure.
And you have a title that not many people have. If that's not a tease, I tried my best. Welcome back to Stars of Service. I'm your host, Brian Christensen. I've got Joe Vogelback with me, and we are talking about this plate that he somehow maintains and balances and everything that he is a part of. One of those things, and you started to talk about your own health and others, and you began to talk about how you wanted to give back to the community. Open up about that a little.
Sure. Well, when we started the brewery, one of my reasons was to kind of be closer to my sister. She was, like I said, battling a rare type of liver cancer called cholangiocarcinoma. And that was, we founded the brewery in 2014, and she had gotten diagnosed, I believe, the year before. So seeing her in her 40s dealing with that, kind of makes you reevaluate things. Every day isn't guaranteed. And so, spent some time with her and much as I could. And then going back to the service component, kind of randomly out of the blue, and I had been in, I believe, 18 years up to this point, the Charlotte Navy base called me in 2016 and said, "Hey, we're mobilizing you to Kabul, Afghanistan with the Army." And I was thinking, wait a second, I'm a Marine engineer, I work on ships, merchant Marine guy, and you're going to send me to the Army. How does that make sense? So I had just started the brewery and, working there and getting things rolling, and we were growing and all of that. And immediately got shipped to Fort Jackson, South Carolina, went through combat training, and then sent to Afghanistan, which was a crazy experience. But, I think God works in mysterious ways, so to speak. And I had a 14-month deployment, and fortunately they reduced my deployment because it was right at the time when President Obama was transitioning over to President Trump, and one of his last things was an order to draw troops down in Afghanistan.
Right.
So the billet that I was in actually got cut and replaced with a government contractor. So after 114 days in theater, I was released. So I was happy because I was, hey, job well done.
Right.
Mission accomplished. I'll head back. Got to spend a little time with my sister. And then unfortunately, it was like a year and a half later, she passed away from cholangiocarcinoma.
Sorry.
So while she was alive, she was the breadwinner in the family, and made the money for them all. And so when she was dealing with her treatments and things like that, she was financially impacted. So I figured, well, we have this resource, the brewery, even though we weren't making a lot of money, we were in the community and we could rally community resources. So we did that for my sister, Michelle, 2 years in a row, where we raised funds and kind of gave it to her to help out with her car payment or mortgage, just living expenses and things like that. And then when we called that event that we did for her, we called it Michelle's Mighty Mission. So we donated a portion of the proceeds to the Cholangiocarcinoma Foundation, and then we gave some to her in order to help her, best battle her illness and focus on that rather than the days that she was missing with work.
Right.
So when she passed away, I took a year off, and then I was thinking, well, why not just continue the tradition and see if we could donate the money somewhere else in the community? And my sister Michelle always said, hey, if my cancer could be used for anything good, she was completely for it. So I kind of continued on the tradition in her spirit. And that's where our Michelle's Mighty Mission Rowathon came. And I guess the next question is kind of a segue into where does the 24 Foundation fit in all of this? So once we had started the Rowathon and raising money for charity, we decided to donate it to 24 Foundation. And then very quickly, I would pull the money into an account at the brewery and then write one check over to 24 Foundation. Very quickly, I became one of the one of the largest individual donors for the foundation. So at that point, the founder of the organization, Spencer Luters, had asked me to come on the board if I wanted to, and I said no, because I was studying for the Cicerone exam, which we'll get into, I guess, a little bit later.
Yeah.
Eventually, I got through that process, and I joined the board, and somehow, I don't know how, but I ended up rolling up through the board member into the executive committee and secretary, vice chair, and then I did the chairman of the board for 2 years, and then rolled off this year.
One more for the plate.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't too bad though.
What so you've got, with being chairman of the board for the 24 Foundation and several other elements to that. What was that like to, you've got all of these other things going on in your life, but that one element that you're, hey, I can give back, and almost, I don't want to use the word therapy, but at the same time, it's to go, and it's probably the best part about your day.
Yeah, I mean, the time involvement in the reserves can add up really quick. That's like almost 10 hours a week. And then when we're busy, so that's every week, 10 hours a week, really adds up a lot. And then, you're doing another 20 to 30 days active duty a year. With the 24 Foundation, it's really just one meeting a month or so, and then a board meeting once a quarter. And what I tried to do there was kind of set the example for the other board members and let them know, hey, you can utilize your network and your resources for good. You don't necessarily have to write the check yourself, but if you can pool your resources and inspire other people to give, then that's how you can really be a force multiplier, so to speak. So, being in the Navy and working out of the Charlotte base for a while, I work out of Norfolk now, but working out of the Charlotte base, there's 1,000 or so reservists there that I would interact with regularly. And so I'd tell them that I was, one of the founders of the Sugar Creek Brewery, and they thought that was interesting and neat. So I would bring them to the brewery, show them some about our beers,
make some great friends.
yeah, and then tell them about the 24 Foundation. So it all kind of worked together. And then when I had events, I have that network of people to tap into and kind of get them involved, because you just never know. I mean, people everywhere have been touched by cancer. So when I share my story, then a lot of times they can find it resonates with them, and which case then we can get them involved in giving back.
So one quick question, and then we'll take a quick break. But your commitment to serve is superior to anyone I've ever even met. You've got so much going on, and you want to serve your country. You want to serve your community, serve those who need help. What's the drive behind all?
Well, I can't say that it's all totally altruistic. I wish I said I could, but I get a lot back from all of that. I mean, it's a privilege to be in the military, and I get a lot of benefits from that. And they do pay me to show up, so that's a good
little
benefit.
bonus.
Yeah.
And a retirement check eventually too. Yes.
Yeah, and doing this stuff with the 24 Foundation, I'm actually rolling off the board now. So this is my last year. So I feel like that chapter is kind of winding down. And while I was there and had the energy to get the ball rolling, I felt like that was a privilege too. And I get to do something in remembrance of my sister. I get a tremendous feeling of warmth when I look around the room and see 250 people that are all ready to go and raise money. And, I met some people, my sister's friends and her healthcare providers, and people that I didn't even know were in the picture come in and talk to me, and get to interact here on Queen City News and get my dad involved. And it's just a good, warm feeling. And, that's what keeps you going.
Let's take a quick break and hear about the movie that you're in. I've talked a little bit about how you're in a movie. I actually watched it last night.
That's cool.
So what exactly is it?
So when we opened the brewery and I transitioned from being in sales role and doing engineering, I had to learn about beer. And to do that, I could have, at the time there wasn't a lot of college programs where you could go study, or, you couldn't go to the local community college. You had to kind of read and learn it on your own. So what I did was I investigated the different routes on where I could have a structured format and learning about beer and kind of becoming, developing myself as a professional.
Well, we thought we had some music there. Thanks so much for watching. This is Queen City News Plus Live. If you're watching on the CW Charlotte, either that or on, let's see, we've got Queen City News Plus app. We also have, YouTube and Facebook Live. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Derek Dellinger. We'll hopefully have a little bit of music coming up a little bit later on. I'm joined by Brian Blakely.
As long as you can hear us, right?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
You can hear us now. So yes, we also have meteorologist Andrew Bryman here, as well as Director Beth here, trying to diagnose the issue as for what's going on. We'll figure it out. We do have a busy day to get to as far as news, though. And we do want to start out with what's happening with Iran and a lot of details that have been coming out in the last 24 hours. It's also already having an impact on not only the stock market, but also oil prices, which could be a bit more of an issue at the pump, possibly in the coming days, because President Trump's saying at this point, ceasefire is over. And he's still wanting a deal with Iran, but the attacks are basically ramping back up.
Well, ramping back up again as President Trump, leaving Turkey today from the NATO summit, said that he will very probably hit Iran again tonight. This is after strikes at specific targets within Iran, after Iran had been targeting the U.S. And so what he was saying that today in a big, long speech in Turkey before leaving is he believes that memorandum of understanding with the ceasefire to go over the talks to have a denuclearized Iran is, quote, over. And that has certainly sent the stock market tumbling. It's also set oil prices skyrocketing today, up over 8%. It hasn't really hit as far as like the gas prices here yet. But
that's something that we'll likely be seeing over the next coming days and weeks. We probably won't be seeing it by the end of the day today. But there's a good chance we'll probably be seeing in the coming days and weeks because the oil prices do have a direct effect. And not only that, even with some of this uncertainty that's been going on, we have been seeing oil prices basically be impacted, not only gas, but also gas prices too, what you see at the pump within a matter of days of that issue.
And NC gas prices holding steady at about $3.48 right now, which is
still lower than what they were.
Lower than what they were, not what they were a year ago, but lower than what they were. But also diesel and gasoline futures, they are surging, so you can expect those prices to go up over the next few days.
Yes. Iran has been firing on some of the commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. And there's also been the fighting back and forth that's been between Iranian and U.S. targets. I think also Kuwait was also involved in some of this too. But yes, despite this ceasefire being over, this is a direct quote from President Trump. Trump is urging more negotiation to eventually come to a deal, even though things are kind of at an impasse right now. And we haven't necessarily heard what Iran has to say about all this. So this is something we will definitely be watching in the coming days. You'll definitely be hearing about it on Queen City News.
Yeah, and absolutely. And President Trump making a lot of headlines today as he was leaving the NATO summit in Turkey today. He says he was also says he will give Ukraine, as far as the Ukrainian-Russian war that's been going on for more than 4 years now, and hopefully that is going to be coming to an end. He says he's going to give Ukraine the ability to make Patriot missile defense systems on their own, which is something that Ukraine has been counting on over the last since the duration of this war. President Trump has not given them the Patriot missile defenses because they've been used here for the war in Iran. But he says he's going to give Ukraine the ability to make them themselves. And in addition to the warfare that's really changed with the Ukraine and Russia because it's more drone warfare, but a lot of those missiles coming in from Russia going into Kyiv, and they need those Patriot missile defenses. And they're hopefully going to have some talks here between Vladimir Zelensky and Vladimir Putin. As Vladimir Zelensky and Vladimir Putin, as far as the talks go, to try to end that war.
Yes, we've been talking in the past couple days and weeks about some of the fighting that is still continuing happening. I mean, the Ukraine war, the Ukraine-Russia war, has been going on for around 5 years now. That's and it still shows no real sign of actually ending. The thing about it is, though, is that some of the attacks from Russia in recent days and weeks have hit every target that they had because there is no missile defense system that Ukraine has. And it's also worth noting they might be getting the ability to do this, but it's going to take a while for it to actually build all up because it's going to take a while to not only get the systems ready. It's also a very time-consuming thing to actually get to actually build these missiles as well.
It's not like you can do it overnight, like a drone. Like you can make a drone or whatever. Also, new reporting coming out of the war with Russia and Ukraine is that Russia's losing 1,400 soldiers in just the past day. 40,000 soldiers in Russia that have died in the fighting in just the past month of June. Also, Russia taking a lot of hits when it comes to its energy infrastructure with the Ukrainian drones that are hitting deep into like Siberia and Omsk the other day. where they're attacking the refineries that they have, and that's really the global engine that they have for Russia is oil and gas.
Yes, and we'll be keeping an eye on that in the coming days as well. Latest headlines, at least for that, at qcnews.com as news develops out of Ukraine and also out of Iran. A little bit closer to home, there is a political story to tell you about, and this one is actually out of Maine involving Graham Plattner. He's the Democratic nominee, Democratic Senate nominee candidate in Maine. He, in the past few days, has been facing allegations of rape, and this is on top of what has been a controversial campaign, at least for him so far, in regards to everything from his previous tattoos to some of his conduct elsewhere. But as we reported a few days ago, the Plattner has come under fire because of this report that came from CNN and Politico about some of these sexual assault allegations. And as that has come forward, there's news today that he might be actually working to end his campaign, because he actually suspended it, but he might actually be ending it.
Yeah, he's got his team of strategists right now that they're trying to navigate how to get out of it, and also talk about, because it's a very consequential race in Maine against
And he won the
Susan
primary,
Collins.
too.
He won the primary, but he is expected to announce through some sort of recorded video later today, that he will be getting out of the race. Now, what does that do? Is they're trying to figure out, because he has to get out by, I think, it's July 13th is the deadline, and then under Maine law, the party has until July 27th to name a replacement.
Yes.
And so the Democrats, to have a candidate in place to go up against Susan Collins in the November election, who that is, whether it's the Governor Janet Mills, who has run against him and lost to the Plattner in the primary, or it could be somebody else altogether. And that's who the Democrats are trying to strategize right now about who that could be.
Yes, and up until these latest allegations came out, I mean, Plattner was considered a rather serious nominee against the Republican nominee, the Republican incumbent, Susan Collins. And the big question right now is, okay, this throws us all up in the air. And I remember like some of the reporting, some of the interviews that have been done with some people in Maine basically said they would vote for a can of tomato soup over Susan Collins. There were some people who quite literally said that, and they are wanting something different. Many people in Maine are wanting something different, but they want a credible candidate. Thing about it is, though, is that this throws this all into disarray. This makes things chaotic, and this can also wind up the balance of power. And the Senate is also a big consideration too, because
the balance of power.
And because the midterms, we could have a completely different Senate as well as House of Representatives. We could have Democrats back in power. We could have Republicans still in power.
And Democrats are hoping that Maine is one of the places where they can flip, along with North Carolina. With you have the former Governor Roy Cooper going up against Michael Whatley for the Republican side, that Tom Tillis exiting, that they can flip that seat. Yes. And that's what they're hoping. So more to come. We'll see what happens with that, as far as with Graham Plattner is probably exiting that race. I want to turn now to another story, very tragic story right now out of Idaho, and that is the mother that claimed that her two twins had died after receiving vaccines. She has now been charged with murder in their deaths.
Yes, and that is the woman that you see right there. Her name is Andrea Shaw. She's 23 years old. She's accused of killing her 18-month-old twins. And yes, she did say initially that, she actually claimed on a podcast that the children's deaths were as a result of vaccines. However, they were found dead in May of last year. Prosecutors are basically saying this is a case of first-degree murder, at least at this point, at least in Idaho, at least under Idaho law. Authorities, however, and this is the really interesting thing here, they have not said exactly how these twins died. But there is, and they say that will be coming through the courts. That information will be coming through the courts. But she's nonetheless being charged with first-degree murder in their deaths.
Yeah, the question is whether the reports are whether it was asphyxiation of some sorts, whether they shared a bed, and what's going to happen. She also, as part of that podcast you were talking about, she was doing a fundraiser at that time, raising more than $10,000. But now she is for GoFundMe. But now for her family and funeral services and whatever. Yeah. But now she is in jail, and she's in there jail on a $2 million bond.
Yeah, that podcast that she was on was basically done by an anti-vaccine organization, and she was she said that both of her babies died in their sleep just a few days after getting vaccines, and that's something that Andrea Shaw, the mother, that her attorney still maintains, that the kids, that the twins, more specifically, they did die as a result of vaccines. But again, law enforcement officials, as well as the courts, they are basically saying something different right now. They say this is a case of first-degree murder, and that the information on this could be coming out in the coming days and weeks as it makes its way through the court system, and months for that matter. But they are not saying exactly yet how those children died.
Yeah, and the other story too that we're getting an update from New York, Derek. We were talking about that Manhattan building, that high rise that was buckling while people were trying to go in yesterday morning. As we're understanding that some residents are being allowed to return to some of the 7 surrounding buildings in that neighborhood. This is an old Pfizer headquarters here that was being retrofitted, transformed,
completely renovated
here to 1,600 luxury apartments. And all of a sudden they found that it was buckling from and caving in on some of the floors that they had on the upper level.
Yeah, and the details on this project are really interesting because they were not only doing a complete renovation to basically convert everything
and they were adding a couple floors on there.
They were adding quite a few floors. In fact, several floors they had planned, and but this was, at least for right now. And so it was a 33-story high-rise, still is a 33-story high-rise, but floors 21 through 26, they're the ones that started buckling. And according to like one of the union reps in there, they said that, hey, that their crews were inside as this was happening, and they had this emergency evacuation. Thing about it is, though, that there were at least several other buildings basically within this perimeter that were also told to evacuate. Oddly enough, it was actually our sister station up in New York City, Pix 11. They had to evacuate too, as well as the News Nation offices, because they were not necessarily right across the street, but they were very close and within that evacuation zone.
Right near the UN building,
Yeah.
But also, too, you got to imagine that any kind of situation like this is very scary. But for New York, obviously, because of 9/11, when you had 2 twin towers that were struck by the airplanes and a terrorist attack by Osama bin Laden, those the coming down of those towers and collapsing like that. There's a lot of fear, and it brings up opens up a lot of old scars and wounds for the people of New York with this type of thing.
And there are questions too in regards to, okay, was this buckling due to the renovation? Was something taken out that should not have been taken out that resulted in the buckling? That is one question.
That's what I was saying yesterday. Yeah. We're going to have to that structural engineers on speed dial right now.
Or does it go back? Or the second question here is, does it go back to the way the building itself was constructed? Way back when.
And all these things are going to have to be done on the investigation, and I can. When and where, how people are going to be moving into this building is going to be a question going forward, and also in this investigation.
Yeah, let's get a check on your weather on this. It is Wednesday. Yes, it's Wednesday.
That's correct.
Yes, and it's 93 degrees outside. It has been hot out there. But also cloudy here and there, it's a different 93 than probably compared to what we saw just a few days ago. But also on that same point, though, I was coming into work this morning. I remember very specifically coming into work this morning. Not a cloud in the sky. That kind of changed over the course of a couple hours, though.
Yeah, a few more clouds out there, Derek, and we'll see. For the most part, dry weather. Might see an isolated sprinkle, but I do think for the most part we're going to be seeing dry today. Summertime patterns, you were talking about hot and humid weather. Storms, though, expected this weekend with a needed cold front pushing into the Carolinas. 94 degrees currently. Dew points have come down ever so slightly into the mid to upper 60s out there. Feels like temperatures right around the 100-degree mark. Pinpoint satellite imagery looks fairly quiet on visible satellite. Switching on over, though, to radar, we do see a couple of showers, for the most part outside of our viewing area. Oops, a little bit too much on me there. We look off to the north and west, we get up into the mountains here. We do see a couple of thunderstorms to the south and east of Boone. But otherwise, you're looking fairly dry across the Carolinas. Zooming out all the way, weak frontal boundary to our south, not really having much of an impact on our temperatures, though they're ever so slightly cooler compared to what we saw over the weekend. 99 in Florence currently, wow, 100 in Wilmington. 83, though, in Boone. That is the place to be in terms of temperatures. The heat risk today, it's major, though not as quite as extreme in terms of the heat and humidity combined, what we saw last week across the Carolinas. The muggy meter, unfortunately, not coming down anytime soon. Going to be staying hot and humid out there for the foreseeable future. Futurecast in motion this evening. Here, we're going to be seeing the partly cloudy skies, mainly dry weather as we go into your Thursday here. Likely going to see more of the same, though maybe a couple more showers and storms as we head into the afternoon hours. A little bit longer range here as we talk about your weekend forecast. We'll talk about some potential scattered showers and storms on the way. Not so much as we go throughout the rest of your Thursday, though you did see a couple of showers and storms possible. But as we get into the weekend here, that's when the rain chances are going to start to move up across the Carolinas. Friday afternoon, you might see a couple of sprinkles out there during the afternoon, evening hours. But really, as we make our way into your Saturday, that is going to be the main time frame here for a frontal boundary moving in and bringing us some of that wet weather. Moving right along here to your pinpoint 7-day forecast. Everyone are going to be seeing those toasty temperatures sticking around, though you'll see as we get to early next week, might get a little bit cooler here across the Carolinas.
But a chance of rain pretty much each day, which basically tells me it's going to be humid.
Yeah, it's going to be
very humid.
That's right.
Good old summertime weather right here.
Yep.
And it looks like those chances on the weekend day are increasing right now.
Yes, looking increasingly likely. We'll see widespread afternoon showers.
More
Yes.
afternoon. Okay,
Yes.
good. All right, thank you, Andrew. Coming up, Derek, we have some really, really disturbing video of a man in a wheelchair who was attacked. How that happened is what is really alarming on this.
Yes.
And we're going to have that for
Yes, we'll have that for you coming up. In addition to that, some details on, you might be aware of the MLS All-Star game. It's going to be coming here to town.
Yeah.
It's going to be coming here to town. I've got to actually pull the ticket information as to how much things are going for. We'll have that coming up. In addition to that, we know some names on the All-Star team. It actually includes some Charlotte FC players. Details on that coming up. This is Queen City News Plus Live.
Welcome back to Queen City News Plus Live on this Wednesday afternoon, 3:19 here from. Are we looking outside today?
Yes, we are.
We're going to take a
Monroe.
look outside.
Yeah.
All right, we got Monroe today. As you can see, a lot of clouds. Usually about this time of day during the summer, we're going to have a little bit more clouds that are popping in. Could have some thunderstorm or two pop up for you. Derek, just before the break, we were talking about this really disturbing story that was out of Oklahoma City. A man in a wheelchair was attacked at random. With a guy who just threw a Molotov cocktail at him, and there you can see him crossing the street.
Yes,
on the
we should
upper
mention
left.
that this man, and you're going to see this video, this man, it took a little while for him to actually do it, but the man only suffered, the man in the wheelchair only suffered minor injuries because this is the big video. As this was happening, those are two detectives right there, as you see on the right side of your screen. That's a bystander coming up and tending to that person. One of the detectives there went with a bystander to the man. The other detective was able to arrest the guy there. And the guy's name, he's 38-year-old Emery Alexander. That is the suspect's name. He is facing several charges. But the fact that this happened, and here's the thing, not only happened right in front of those cops, also happened right in front of the police headquarters for the Oklahoma City Police Department, too.
Yeah, and that guy said he did it at random. And this is what he just said, I just felt like doing it or whatever. And that's what's so disturbing. And I've seen this video probably 8, 9 times now. And every time I see that, I still get tremendously incensed about how someone could be so cruel and inhumane about throwing a Molotov cocktail at a man in a wheelchair that is crossing the street. Like
and as you can probably see from the video as well, I mean, during all this, as it was happening, he went backwards in the wheelchair, back into the fire.
And then he pushed him back in.
And he pushed him back in. And as that was happening, those were the other people that were basically coming out.
Thank God for those other people that came rushing
the
to
cops,
his aid.
The cops and that bystander.
To help him out. And this man here is going to be facing a number of charges.
Yeah, first-degree arson is the big charge, but as well as in addition to that, he's also facing other charges related specifically with the assault that happened. And this was this past Thursday, by the way, in Oklahoma City. But still, it's hard to believe that happened. And this was like first thing in the morning. It was like around 8 a.m. there.
Yeah.
And again, right in front of the Oklahoma City Police Department. So the one can potentially question the motives of doing it just in front of there, but the fact that it was that random.
Let's switch now to World Cup. And there is, it's been so great to watch these games that have been happening. They've been so intense. The countries get behind it so much, including the United States, who unfortunately lost to Belgium the other night. But there was a great game between France and Paraguay.
Yes.
But unfortunately, there's a loser out of that, and that was Paraguay. And France has their best player, Mbappe, one of the best players in the world. But a Paraguay senator there has made some very disparaging comments about Mbappe after this loss.
Yes, and this is more than just smack talking. This is outright racist language. Her name is Celeste Maria. She is the senator, and she basically openly mocked Mbappe's origins, upbringing, education, and appearance. The comments, which we are not necessarily going to be saying in full, refer to Mbappe as a brute and a colonized Cameroonian pretending to be French. And it just got worse from there. I mean, there were some things which I will not repeat there. But
and she said Paraguay's players should have slapped him after the match.
Yes, and Amaria's comments basically come after what she felt, at least judging from what she was saying here about Mbappe's unsportsmanlike behavior after everything. The thing about it is, though, is that the comments were beyond the pale. Let's just be honest with you; they weren't beyond the pale. And Mbappe called Amaria and I quote here, despicable woman who is unworthy of serving as a politician over those comments. Amaria says she's the one who should be apologized to over those comments. In fact, she says what Mbappe said amounted to gender-based violence. In addition to that, she has since rolled back at least some of her comments, not all of the comments, but at least some of the comments, and that Mbappe should at least as well. For what it's worth, though, Paraguay's government, they are not standing by Amaria in any way, shape, and form whatsoever. They say that the comments were, and I quote here, contrary to the values and principles that country promotes.
Yeah, bringing out the darker side of the World Cup, which has been so great. And staying with soccer right now, we do have the MLS All-Star Game. You were just talking about this before we went to break, a little bit of a tease. It's going to be in Charlotte on July 29th at Bank of America Stadium. And some of the players were announced that they're going to be participating in that All-Star Game. And several Charlotte players, such as Tim Ream, who was just on the U.S. men's national team, along with Pep Biel and Ashley Westwood. And then, of course, you have the one and only Lionel Messi.
Yes, and he was voted in to actually attend. As for whether or not he actually will, that's still kind of a thing altogether. But Thomas Muller, as well as Sung Yong Min, also on the list as well. The All-Star Game, by the way, will be here on July 29th at 8 p.m. here in Charlotte at the Bank of America Stadium. And tickets are still available, by the way. In case
what are they? How much are they?
Okay, so in case you haven't
how much are
they? Yeah, I went by Ticketmaster. Yeah, they are available on Ticketmaster, and so I went by the website just to see exactly what's going on here. So standard admission, and they have a standard admission like I think it's a standing area,
lower bowl.
Yeah. It's $56 for those tickets, which is actually pretty cheap.
Or is that the upper bowl or just general admission?
I think there's a standing area.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, standing area that's there. But if you want to get one of the better seats, the highest one that I saw, as far as the original sale price, is $384. The resales, though, If you don't get one of those seats that are available now, the resales, highest one I saw was $800.
$800. Wow. You know what? The popularity of this game is going to be truly tremendous because it's after the World Cup. Everyone's got the World Cup fever, and they're going to be very excited to be going to the MLS All-Star game, which was great for Charlotte, a gem to have.
Yeah, and I have a feeling we'll probably be seeing some of the lingering effects of the World Cup, for lack of better words, at Bank of America Stadium coming up at the end of this month, because it's still being talked about. In addition to that, a lot of these, some of these soccer stars, which you saw, specifically if Messi comes to town, you have a chance to see him in person. And I think a lot of people will want to see him in person.
They will want to do that, especially the heroics that he's pulled. Also, France-Morocco tomorrow, 4 p.m. right here on Queen City News. That is the quarterfinal round. Get underway.
Yes. Coming up, you know that, summer is, trips out of the ocean, going out swimming, snorkeling, and things of that nature. But the danger of rip currents is kind of a real big thing. In fact, for 2 snorkelers that were actually out off the coast of Florida, it became an issue and they had to be rescued. That video is coming up next. This is Queen City News Plus Live. Finally today, out of Florida, out of the panhandle of Florida, there was a rip current rescue that happened over the weekend. A Marine unit from a local sheriff's office had to go out there and actually rescue some snorkelers. We have the video to show you. In fact, the snorkelers, they were in trouble and they were washed out to sea. They got too far and realized where they were and the situation that they were in. And it was a rip current.
Yeah, talk about a scary situation. Yeah. This is in Okaloosa County here in the Destin area. This is on July 4th, as you were talking about. You can imagine them being, all of a sudden you come up for air after finding out, oh, wow, how did we get so far out here? And the panic that happened there. But obviously they're safe and sound now, which is good news for the families.
You can see it. You can see exactly like how tired and exhausted that they were. It was at one point where they were basically just waving that they were in distress. And that's when the deputies actually noticed what was going on. That's when they went out with a boat. But
completely exhausted, sitting
completely exhausted.
Yeah, look at him.
For what it's worth, though, that's just it. They were just exhausted, and they did not have to get any medical attention. They're fine now, and they are back on shore. But it goes to show it's keeping an eye out on everything while you're out. It's like, hey,
And those rip guns, you always got to watch out for.
yeah,
those.
that's something that's very serious too. That will do it for us for today. See you back here tomorrow for more Queen City News Plus Live.
Have a great day.
Welcome into Turnkey on Queen City News Plus, your go-to show for everything real estate in the Carolinas. We talk about the latest market trends, do's and don'ts of the industry, and provide expert advice on navigating this dynamic landscape that we call home. Now, this show is obviously about buying and selling homes. I think our normal viewers probably know that by now. But there's often a step that people miss, and it's estate planning, what to do to prepare for when you pass away, to set your family up for success. Well, we have the experts in the house today. We have Josh Knipp and Beth Marks. Josh, you're the owner of Knipp Law. Tell me, you don't just do estate planning, you do a little bit of everything, right?
Well, if we do a few things. Good morning. Thanks for having us
Thank you
today.
for coming on Turnkey.
Thanks for having us today.
I missed
Appreciate
the
that.
first line.
That's all right. Thanks for being here. But yeah, no, we do mostly real estate law. We are mostly residential, commercial real estate. Been doing it for a long time. And then recently, the last 5-6 years, we realized we need to get into some more estate planning work. So real estate, estate planning, and we have a business law practice as well.
What was the realization?
That is a crucial step that is being missed out there of, hey, you know, we do title work, we do real estate work. It's very important. People are excited to buy their house. But then there's Beth will talk about it much more expertise than I have on this. I'm just a dirt lawyer. Beth does the estate planning stuff. Beth will talk more about, there's some holes in there that people maybe are unaware of until it happens. And then it's probably not too late, but it does create more of a headache afterwards when it passes with real estate. We can do a lot of things with titling property correctly that avoids a lot of that, but there's some things that just need to be taken care of through the estate planning side.
So you're the owner of the law firm. Beth, what do you do over at Knipp Law?
So I'm the managing attorney for the estate planning department.
Okay. Were you always in estate planning, or did you have a career before all of this? What's your background?
So my career before being a lawyer was actually as a horse trainer. So
really,
a typical path to the law. So I did that for about 10 years and then went to law school and actually did real estate before I did estate planning, but never really loved the real estate side. So wanted to do something else. So when this became an option, I kind of jumped on it.
I'm curious what you didn't like about the real estate side of things that you do like about the legal side of all of it.
So what I do like about estate planning is people are generally happy to kind of get it done. They're thrilled to get it off their to-do list. It's something people tend to put off for a long time. So they are generally happy clients. On the real estate side, sometimes they're a little grumpy because they've had, lender problems, maybe realtor problems, maybe their moving truck was late, who knows. But they just, it seems to be a little happier clientele on the estate planning side and feel like we're really, accomplishing something and getting a big thing off their list.
It's a stressful thing.
Yes, very stressful.
Buying or selling